Ace queen suited for Kev. Once again, too good to be doing any open jamming. One that wants to try and induce some stuff from Justin, whether it be a raise call or potentially a complete. Justin with a combo that likes to check, and check he does. Bit of problems here for Justin. Top pair versus middle pair, blind on blind. Going to do one street at least, potentially two here. Ridiculous setup turn. Justin turns trip jacks, and Kev, as high up as he is, I can't see a way we ever get away from this.
Maybe a lot of patience today, is Kev. A lot of patience.
He always does, Tower. He's so solid, and this is why he makes consistent deep runs all the time. The chips aren't going in light. .220 from Justin. Kev has to call, and we're going to be in a grim river spot.
What is this river? The 7 of clubs. 7 of clubs river. Kev, if you can get out of this one, this will be a super fold if he ever gets out of this one.
How do we? Tower is two-tone on the turn. Like we unblock the spades, we unblock the hearts. How on earth can we get away from this one? Like, we just basically think that Justin has to have a jack, and if we fold ace queen, we essentially fold everything, right? And there we go. Here's the jam from Justin, and as Kev Allen, like, I don't see.
How on earth? How many time banks have I got? He says they're there. I'm putting them all in. Let me just tell you right now. Wow.
The thing is, like, if he finds the fold, incredible stuff in game. But if we fold ace queen here, unblocking spades and unblocking hearts, what do we call, Tower, other than specifically trips? If we fold ace queen, we fold everything. And if we fold everything after we check call flop, it's like, after we bet flop, we never bet a jack on the flop, so we can just get exploited the life out of, because we can now only get to the river with maybe ace jack, jack six suited. So, like, I think theory wise, this would never ever get to fold in a million years, because if we fold ace queen, we essentially fold everything, and if we fold everything, then Justin just gets to go bet on any board pair in jack turn and just get us to fold range.
Well, he's certainly in the tank. It's jack X and probably jack X only.
Rosser says if anyone gets away from this, it's Kev. I'm sure you played a fair amount with Kev over the years at the table, Rosser. You'll know better than me, but it would be the most heroic fold in a three-handed situation. And the other problem we got is Kev. Is there well where Justin has worse value? Would he do this with an ace of his own? Probably not for the overbet, actually, even it being blind on blind. He's never checking ace 10 pre, is he? Ace 9, maybe the one hand we might eke into. Ace 9 suited that might check back. Kevin, the blend up. Rightly so. I feel like a lot of players have already called here. The fact that Kev's even thinking this long about it's incredible.
Does he just call Jack X on the flop. Turn lucky.
Well, yeah, like Justin definitely has jacks in range, but like I say, the problem is if Kev bets flop, you shouldn't really ever have a jack. That's always going to check. So when the jack pairs, Justin just gets to go bet with absolutely everything. And if Kev's always folding ace king down below, it's just going to be incredibly profitable for us, right? So I'm talking about it from the theory side of things. But what I will say, Kev is a competent live pro. He's been around the tables, plays so much more live than he does online. So he would have seen spots over and over again, and he'll have that sort of gut feel in given scenarios at rivers that maybe you listen to and sways you the right way. But this would be the most heroic laydown in a free-handed situation I've seen in a long time. We just basically have to say Justin's got a jack. When it's two-tone, he can have hearts, he can have spades, he can have something like a queen 10, a king 10. So it's pretty sick Kev's thinking this long, but I don't see how we can fold, because like I say, from theory standpoint, if we fold ace queen, we fold absolutely everything, Tower. Ace queen, no spade, no heart. He's gonna let it go. He's not, is he?
Oh, really?
That is ridiculous.
You can clap a fold sometimes.
That is ridiculous.
That is one of them.
I thought it was going to be one of these lengthy tanks, and then eventually we flick it in, but somehow Kev saves his tournament. And if he goes on to spin up and turn this around, that fold will be talked about for a while. Credit to Kev. I'm out the tournament. I think a lot of people are, but that is what I talk about when I say competent live pro. He's played thousands, tens of thousands of live poker hands in his day, and sometimes when you're sat there in game, there's something just telling you you're not good, and Kev has listened to that gut.
Good afternoon. He's back.
I'm back.
He's back from his exciting day. Let me tell you, we'll come to that very shortly. But as you can see there, 74 making it through. And Sim Sharp, who won the seniors event in Dublin.
On form, isn't?
He's playing well, and he's loving the game at the minute. Playing good is Sim. The Cheng Mao there, all the chip counts 74 through. There were 9 day 2 buy-ins.
Oh, that's kind of low.
We think that's the lowest since we've come back for the day 2 buy-ins. I think that's probably could be one. But 9 day 2 buy-ins, making 83, playing for day 2. We'll get the payout structure sometime in the first session once we get underway. But 83 playing down to 10 levels or the final table. It could be close. It is one of them today, so it could be really close. You see some of the short stacks there. Jun Shandu on 10k, Sam Goodman on 13, Marius, Brian, Matt Davenport and Kev Allen was on the feature table to finish the day off. He started with 20, he finished the day on 20.5. Man, what a day! What a day! So there's plenty there. Jack Hardcastle banging up 38,000. Andy Miles banging up 77. So some big names there. 74 through, 83 making day 2 with the Bains. So we're just about ready. Hope you have a great day. We're on the live stream for the full 10 levels. A giveaway already. Where's been eight, Mr. Go-Go?
Bit early for that.
No. There is a Towers treble. If you want an early treble, do you want it? Just
Nah.
we're not going to stick it on, but the early treble for me and me only. I've gone for Bristol City, Coventry City, and Derby County. That is my early treble because it kicks off in 9 minutes.
What?
Because all the championship kick off at 12:30.
So we're doing a treble at 12:30?
No, that's I just somebody just wanted one.
Oh, okay.
The main treble for 3 o'clock is going to be given
okay.
out at 1 o'clock, at 1:30. But because it's only championship football at 12:30, because Luton Town, unfortunately, could end up getting relegated today, so we don't want to see that as we're in Luton. So we don't want to see that. But my early treble is Bristol City, Coventry, and Derby. But the main treble, the real treble, is on at 1:30. With it's still tough because there's only 2 divisions to play for. But we're on it for later.
Yeah, Tottenham winning the Europa League. We hope so.
You know, if you win the Europa League,
Yeah, we're in Champions League.
does the winner go to the Champions
Winning
League?
goes to the Champions
So
League.
then, what happens to 5th place in the Premier League?
They still. Well, this is.
Do we get 6?
No, yeah. This is how ridiculous it is because the only time in the history that someone has won the Champions League and finished outside the top 4 was when Spurs finished 4th and Chelsea won the Champions League and they knocked Spurs from the 4th position and Chelsea got in instead when Chelsea finished 5th. That's the only time they haven't done it, when the 4th place team didn't get in, and of course it's Tottenham Hotspur. It couldn't be anyone else that would happen to. The only time it's ever happened, it was Spurs that got kicked out of the Champions League because Chelsea with Di Matteo went and won it. This is what I say. It's just Spurs, ain't it?
It's
Spurs.
just
And the thing is about Man U.
Yeah.
Man U last season, did they come 9th in the Premier League? They only got into Europa League because they won the FA Cup. So that's the only reason they're in the Europa League. So now if they win the Europa League, they're going to get into the Champions League, and they've not finished in the top 8 the last 2 seasons. So it's just like, wow.
They can be in the Champions League and not finish in the top 8 for 2 seasons. How ridiculous is football? Bradford City will not be in my treble because they're 1-2. There's some shocking prices on the coupons today. But back to the game. We have got 83. In seat number 1 we've got Ed Roger. Seat 2 we've got Martin Helmuth. 3 is empty. 4 is Loch Suet, which is Justin Suet. James Williams. In 6 we've got Kiran Swaminathan. In 7 we've got Husney. In 8 we've got Modesto Skalaskus. And in 9 we've got Paul Seaton Smith. And it's not Paul Seaton who we thought it was, who used to work for Poconos. So there we go. Afternoon, Damien. He likes a good old treble on a Saturday. When do the Goliath tournaments go live on the client? I think the main event already is, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure, Will, if you go to the Poker Live app and you click down to Coventry, which I'm doing right now, and then you click on tournaments, and then you scroll down to July. There we go. July the 24th, you can buy into the GUKPT right now at any club. You can't buy in at the moment via the app. Is that right? That's going to be 1 for the near future, but which will be amazing. But anything that's on the app at the moment, you can buy in at club or your own club, but not via the client, not via the Poker Live app just yet. But that is on its way. So good luck to Luton Town. And if you're in the vicinity of the casino, the sportsbook have a promotion on today where if you watch the match, they've got all 5 matches on today for the Championship relegation battle. And if you go into the sportsbook today, you stick a £5 free bet on and you get a pint.
Nice.
For now.
For now?
For now.
So if I go and have a £5 on the break, they'll give me a pint?
Yeah.
I might.
No, you have to stick a £5 bet on.
Yeah, well, stick a £5 bet on, get the free pint, stand near the bar, someone walks up, you want a pint, mate, £4. Save yourself a pound, then you get your bet for £1, right?
There's always an angle from a poker player. There's always an angle. So yeah, they are showing all 5 matches in the sportsbook here in Luton, which is phenomenal. Good luck, everybody. Good luck to Luton Town as we're in Luton. Don't want to see them get relegated 2 seasons on the trot. So we'll give you the eliminated players in order and get some outer table action later in the day when we get close to the money. We'll find out how many are getting paid soon.
Eight of spades river. Doesn't see fit going for value. Flush completing.
Paul Fletch says, gents, if you can get a message to Jack Hardcastle, open invite to the White Lion. The next home game is on the Fruit Shoot 5 hit list. I'll send him a message. He's in day 2 for 38,000 chips. We'll send him a message now. Jack Oliver is no good at the game. See you later, Gas. Bristol City's on. Good luck with everything. Hope things are good for the day with you lot and all the football. The biggest day for a lot of sports fans with the relegation battles that's going on. So good luck, everybody. And we will have a Towers treble at 1:30 for the 3 o'clock games. Good luck, absolutely, everybody. It's a big game, big day in sporting calendar. But Rob Duras is all in with his ace 4. Is he going to be one of the first out of the day? Well, a deuce, a 4 or a 3. We've got chop outs, but doesn't hit the jack, unfortunately for Justin. means Rob Duras has been eliminated. Second out today, first out, high roller champion Ravi Chef has been eliminated. First of the day, second out, Mr. Rob Duras. So Rob Duras departs in the early stages of the day.
Surprised Jack's here in Luton, to be fair, Mr. Fletcher.
He flew straight in last night from Amsterdam because he took his dad away for his birthday.
Okay.
So he's not played poker away like we thought he was.
Yeah.
He's been to Amsterdam with his pops for his birthday, come back, flew in last night at 10 p.m. and bagged up at 11, 38.5.
Good hour's work, W stack nearly.
That's it. He said Amsterdam for Luton, 40 quid. Thanks very much. There we go. That's why Jack is in the building.
Ace 10 for Alan. Going to open in the hijack. Should get a defend from Hasni here. Hasni in.
King high flop, king queen deuce. Checks. So too does Alan. Pairs the 2.
Yeah, definitely a board, Alan. Could have c-bet here with the ace 10, but going to go for the bet on the turn. That should be that.
And that is that. Ta-da! 285. 56,720 up top. 38 getting paid. 38 getting paid. 2,490, so you're doubling your money, which is always good. When you go to an event, you get 2x, which is nice, especially if you're satellited in or play the satellite live. Very nice indeed.
Seems a lot, 38 with
it does
80 odd coming back, so we've literally got to lose less than half the field and we're in the money for today.
No, more than half the field. 83 coming back. Half the field's 42.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm looking at that number that's
Half the
on the iPad now.
It's only 8 years. So 38 getting paid. We'll have a ticker scrolling later in the day, but that is what it is, and we'll try and keep that up. 56,000, very nice indeed. Any free tickets today, and 87 is a lucky number. The Preston Pixie. You got yourself another token. Hi, Mr. Jack.
How are we?
How are you? Why are you stood here?
I guess.
Oh dear.
That's why it says 76 on that iPad.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Mr. Hardcastle.
What a great idea it was to fly in last night.
Look, you took your dad away for his birthday. You had a good weekend.
There's actually a fashion show going on in the mall right now. They've got a big walkway in the middle of the wall. They've closed like the middle shops and there's just people walking down it.
Luton fashion.
Yeah,
That's something.
Was it actually outside?
No, it's inside the mall. They've taken the middle shops. You know, there's things that are in the middle. There's a walkway in the middle.
Yeah, we all went for your favourite chicken shop.
And then there's people walking down there like in there. Yeah, like. And there's someone on the microphone. This person's wearing this from this place. And you got loads of people either side.
From Primark, here is Debbie walking down the mall.
Yeah, go check the fashion show out.
I'd rather end it all, to be honest with you.
So there we go. So we will be giving tokens away later in the day. We've got 5. I do believe we've got 5 more once we pull up the spreadsheet. But I think we've got 5 more to give away. So it might be 6. You might get lucky. But we'll be in for a nice 50,
what's it
6,000
do now?
top. To play the cup. You definitely got to play the cup. It's
Yeah.
50k guarantee.
Well, everyone says it's like, oh, it's really good for the points. I'm like, but I have no points, so how
But
good is it really?
Well, it's good for the money when you win it.
If I could cash a tournament, I'd play it. But
You'll be fine. You will be fine. You definitely need to play the cup.
6 of hearts on the turn here. Flush completed. Destos went for a pretty small free bet out the blinds pre. C bet the flop. Now slowing down on the turn. On the 6 of hearts. Looks like Justin going to go for some value. Maybe one could check as well.
I may be back.
Nice one, Jack.
Cheers, Jack.
In the cup. Get yourself in that cup. There's 9,000 from Justin and a call from Modesta. Oh, pings it.
Things you'd love to see.
Absolutely. Just pings it.
Justin probably going to check this one back. 3-bet pot. 2 streets gone in. What are we trying to get called by? A 9s or Jack's really calling us? Probably not. So it should be a check back from Justin. See how many tickets you and Sam gave away yesterday as I log in. What?
Oh, that's the last event.
Okay. Well, you've still done a fair amount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Val again. She's good. She's top of the league. She is.
Got one.
She's got about 7 in the last 12 months. Soul of Black. Is that Pixie as well?
Yeah,
That's another one.
And he could have won 2 yesterday, but we had to have the adjudication that you can only win 1 a day.
I think that's fair. 1 a day. I might start making it 1 an event.
Yep. Uh-oh. Conor O'Driscoll, who's turned up in the Luton Town
I
shirt.
bet he can't even name 5 Luton players.
I bet he can't name 1. I'm going unders on 2. Going unders on 2.
My team, West Brom.
West Bromwich Albion 1, Luton Town 0.
Is it final day of the championship?
Yeah.
That finishes early. We've still got 4 matches left in the Prem.
Yeah, but you lot just like playing, you get tired and you blame the fixtures and all kinds of things, and there's too many games per week.
It is a lot of games per week.
But Europe's spoilt it because you play 20 games in Europe now
Yeah,
instead of 6,
I know.
and then you complain you're tired.
And you look at the all 3 other than the Conference League competitions? You look at the teams that were top of them leagues, Champions League, Europa League. You know, they're in the big league.
Yeah.
3 of the 4 teams are all in the semi-finals anyway. So what does it achieve?
Yeah, exactly.
Like they're like
Nothing.
it's
They wanted a Europa League, a Europe League,
yeah.
and they've literally given you a Europe League by having everybody playing in Europe anyway. Oi, oi, Curtis says Luton have equalised already.
No, QPR. I think he means.
No.
Oh no, he might mean Luton. So Martin, really nice opportunity to double barrel here. with the ace-6 suited. Kyron going to be calling really wide when we choose this small flop size. So we're going to even have some like ace highs in there, some stuff like queen-jack suited. Target some 8x, target some pocket pairs. We are going to flush the 5s out of there. Mr. Go, Giant Tower, can you do a boxing match? It would be nice to stream on here. I'll pay to watch it.
Cheers. Thanks for that.
Mr. Go. Well, there is a release today coming out on stream, and keep your eyes peeled for that one because there's news.
Yeah, it's Towers Treble, +1.
Other than Towers Treble, there's news. There's big news.
Is it?
Something we spoke about a few months ago.
No.
Putting it all together.
West Brom 1, Luton 1. Come on, Luton Town. Luton Town. Fives for Martin, raises to 2.5 from Gun.
James, King 10 of spades. Just going to let it go. Should be fairly strong range from Martin under the gun, but we are deep to start the day. Still like 50 effective there, King 10 of spades. Feel like could have even gone for 3-bet. Takes a tight approach round to the blinds. And gun versus small blind here. 60 effective, should be nice and meaty here from Paul. Like 11, 12k. Should be the 3-bet size. Goes for 7,500. Little bit on the small side here from Paul. Like if we just choose legitimate sizing, 11k, 12k, something like that, 60 effective, gun versus small blind. 5's just going to be in the muck, but Martin just going to get to take his price now, I think. No, going to let them go. No set mine in from Martin Helmuth, 60 deep. I went for Marmouche this week, Curtis. The person I'm playing's got Rogers. He's gone for Rogers this week as his captain. Which ain't a bad pick, to be fair. And 10 for James, out of the way. Husney, 8-6 of hearts. So fairly small size again here. That in position could have just gone for 7.5k. As Modestas here, 60 effective, now giving Husney a decent price to get involved. And he's going to take a look with the 8-6 of hearts.
to the flop. Queen 9-9. Good shot from Modestus.
And probably just end a hand here. Just small c-bet on the paired board in the 3-bet queue. Quarter pot. Should be getting it done. Nine of hearts on board. Well, Husney, here we go. 3 to a straight flush. Going to go for the check raise. Makes it 10k. And now Modestus getting 5 to 1 with position. Just going to fold the king 10.
Out of the way he goes. So early stages we're down to 76.
See? Now we've got to lose half the field. That's what I was waiting for. That's what I looked at 20 minutes ago.
Francis Oberdon out. Wayne Peach, Luke Day, Chris Butler, Sergio Danilar, Rob Duras's Resort, and Ravi Sheth. They're the players eliminated so far. 76 and 38. So bang half the field from now. We need to lose. And good luck to James Williams, Mr. Cottonbud, from Tim Wright. Good luck, good luck, good luck.
Modestus back amongst it. Ace 10 from Hijack Martin. Going to peel the king 10 in the small blind. Brings in Alan from the big.
Ace King 5 flop. Top pair Modestus. Middle pair for Martin in seat 2. Martin Helmuth.
Yeah, so probably around third. Multi-way here. Not going to go large. Yeah, so just north of third. Martin has to take one off with second. In rough shape though against the ace 10 and Modestus.
Off to the turn. This is the Queen of Hearts.
Against small blind range here, you expect some free bets from ace king, ace queen. So is Modestus. I think we're happy to go for another streak because small blind's going to have all this queen jack, queen 10, king jack. Just hands that are never folding. Ace X of hearts as well in there. I feel like when this queen comes on the turn, potential to go for another streak. When you think about small blind calling range, there's going to be a lot of these pair gut shots that have to continue to the river.
Which is the Ace of Hearts. Modestus with the check mark.
Now Martin checking it over. Modestus going to be going for value, playing kick or not playing, chopping with all other ace X that isn't a boat. But we can definitely target a king here. Some king 9 suited, king 10, king jack, king queen, all going to be in the small blind calling range. 11k, the size of choice, just shy of 3/4. Now is Martin here with the king, tough spot on the end. Like if Modestus has something like 10-9 of hearts, he's always barreling turn right. So probably never got a flush here as Modestus. If he's got 2 pair plus on the turn, probably not going to be barreling either. Well, would you check this out from Martin? Wow. King 10, no heart, just takes it. Blocks kings, blocks ace king. But I feel like as Martin here, the key element is Modestus doesn't have any boats. If he's got a set or two pair on the turn, he's going to barrel. If he's got like 10-9 of hearts, 7-8 of hearts on the turn, he's going to barrel. So I feel like this is just a bit of an exploit from Martin and just deducted that Modestus has ace-jack at best here, because ace-5 plus going to bet turn, set's going to bet turn, flush draw's going to bet turn, like the jack-9 of hearts, 10-9 of hearts. So he's literally only got ace-jack as his best hand here, and Martin may be saying ace-jack's in a ridiculous spot on this run-out. But what's Martin supposed to have for value tower? He doesn't really have many flushes. He's called on ace-king 5, so going to be like 5-6 of hearts, 4-5 of hearts. That's about it for Martin's flushes, and he's going to 3-bet ace-king, he's going to 3-bet ace-queen pre, so he's stripped the boats himself as Martin. Pocket 5s is the main worry in Modestus's head, I'd be thinking. 5s is the problem. Feel like that's the one that's definitely going to play in this man-up. Ace-5 suited only... Well, the ace-5 suited, not a thing from Modestus's perspective, so ace-5 suited, not a thing.
More makes him fold.
And he's going to let the ace-10 go, so...
Makes the ace fold.
Credit to Martin. Turns the second pair into a bluff and does dislodge the ace-X. Pretty sick stuff.
Very nice indeed, Martin. Burnley 1, Millwall 1, Portsmouth 0, Hull City 1. Oh, interesting stuff going on.
I don't know what that means.
That means that Luton need to win and Preston will be down, I think. Something like that.
Pretty sick hand. Love that from Martin, to be fair. If he feels like Modestus can never have boats or a flush, just put him in the blender. We can.
If Luton get another, Preston are down, as the results stand. Luton need to win. Or they need Preston to lose. If Preston lose and Luton draw, Preston are down and Luton are safe.
Conor O'Driscoll's going to be buzzing.
Yeah.
How much did he pay for that? Did you ask?
15 quid.
Oh, that's alright then. If you like, I thought
15.
most football strips
No.
are like 60, 70 quid these days.
Just 15.
King Jack suited for Paul. 2,500. Ace Queen for Justin. Going to be a 3-bet call here, facing hijack, and Paul's actually got one here that potentially could jam for 36. King Jack suited. Like, he could definitely send this one as a 4-bet bluff, as a rip. Like, Ace Jack off doesn't like calling in this spot. So like when we're called by Ace Queen, some 10s, some 9s, even like the Ace King gonna have 35% equity, but against a capable player like Justin, feel like once in a while we could 4-bet rip this one as Paul. I'm just gonna go with fold, not even entertain call as an option.
No, I'm a Rotherham United fan, as you know, Fletch. And it's just because I live in Blackpool, I have a lot of Preston fans and a lot of Blackpool fans as friends. And I do get ribbed because Rotherham United are never very good. But I did say outside, if Hull City won and Luton draw and Preston lose, then Preston go down. Kieran 6-5 from Gun. Should be in the bin.
Queens for Paul. Justin, here we go again. Literally the very next hand. Another spot we could potentially 3-bet call is Justin. And Paul's thinking, yeah, that's right. You 3-bet me again, sir. Look what's going to happen this time. Because it's going to be a 4-bet send.
9.6. Oh, James with ace king.
Well, it is going to be a 4-bet send, but it's going to be from James instead.
Well, not all of it. 4-bet 25. Right round to Paul. Paul Seaton Smith.
And now Justin going to get out of the way with the 10s after this action occurred in front of us. And I'll be honest, we don't love it as James, but we've put a third of our stack in. What can we do? Justin now definitely can get away with this action occurring. There's a cold 4 from the big, and the original Oprah still wants to 5-bet rip, but not just 5-bet rip. Take 3 seconds to 5-bet rip. Like, if he had ace king, he'd at least dwell up for like 10-15, you'd expect, right? And Justin going to use a bank, but I feel like this is a pretty simple one tower with this action occurring. Like, well, we need them both to have ace king.
Yeah.
And like, I don't think Paul ever has ace king, because I think he doesn't take 2-3 seconds before rifling his 77k. I feel like Justin can get away from this one. And you know what? It wouldn't even shock me if James folded it. I know it sounds absolutely outrageous to put in a third of our stack with ace king, but what's Paul supposed to have once he 5-bet rips here? What's he got? Like, I probably wouldn't even assign him queens at the speed that he put the chips in the middle. So it's not a snap call for James, but the problem we got is how can we fold ace king pre-flop getting this price tower? But then you think about Paul's 5-bet shoving range, like it's aces, kings.
Well, that. I think in your head that's the only 2 hands you put them on when anybody 5-bets.
It was just like the 2 seconds he took before putting it in as well as Paul. He didn't even like dwell up. I feel like if he has ace king as well, he's going to dwell for 10 to 15 seconds. It's not going to be a 2-second rip in the middle. And maybe even with queens as well, I feel like I'd make that assumption. They wouldn't put him in that quickly. So it wouldn't shock me if James folded here, saved his tournament.
Yeah, still got 30 bigs.
And to be fair with James' stack, I've just actually noticed this. He's only starting to hammer 62k, so he's actually putting 40% of his effective stack. So maybe with 40% in, we've actually got a call, but I guess he just believes he's up against aces and kings. And we love that as Paul. We pick up 30 big blinds and don't have to see a flop. Don't mind if we do.
Absolutely not. Up to 94 bigs. And the big news down at the bottom of the championship, Luton Town are back in the relegation zone. Preston are winning. Luton Town are in the relegation zone.
Lions, please. Small, big blind,
Come on, Preston, and that's the only football talk you'll hear from Zild. Afternoon, Zild.
How you doing, Zild? Could he have just flatted the 3-bet? Says Adam. No, I think James, no flats going on there. Like, don't really want a cold call. So maybe we could have 4-bet smaller. That's the only thing, but I can't fault him for folding there at all. Even seeing that Alan had queens, still potentially wanted to fold ace king just because of the 5-bet rip. And it's not like button, small blind, big either. It's early position, small blind, big blind, cold 4. EP now wants to rifle it in. Sorry, he's hijacked, so MPLP. Even still, can't really fault the lad for letting that one go as James.
Uh-oh. Luton are losing.
Oh dear.
Oh, sad news for Conrad Driscoll, his new team. They need to get at least a point. Have we stopped doing the treble? No, not stopped doing the treble. It's just that all the games today were a 12:30 kickoff. So we're doing a 1:30 reveal for a Towers treble from Leagues 1 and 2. And that's it. Obviously, we were only on air at 12:20, so it was nearly impossible to get the 12:30 games on in the treble. So we've done a treble. We're going to reveal it at 1:30. We've got a few giveaways as well today to give out.
Queens and aces.
Beautiful. Ace was very next hand.
Oh, well, look at this from Kyra, and this is adventurous. Queen 8 off, in from the small blind. And even Husney wants to have a look with the King 7 off, going free-way. Optimistic from both. Any sprinkle on the flop for either? Not really. Got a shot for Curran. Nothing going on for Husney. Nice, clean C-bet free-way as Paul. 3-1 West Brom, taxi for Luton.
Uh-oh, it's all going Pete. Uh-oh, Curtis with the bad news.
Just north of third from Paul. Kyron's flopped this gut shot. Does have a club in hand. Wouldn't be in the pot personally anyway, but now we're here. Got to continue.
Eight of diamonds on the turn.
Yes, it does turn this 8 here. There's Kyron. Does jump in front of stuff like Ace King, Ace Queen, King Queen. Even just some Ace-X suited that elect to C-bet. Now picking up this pair to go with his gut shot. A bit more added equity to see a river. Half pot from Paul. I always say, foundation of a poker hand pre-flop. These little mistakes pre-flop just escalate down the streets. We just fold Queen 8 off, we're not here.
Jack of diamonds on the river.
I'm probably going to be a check here. I don't think Paul's going to love this river card against small blind, who should have Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 10, Jack 9 suited. I guess one good thing is, Paul, we are kind of protected. We should never get bluff raised in this spot because we could have a Jack ourselves. Does he want to try and eat maximum from a 10? It's tough when this Jack pair's on the river. And he's going to check it back and show the boots.
Right smile from Kiran, sign C number 6. Down to 72. Harley Thorpe, Jack Hardcastle, Marius Ducia, Rob Boone busting out, leaving 72 players.
Yeah, I do. I'm only going to win by 20 pips. I'm not going to fucking outplay you, so that's the way to go.
Sally, so.
How are we doing, Sally?
That's the strategy that I've chosen, because I think that's the best strategy for the situation I'm in. Take it to the fairies tower.
I haven't seen anything for Ed. I might open this one, just because we've been sat at the table 45 minutes. We've not VP'd the hand. I feel like we're going to get a bit of credit Like if we're more active off this stack, I probably would just let it go. But sometimes it's just important to assess what the table think of you. If you've been sat there for a 45 and you've not VP'd the hand yet, some of these combos can just eke into the opening range. It was well timed because it was dominated by Martin on direct left, who's going to open and not get any action.
$72 left.
Tesco Clerk 63 won one yesterday.
Yes. You know what that is?
Nope.
Chris Johnson.
Is it really? What, Scottish Chris Johnson or Midlands Chris Johnson?
I don't know.
Huh? You don't know?
Just Chris Johnson.
Okay.
Here we go. Toys and 8. Okay, it comes in with his -1 double to finish the season off. Everton -1 and Blackpool -1. They're the -1 doubles.
No, but if it was ever good, it was good.
Even when everyone was shit, that wasn't very good.
I don't know, man. It made sense at the time.
Cheers for the double, Curtis. Tough one on the treble stage today because it's the final day and all the prices are just wrong. Because all the teams that need to win have just been shortened up so much. Allsey and Smith taking the lead, 106 bigs. Alan McBride making day 2 on 21.
Ace Queen for Justin. Getting some nice distribution. Had some hands to start the day. Second time picking up Ace Queen.
So a few giveaways, plenty of news coming up. Had Jim McShane in yesterday talking Goliath and what's going on. That's just around the corner.
Ace King for James. It's found its way back to him. Doubt we're ever folding it this time. Offer just north of 30. 33 exactly to start the hand. And Paul on the button here. Just always going to be cool versus James's stack depth. Don't want a free bet get jammed on.
He played well yesterday, did Paul Seaton Smith. And his chip lead on the table now.
We are going to get a look at Ed first time today. Queen 10 suited in with the call.
Ace high flop, ace 9-6.
Interesting one for James here, what size to choose here, because we're going to have some awkward, like if we go third around there, we're just going to have awkward turns. Like maybe this is one we actually could potentially size up on to set up some like turn jams as James. 10k in the pot, so we'd have to go pretty big. We'd have to go like 9k as James, like 90% c-bet to set up pot size turn jam. So it's kind of awkward. I'm just going to opt for 4k.
Four diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, so now it gets just awkward because I doubt we can shove here for what, like 1.8x pot. So we just got to go for another street. But the problem is, whatever size we choose, we're essentially committed because we've got to size up on the two-tone anyway as James, and we've only got 2 SPR. Don't think we're going to have too many bet folds. Definitely not with this hand. So it's going to look for it over 3 streets, 10.2. So against B40, as Ed out of position is going to let the flush draw go. Are some scenarios we are up against some like King Jack of clubs, King X of clubs as well. Just letting that one go.
There you go with the flush draw. Out of the way you go. 71 players left, 38 getting the money. Day 2, GUKPT Luton. And as it stands at this moment in time, Luton will be playing Rotherham United next year.
Oi, oi.
Wait, imagine that Saturday afternoon.
I know.
Imagine that. Luton Town versus Rotherham United Saturday afternoon. GUKPT with Jay and Sam.
Yeah. That's not been the best start for him. Been putting the blender up in a couple of spots and folded the best of it. Back involved with the ace 10. It's a 2500 Martin Pill small blind. Would not be defending this as Alan in a three-way situation. Heads up yes, three-way no.
Queen 8-2.
May play some checks here as Modestus against small blind, against big heavy c-bet, against small feel like there is going to be higher frequency checks. Even so, just goes with continue and a hand. Coventry are winning.
Oi, oi. Coventry City are winning. I tell you what, imagine us being at GUKPT Coventry today.
I know, it would have been
Full house,
Yeah.
32,000
yeah,
in the ground. There'd have been 5,000 people downstairs
yeah.
in the casino. Imagine the scenes, and now they're winning.
I would just like to point out,
Yeah.
Goliath last year, my tip, Coventry
You did say
championship to the
16s.
Yep. I said each way.
And Coventry have scored. Dear.
I just remember, I remember a break at Goliath watching from the hotel room. They were playing Borussia Dortmund in a friendly,
Yeah.
and they literally made Dortmund look like your mob, Rotherham. They did. They were. I was sitting there in the hotel room watching them, playing like bloody hell. Coventry. I know it's only a pre-season game, but
Yeah. Well, I've already been told that Coventry have got 2 friendlies while we're at Goliath next year.
Oh.
One of them's against the Premier League team. Last year it was Everton.
yeah,
And they've also got another big foreign team.
Oh,
But we
okay.
don't know which one yet. We've not revealed who it is. But at the moment, they'll be in the playoffs.
Bodo Glimt it might be. Might be our Bodo coming to Coventry.
Imagine! Oh, Bodo. Oh, dear.
I done my trademark the other day. We went 3-0 up. Text me mum. Does Dad want to go to the final? As soon as I message her, Bodo get a goal 3-1. She replies, "Don't do it. You know your track record. You always box Spurs." Yeah. So I'm holding off with the messages until the final whistle goes next Thursday. There's 3 of diamonds on the river. So Ed went for the check back here with the 8-9. So it's going to pay. And see the bad news. I have to check all the way down to the river. Can't fault him. Blind's going to be going up first time today in just under 3 minutes. Couple more hands at 1200. Paul King 10, definite open, 100 bigs plus. No, tight from Paul. And we are Chip Daddy at the table, should be opening that one. I'm going to leave room for Ed to open himself with the ace 5.
Alan's out of the way on the button. And to Justin on the small. And raises it up. And we've got queens. He bets a 9.5.
Oh, there's Ed. Ace 5 suited just straight into the muck. One that does do some 4-bet jamming in these scenarios.
On 71.
And final hand of this level.
Yes.
I just feel like we're going to get to. It just feels like we're going to get to the money quickly today. Like usually post dinner, we get to the money. I feel like with 71 now, we've literally got to lose what 33 players. Dinner's in 3 hours,
Well,
20 minutes.
Is dinner at the end of level 4 today, or it was end of level 6 yesterday?
Oh, was it?
Yes. So I'm not too sure when the dinner break is today, so I'll just look at the actual structure. Where are we on to?
cut off, attempting to steal with the ace-5 off. Justin, one that potentially could have gone for a free bet here. Just going to land on flat. And Karan makes the call.
Here's Jack Deuce.
Top pair for Alan. Continues for 3,500. Justin having to call here once again. If you're into your theory and trying to play optimally, a spot where Alan probably is supposed to do a lot of checking, even with his actual combo. Either way, these two are going to chop this up as long as we don't see a 3 or a 5 on the river. Well, Jack would also do it for Alan. Now, second street coming in, 6k, just with 10k behind, and Justin probably never going to assign him a jack or a bluff here. Firing 6k out of his 16k stack, 40% of it nearly in the middle. Oh, that is grim. That is grim. That's going to be Alan out the door, and he's going to see how unlucky he got on the river. The 3 of Justin is going to be good for a better 2 pair. Unfortunate for Alan. He's going to be out the door, losing Alan McBride. Who's asked for the Portsmouth game on that telly? Where's my clock? Someone must have requested it, otherwise they wouldn't have put the football on. Kev says he's going to defend the tower today because it's hard in League 1 and 2. I feel like it's always hard, the football, Kev. Don't even matter what league you're doing. So difficult, football. I find it's one of the hardest things to bet on. First hour of the day. Gone by quickly. Not too much occurring on the feature at the moment. I have lost 14 players so far today.
14. End of level 6.
Oh,
Is the dinner break?
is it an hour or is
It's
it
40 minutes.
40 minutes?
End of level 16. Is the dinner break? Razor Kev says he's going to defend Tower today because the value in League 1 is very hard to find. You are not wrong. Obviously, the value today, looking at the early scores, was West Brom 2-1 at home against relegation threatened Luton Town.
What? They were 2-1 at home?
Yeah. And obviously the 3-1 half time on certain bookmakers would have been a tick.
Yep.
Five, 6, 3 flop for Modesto and Martin.
Donkey tower with a 4 in hand. I feel like this was a prime donk spot for Modestos. I'm just going to see check back from Martin so often. Surely now going to have some probes. Just fold out the better ace highs, even stuff like king queen, queen jack. You're going to have 20%. So not choosing the flop donk, but he's going to lead the turn. And look at this from Martin, going to take one off with queen jack high here. And if we're taking one off with queen jack high, we're going to have to bluff river, sir. Otherwise, what's the function of the turn float?
Yeah. Turn float, try and win the hand there and then turn float and give up. Modestus will be putting them in the bin.
Yeah, nice from Martin. Fair play. Feel like just going to fold the turn there most of the time.
King Queen for James. He's on 30 bigs. Could have his tournament life at risk with Ace King. He decided to fold against Paul in C9 after a 4-bet.
Just going to be raising tape for James.
Yep, indeed.
Fairly loose open.
So Ace King full 3-bets to 8,000.
And that will be that. Kiran, A6 off. Going to be in the muck for sure.
They are. And then it's time.
For the treble.
Aye.
Did you do the treble, Jack? You ever done the treble?
I just do the opposite of what Tower
Yeah,
says.
that's what a few people have done.
Thanks very much.
A few of them living in.
The
So
anti-treble.
glad, I'm so glad I get a lot of
I've never
support
done it, but I probably would just
from all my drinking buddies in Vegas. You know, we get some anti-railing for the treble.
I could do the Towers treble every weekend, and I still wouldn't have lost as much as I did in that 10 minutes with you.
In the win.
Yeah.
Come on, Tower, we're going to have a great time.
So, saying that, me and Toddy done that last year. We were on the alternates list, big comp at Venetian. He goes, we go have an hour on Ultimate Hold'em. We lasted 5 minutes. He goes, what are we going to do? You have a 50 minutes. Like, we had like $500 each, and it was gone in like 5 minutes. And we're like, what are we going to do for the other 50 minutes now?
I'm kind of shocked, to be honest. Toddy seems like a good person to go neutral EV gambling with. Seems like someone you should win with.
It's
quite
a
lot.
game that every poker player seems to play, and has a lot of fun, and then it just all goes wrong when you don't when it
I mean,
gets.
Same
I'm
with it.
absolutely up money in it, for sure. But that was a particularly brutal one.
Same with any means of gambling. You know, brutal sessions. If it's not going your way, raise and take.
Raise and take. It's that time. It's the final weekend of the year, of the season.
Of the year?
Well, of the season.
It's not.
Well, it is.
There's a
For all proper football, it's the final game of the season.
Proper football.
What?
Well, I think.
What about the playoffs? Got the playoffs
Oh,
coming
we
up.
have got the playoffs. We'll have Premier League trebles and all. No. It is. It's the final games of the season. We know it is. It's League 1 and League 2, and it's who's going up and who's going down. And it's there's a few things to solve and resolve in League 1s and League 2s and the Championship, as we know. Unfortunately, Luton Town look like being relegated.
Wrexham are in the Championship next year. is that right?
Wrexham are the first team in the history of football
3 promotions.
to go back to back.
But they're in
promotions.
the Championship next year. Is that
They
right?
are indeed. And if they do it next season, that'd just be ridiculous.
Champions League by 2030.
Absolutely. But they're the first team in football history to go back to back promotions. And unfortunately, it's looking like Luton are going back to back relegations, and they'll be playing Rotherham United next year. And talking of Rotherham United,
Oh no.
the treble, the final treble of the season, we think,
We hope.
unless we find
We hope.
unless we find one during the Premier League. We are going with the home team. We're going with the local club. We're going with the team I supported for years and years and years. We're going with Rotherham United to beat Peterborough at home today, because they're even money and they're playing Peterborough. It's a non-script game. They're both safe. There's not a lot we can do with the game, but I think last game of the season, Rotherham are going to turn it on for the new manager, and we're going to beat Peterborough.
How
And
do you do your things?
even
Do you
money.
just throw a dart at the ball?
That's what we
That's
always
what
say.
that's it.
That's his lab.
We actually do get in the lab. So Rotherham United on the treble. I'm going for Reading, because they need to win to get into the playoffs, and they'll be there. Then they're going to be Appless Barnsley, because they're not very good. And the other value, and I think this is the tester, because this is value, but it's also a toughie. Because whoever wins this game gets into the playoffs in League 2.
Is the tester not trying to get 3 teams to win each
Well,
week?
yeah. Grimsby Town
Yeah.
are playing at home against Wimbledon. And if Grimsby win, they get in the playoffs, and AFC Wimbledon don't.
But if AFC Wimbledon win,
Yeah.
they get in the playoffs.
But if it's a draw, Grimsby might still have a chance.
So,
Because Grimsby are just above AFC.
so surely you want to back Wimbledon
No,
then?
at all.
Because
Because
Grimsby are going to be playing for a draw. If it's 0 in the 80th minute,
No.
we've got no sweat.
Grimsby are going to already win by winning by then. Grimsby have got
But
to
why
win
if they're
today.
not?
Grimsby are going to win, don't worry. They're a great price. They're over 6-4.
I can't see how you can put a
They're
team in
just
that needs to
over
draw to
6
get
to
into the
4.
playoff.
No,
How can you
no.
put a team in that
If
needs
they
to draw?
draw, if they draw, somebody else might overtake them.
Yeah, but if they're sat there 80th
Draw
minute
one.
and they know if they need 1 point, they're not going to go for a goal, are they? And then the treble's
They're
down.
already they're going to be winning at half time. Don't worry about it.
Not sure about Grimsby.
The
but
treble today is Reading, Rotherham, and Grimsby.
I'm going to be feeling Grimsby later if Grimsby let us down in the treble, I'll tell you that.
That is it is a tough ask today to find any value whatsoever, and I do think that Grimsby are the value. So I'm going for Rotherham United, Reading, and Grimsby, and it pays 7.4 to 1.
You enjoy like a Big Sam style of football, I can tell.
Come on.
Spoof it up the pitch.
There we go. Oh, I was a great centre-half. Didn't get past me. So the treble on the right-hand side of the screen, Rotherham United, Reading and Grimsby. It pays 7.4. It's a tough day. The value is a little bit tough to find because all the prices are a little bit wrong because of the relegated teams that need to win.
Giveaways starting next session.
Yes, they are.
The football session on a Saturday. We might get Jack in a bit later. It's a bit early for Jack at the moment, so he's a
loose end. I don't know what to do.
he's a night owl in the booth.
So we've got Rotherham United, Reading and Grimsby. Towers treble today. I will think, and I'm really looking forward
I
to
just
it.
really don't like Grimsby. I'll be honest. I'm not even joking around. Like, I don't see how you can put a team in that if they're drawing and they need a draw, they're not going for a goal. So if it's 0-0, 1-1, we're just screwed.
We're all right. We're informed. Grimsby are going to do it. Grimsby will be the team.
Steve Barnes says, "Afternoon, fellas. Is Jack selling any action for the cup?" There you are, Jack. You might have a little buyer in the chat box.
Yeah, selling at 0.9.
0.9. There we are. I'll have some at 0.9. Actually, I'm not sure
That's
I'm
losing,
I'm not sure if I will actually. I don't know how many star apartments will be sunk during this cup.
Just to reiterate what I said, it's Grimsby that need to win. So that's why I put it in. We're going to win. Have faith in the old Mariners. Looking forward to 4:45.
Where are you, Stephen? Why are you not here? Stephen got the most glorious knit roll I've ever seen here last year. Incredible. The guy check calls, rivers a flush, and then like takes 5 minutes to call. It was wild.
They're never folding, ever. Just need to take their time sometimes.
They just need to pretend they're really good in case they're beat.
Yep.
That's how it works.
Grimsby got thrashed by Swindon at home 2 weeks ago, says Gas.
Don't worry about it. Every blind squirrel.
I made a huge cock up at the start of the year when
If Grimsby win today, they're in the playoffs. That's it.
when I was negotiating a day off. Why did I not choose Saturdays? I've just realised I would have saved myself a few bob on the year if I just had Saturdays off.
Look, you managed to have a nice round of golf yesterday.
Yeah, I did. I had my best ever round
Best
yesterday.
ever round of golf
Yeah.
for Jay yesterday.
97.
100. Literally 100.
Shot 100.
I thought I was gonna break it with 47 on the front, and then unfortunately the last few holes there's a long par 4 stroking next one, long par 5. And I got an 8 on the par 5 and a 6 on the par 4. So
I've never played golf, but I know I'm becoming an old man because I don't mind watching it.
yeah, it's such a great game to bet on as well. Like, just so fun to watch when you got to bet on.
Where did you play, Jay?
I played at the Hertfordshire yesterday.
In the Hertfordshire.
I hit the best 6-iron I've ever hit in my entire life. I'm not even joking. Usually I hit my 6-iron, like a good 6-iron, I hit like 140, something like that. Par 5, third shot, I'm like 165 out. And I just thought, I'll just hit it straight, just in front of the green will be perfect. I've just caught it, it's flown, and I've dropped it to like 5 feet. I missed the birdie putt, but we won't talk about that. I did miss the birdie putt.
I'm guessing you've never, ever practiced at putting.
No. To be fair, sometimes when we're on holiday, we go to like them adventure golfs, like the crazy golf. So
That's not practicing putting.
it's a little
Every hole's a putt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What
Oh,
sort of time would you want me in if I were to? Because I'm just tossing around.
Probably after 3 o'clock, I'd say.
Okay,
Second
cool.
session,
Next
third,
session.
yeah.
Alright, sweet.
Perfect.
Alright, I may. I'll let you know.
Nice one. Cheers, Jack.
But I actually didn't mention something to you yesterday, which you'll probably find hilarious. I would have broke 100 if I wasn't an idiot on a certain hole, because they were all laughing at me and they said I'm a disgrace to golf. There was a par 3. There's 175 yards. There's a brook just in front of the green. I can't get there with my 6. I can't get there with my 6.
Right.
And I cannot hit a 4 or a 5 iron. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I just can't hit them.
Too flat.
Yeah. So I took a putter off the tee on a par 3 to lay up in front of the brook, and they all called me an absolute disgrace. But I literally took.
Why don't you lay up with your 7-iron?
Because putter, it was just I'm nice and clean with my putter. Like I could fin a 7-iron. Putter you can't fin.
But if you're hitting your irons nicely.
Yeah,
The confidence should be there to hit it.
It was
and try
there,
it.
but I hit my putter nicely, so my confidence from my putter.
And what did you do with your second shot?
I put it. I actually hooked it right into the bushes. I got 6 for 1 that hole, but we forget about that. We'll forget about that. Yeah, but I was literally there in front, and somehow it went right into the bushes. But they were all saying that I'm not allowed to.
Off the tee box on a par 3.
There's nothing
Oh
wrong with it. I play my own game, and I use my shots to my advantage. This is it. I can't get there in one,
So the next time, if you can't get there,
Yeah.
and you need 160 to go over whatever, just lay up short. Use your 7-iron
Okay.
to hit it 130, 140,
Yeah.
and then you just go nice chip on onto the green.
But I do that with my putter anyway. I hit my putter 130, 140. So what's the difference? This is what I'm trying to get at. But there's going to be big themes from us this year on the golf course. Best round of my life, 100.
Yeah.
We're going to break 90 this year. But
A putter off a tee box.
I got to read what he put in the chat box. A bloke, one of the 3 I was playing with. There we are. Jay has just used his putter off the tee on a par 3. He's a joke.
Oh,
Back to the poker. James in the cut-off with the ace
he's a
deuce.
joke. Not one of your regulars then. Brilliant. Oh dear. Love it.
That's another thing I don't get about golf. Why can I hit my 6-iron so lovely, but as soon as I go up to that 5-iron, it's just like doesn't really do much. Like don't really get off the floor. It goes right a lot.
Yeah.
It's just the next club up. It just don't make sense. But I was enjoying my day off on the golf course.
Four players left. Rob Garfield has bust out. Janice Phillips has gone. And Pivas. Eminem's gone. Magic. Smigelski has bust out, and also Alan McBride, and also Jamie Lee. Jamie Lee, they're the latest bust outs, bringing us down to 64.
I didn't go over the Forth Bridge on my way to golf, Ashley Williams.
My golf question. An absolute classic. So now I flop checked. Paul turns top pair and open ender. It was already open ended with the Jack 10, but now it's top pair. Oh, Razor Kev in the chat said Luton have got a lifeline. Must be 3-2.
Put with the check mark here. After the turn raise from Husney, and to be fair as Husney, what a river to bluff on with ace of spades in hand. We can't be checking this one back. Kind of a strange line, check back, flop, raise, turn in position. now going to unload on this 6 of spades river. And Paul going to have a tough task calling Jack 10 here. Some of the bluffs on the turn going to be some spade draws, potentially stuff like King Jack, Ace Jack that's up and down. Ace Jack with the Ace of Spades seems really nice as one to potentially use as a bluff. That's sick call from Paul.
Playing superb.
Sniffs it out.
Not seen much of Paul Seaton Smith before, but he's playing some super stuff. Pompey are drawing with Hull, and if Hull lose, Luton are safe. Imagine the scenes. If Portsmouth score again, Luton are going to be safe. Wow. It's all happening down at the bottom. Quite a few people in there as well in the fantastic sportsbook here in Luton. Superb stuff. 4 matches on plus the snooker. It is a busy old place. And they're all rooting for a Portsmouth goal because Luton don't look like getting anything out of West Brom. It's like nothing.
King Jack for Justin. Opens 50 effective here. Husney either or with the Ace 10 suited. Feel like call going to be fine. 3-bet going to be fine once in a while. Let's go with call. Ed shouldn't be defending the 5 deuce freeway in my opinion. Let's get rid of it. It's King Queen 6 rainbow. May do some checking here as Justin. I feel like it's still okay to see bet this much of a gap between +1 and cut off 2 players, but I feel like it's still going to be a fair amount of checking going on out of position as always, and then we can just go for our value on the turn. Goes for another little check here. Maybe just seen the hand play between Husney and Peter. We've just seen the man raise in position with basically spanners and then unload on the river. To be fair, was a good river with the ace-3, ace of spades to bluff on. But maybe that's the idea from Justin. Feels like he's going to eke out more value from inducing his opponent to bluff.
Option is on Justin Suet. So just in with 85k. Just in raising to 3.2 and balance 1600. 30 minutes to go of the first session. Call out the big from Martin with pocket fives. Justin flopping bottom. Martin checks out the big.
Justin with the C-bet here. Martin 5 spade, can't be going anywhere. Got to take one off as he does. 8 of hearts on the turn, not the best card to see for Justin. A lot of interaction with some of this calling range of Martin, the 5-6, the 8-5, the 8-6. Still in front of some spade draws, but other than that, not really beating much else here. As Justin now is going to take a freebie,
which is the 10 of spades.
and that just means we do not beat anything here as Justin now. Right, flush draw is complete, all the 5, 6, 8, 6, 8, 5 jump in front of us. We're already behind to Queen X and 7X. So we actually just don't beat anything now as Justin, and mainly we'll assess the situation and feel like when we get to the river, we potentially do not beat a single hand. Is there any merit in bluffing?
Paul Seaton Smith still chip leader. 105 bigs at this stage with 62 players left. Brian Riley, Georgie Stepan, the last two eliminated. Krista Silver done an interview on Poker News. It was interesting. Okay, I'll try and get to listen to that at some point.
King 3 suited for Husney, opens the 2 bigs. Heading on the bottom of the 8-9 suited, both blinds get out of the way.
Written form interview. No worries. Have to have a read.
Husney after C-bet and flop does turn this king. A little bit of showdown now for him. Ed pair to go with his flush draw. Husney slowing things down. Interesting spot for Ed, because usually in general when we have a pair to go with our flush draw we don't like to bet because of the showdown factor, but against CP unlikely that an 8 is going to be best here. Is there any adventurous barrels to start targeting some dry ace X, some turn king X, this type of stuff? So now, as Ed, we've got 9 high. Feel like we need to bluff, sir. Not really much that Husney beats for second pair. And does just snap fold the king.
$62 left, 38 get the money. Could be next session. We've got 25 minutes left of this session. You never know. Probably be level 16. Just before the dinner break. Dinner break, 40 minutes extended break is at the end of level 16.
Ace Jack for Karan. Do like the decision to open and not jam off a 13 from gun.
Steady table to start the day. 62 players left, 38 get the money. The 50,000 guaranteed GUKPT Cup is about to start. All of Luton Town
Yep.
have turned into Portsmouth fans.
Why?
Because if Portsmouth
yes, yeah.
score one,
That's what counts.
Luton's are safe. Luton do not play Rotherham United next year if Portsmouth score. That's the one. Matt Davenport's still in. Any sponsor pros left. He's had a bit of a spin. Was on 17,000 today. And if anybody can spin, it'll be Matt. Because he plays well. The Mad Turk's still in. Keith Littlewood's still in. We'll give you a full rundown of the chip counts at the first break. Conor O'Driscoll with his Luton Town shirt still in.
Is Sam Goodman still in?
No, Sam was first and second out, I think. Oh no. Apologies.
He only had 10k.
Sorry, Sam. Apologies to Sam Goodman.
I think was he bottom of the pack?
He was, right at the bottom. Yep, Sam is still in. Apologies to Sam. Yeah, 13,300 when he started the day.
And it might work the other way now that you've actually said that he's out. He might go and win it, Tower, because usually you say someone's going to win it and they go out in the next 10 minutes.
That's it, he's going to FT now. I said he was out. Yeah, apologies to Sam. He is still in. Full chip count on the way. Is Keith a sponsor pro? No, he's just running really well and going into the. He's in the top 3 of the NPL.
Paul going to treat himself to the 4-5 of spades from +1. We are Chip Daddy at the table, so don't actually mind it. Kyram wants to have a look with the King Jack off of his 14 bigs. Husney not going to defend 5-3. What a flop for Paul.
Queen, 7, 6. Open ender, flush draw.
The works. unfortunately not going to be getting any action. Well, I say unfortunately, we actually only got 5 high at the moment, but in terms of equity, going to win this pot 2 out of 3 times. Ace Jack for Ed from +1 opens. That's 8-4 of hearts. Going to have a look from the big blind.
Flop time. 8-6-5. Top pair Modestus.
Once again, could donk as Modestus
It doesn't.
missed the donk the other spot and got bluffed off the best of it by Martin. It's just a board that our opponent checks back at relentless frequency. It becomes different against MP and LP, but against EP, when 9-7 never opens, 7-4 never opens, no 2-pair combos never open. Real good time to potentially take advantage. Now Ed snags the best of it on the end, and going to be going for value, I hope. We expect Queen X or better to value bet themselves. So as Ed here would be trying to target some 5, 6 or 8X. Looks like exactly what Ed's going to do. That's 6,700 here, and in a rough session for Modestus. Looking like a man that's about to pay here. And there is the call. Going to see the Ace Jack of Ed.
See the bad news on the river. Modestus just under 30 bigs with 59 players left. We've lost more Muse.
Oh no.
Oh no, more Muse isn't good news. Well, that's bad news.
Oh Billy.
Oh Billy. Everybody knows him as Billy. Jack Benson and Wan Tao Tang, all 3 busting out in quick succession, leaving 59.
There's King suited for Kyron. 3,500 pull. Not defending 9-7 off in the big blind. That is tight, especially as the chip lead up.
So Bristol City have made it Bristol City 2, Preston 2, but that's still no good for Luton Town. Luton Town need Portsmouth to score, or Luton or relegated, and that's the only scenario, unless Preston let in 15 in the next 20 minutes, which I don't think's going to happen.
What about if Luton
Score 4.
Yeah.
Luton could score 4 or 3 to make it 5-5 and get the point. But as it stands right now, it is literally resting on Portsmouth. To save Luton Town's season. Imagine. Yeah, the relegation spots are now between Hull City and Luton Town. And at the moment it's Luton.
Yeah, so Husney here. With the ace-jack suited, starts the hand just north of 40, so cut off versus small blind here. Any ideas about sending the lot in? Does just play cool. I'm going to head to the streets.
Here's 2-3 flop. Top pair Husney.
Yeah, going to work out quite nicely for Husney here. Just going to be a small c-bet coming in from Paul with most of his range after free betting.
$7,000 to call.
That's what we should be doing. No raising going on here. We could have some problems down the streets as Husney. This is probably one we're just going to have to cool down with. But the fact that we should shove ace-queen, ace-king in these situations, like Paul may potentially barrel off, but not on this turn card, jumping in front of stuff like 4s through 8s. But once again, some of these pairs want to be shoving. Cut off versus small, 40 effective in the form of a 4-bet jam. And there's the check from Paul. Now Husney loves to see that of our ace-jack. We expect ace-king to go for another street, maybe some ace-queen traps in there once they turn top 2. Just to check behind.
Check mark for Husney and 2 pair on the river. If it's small enough, will there be a check call from Paul?
I don't think so, Tower. Like, what do we be? Do we feel like if Paul's got 4s, 5s, 6s, like these are probably going to start bluffing turn. And the other thing, like these pairs probably want to go in, cut off versus small blind pre, so it's not like our opponent's turning 7s, 8s, 9s into a bluff here, because these should all be 4-bet jams, cut off versus small. So when he calls on ace, deuce, 3 rainbow, not got no 3x, not got no deuce x in a 3-bet pot, doesn't really have pairs, I don't think, because they want a 4-bet jam, cut off versus small blind for 40. So he just literally has a lot of ace x, stuff like ace 6, ace 7 suited, ace 8 suited, ace 10, ace 9 suited. 23k on the end. And like if he has something like 4s, 5s, I feel like these are going to start bluffing turn to set up the triple. It does assess the situation correctly as Paul.
Nice one. I thought he might have flinging the call if we were pretty small. Ten minutes to go until the end of the first session. 15-minute break at the end of this.
Oh, there's Sam. I just saw him in the background. Thought he'd be out pretty early. Come in with 13k, sat next to Stato on the table behind the telly. Martin in the big, couple of kings. Just go always 3-bet here against the hijack. No flatting going on. We are going to lose the 10-7 suited of Husney.
Out of the way with a 10-7, as it should be. Down to 59. 38, get the money. This is what we're playing for. There we go, 56,720 up top. 42,060 for second. When we get the FT, 6,290. And 38th, lock up 2,490. 38 prizes. We're on 59. Minutes of this session to go. Start of the day with 84, 83, and we're down to 59.
That's rough first session for him, but hopefully can close it on a high note. Couple of ladies from early position. King Queen for James in the big. Not much going on here. Like board, we could have some donks on as James, but not with our combo. We want a 6, we want a 4, an 8, 9, a 3, a 5, or a 7. 7 of clubs on the turn after check, check, flop. This is where we should see some delays coming in from Modestus.
Last 6 minutes of the sesh. Just into it. Third in the high roller. Can he go pretty deep in this one and get in the money and make another good run? Had a great start to the year with the WPT in Marrakesh. And $250,000. Can I do a horrible laugh? Look, why did you do a horrible laugh? Like that?
I guess so.
Mwah, 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 mwah.
Paul throwing it back old school. Ace jack off just into the muck from +2. Got plenty of chips. Wouldn't mind seeing him put them to work a bit more.
Ah, Ian at 12 today, was you? What time is it? Ah, it's 2:15. You're 2 hours early. You're 2 hours early to last Saturday.
I'm going for lunch.
Good old Dave. Dave Laird, one of the best videographers in the business. He's going to be putting all the footage together over the course of the next couple of days. A lot of interaction with the players at the tables. Great vid to come up from old Dave.
back after the break, you will be on table 12. Table 12.
Oh, let me just tell the players that they're moving tables in 5 minutes. How many towers to defeat one gorilla? 20.
What to defeat?
Yeah. Gorillas are tough, man.
What, 20 of you?
I need a lot.
I'd have. What, you allowed a weapon? You allowed like a baseball bat? You allowed a
Gun.
the barbed wire 2x4?
Oh. Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Pocket 8's red. Opens to 3,500. Hosni should be getting in with the defend from the big blind. Probably see you in Leeds, Charlie. We'll see you there.
Nice one, Charlie.
Not long now. The GUKPT Leeds. Interesting turn here. Ed now picks up and down with the pocket 8s. Husney got shot to go with his top pair. And I'd probably start leading here as Husney after Ed checks back flop. Just north of half. Gonna have to call once as Ed. Sorry, thought it was 5k. Going in, it was 3,500 into 94. So 40% thereabouts. Got a call as Ed. Queen would be rough. That's the 9 of hearts. So going to be a value bet from Husney, and then spot on the end here for Ed. One of the nice things Ed's got going for him here, we block a lot of the bluffs. Like a lot of Husney's bluffs are going to be from like some 8x, some Queen X, spades. So I don't feel like this is the nicest catch here. 7.5 for half pot. Like I feel as Ed, like if we get here with like 5s, no spade, it's going to be a much better call because Husney shouldn't have no interaction with 5x as his bluffs. However, Husney going to bluff stuff like King 8, he's going to bluff Ace 8, he's going to bluff 8-6, 8-5. So having 2 8s here as Ed seems like a horrible combo to be heroing off with. Like I'd much prefer a hero with something like red 5s. Even like an ace 3 a club, something like that for an ace high hero call, though that's never called in turn, right? So forget that. Like ace 4 of clubs is going to be a much better call here for Ed. A pair of 4s and a pair of 8s, I believe. I know that we block the 7-8 and the Queen 8, but I don't think Husney's going to choose this size with straight, so I'm going to assess that he's going to go larger. So this size is indicative of a jack, of a 10, something along those lines, no removal to this, and then his bluffs are going to come from 8x, they're going to come from Queen X and some spade draws. So I much prefer choosing something like ace 4 of clubs here to hero than specifically a hand containing an 8 or 2 8s on this occasion for Ed.
Using another time bank.
It's a tough spot.
Yeah, it is. Look at 8s. It is a tough spot.
But as I say, like, yes, we block the 7-8, but we block the Queen 8. We're probably going to expect Husney to go bigger with these hands on both turn and river. So therefore, he's basically saying he's got a jack, maybe a 10. And I feel like the bluffs are going to be some 8x, some Queen X. Ed, non-believer.
A non-believer. See the bad news with the jack king for Husney. We are on a 15-minute break. New table on its way. See you soon.
Well, here we are again And Ravi against Dost here. Couple of ladies, and the way Dost plays, it wouldn't shock me if this got in pre. But Ravi's chose a bad time to flat, because I feel like Dost is the type that might 4-bet send tens in this scenario, although we probably shouldn't. Sitting second in chips, but I feel like he's the type of customer that may have run it with his hand here and now. Wow. But
look at this for an absolute Cooleville. Oh, nines, tens, jacks and queens.
what on earth is going on?
What is happening here?
And Stephen, with all this
Oh
action
my.
in front, Dost,
The Turk's in for his 2 big blinds. Steve McCabe just calls. So we're going 4-way, nines, tens, jacks and queens.
I don't think I've ever seen this. Nines, they're all there. All the pairs. Who's going to flop a set?
The queens.
Oh my
Oh,
word.
set over set. This is just ridiculous.
And Ravi,
Imagine the jack of diamonds on the turn.
imagine it.
One time dealer.
So Ravi has to bet this one three-way, no check-in. Don't even need to go too big. Still enough out there to get called by it. 125. And just a jam from Stephen.
Whoa, for 30 bigs? For 30 BBs?
Yeah, I would have just flatted here, because like Ravi just gets the hero fold some Queen X now.
Well, he has to call and he shows a set. Then he's just set over set. And Mad Turk's thinking, how am I even third in this coup?
Either way, Stephen goes broke, but like I think if we're looking at how to play this hand, we should just flat, keep Ravi's bluffs in, not let him hero fold a Queen X. Because like I feel like Ravi hero folds Ace Queen in this spot tower. I feel like he's good enough the way Stephen plays. Any case nines for Stephen. 10 on the turn for the Turk, perhaps to keep
Yep.
him alive. Some hope.
The 7. Wow, set over set. Steve McCabe is going to bust out early on an FT again. Oh, and no, the Mad Turk. Look at this. Set over set over set. Have you ever seen anything like it? Set over set over set. Wow.
And Ravi up to 3 million, propels him to about 35% of the chips in play. It could be the Ravi show from here on out, because he likes to put them to work when he's got plenty.
What a hand on the FT.
Ace queen suited for Kev. Once again, too good to be doing any open jamming. One that wants to try and induce some stuff from Justin, whether it be a raise call or potentially a complete. Justin with a combo that likes to check. Check he does. Bit of problems here for Justin. Top pair versus middle pair, blind on blind. Going to do one street at least, potentially two here. Ridiculous setup turn. Justin turns trip jacks and Kev, as high up as he is, I can't see a way we ever get away from this.
Maybe a lot of patience today, is Kev. A lot of patience.
He always does, Tower. He's so solid, and this is why he makes consistent deep runs all the time. But the chips aren't going in light. .220 from Justin. Kev has to call, and we're going to be in a grim river spot.
What is this river? The 7 of clubs. 7 of clubs river. Kev, if you can get out of this one, this will be a super fold if he ever gets out of this one.
How do we? Tower is two-tone on the turn, like we unblock the spades, we unblock the hearts. How on earth can we get away from this one? Like, we just basically think that Justin has to have a jack, and if we fold ace queen, we essentially fold everything, right? And there we go, here's the jam from Justin, and as Kev Allen, like, I don't see...
on earth? How many time banks have I got? He says they're there. I'm putting them all in, let me just tell you right now. Wow.
The thing is, like, if he finds the fold, incredible stuff in game, but if we fold ace queen here, unblocking spades and unblocking hearts, what do we call, Tower, other than specifically trips? If we fold ace queen, we fold everything. And if we fold everything after we check call flop, it's like, sorry, after we bet flop, we never bet a jack on the flop, so we can just get exploited a life out of, because we can now only get to the river with maybe ace jack, jack six suited. So, like, I think theory-wise, this would never ever get to fold in a million years, because if we fold ace queen, we essentially fold everything, and if we fold everything, then Justin just gets to go bet on any board pair in jack turn and just get us to fold range.
Well, he is certainly in the tank. It's jack X and probably jack X only.
Rossa says if anyone gets away from this is Kev. I'm sure you've played a fair amount with Kev over the years at the table, Rossa. You'll know better than me, but it would be the most heroic fold in a three-handed situation. And the other problem we got is Kev. Is there well where Justin has worse value? Would he do this with an ace of his own? Probably not for the overbet, actually, even it being blind on blind. He's never checking ace 10 pre, is he? Ace 9, maybe the one hand we might eke into. Ace 9 suited that might check back. Kevin, the blend up. Rightly so. I feel like a lot of players have already called here. The fact that Kev's even thinking this long about it's incredible.
Does he just call Jack X on the flop. Turn lucky.
Well, yeah, like Justin definitely has jacks in range, but like I say, the problem is if Kev bets flop, you shouldn't really ever have a jack. That's always going to check. So when the jack pairs, Justin just gets to go bet with absolutely everything. And if Kev's always folding ace king down below, it's just going to be incredibly profitable for us, right? So I'm talking about it from the theory side of things. But what I will say, Kev is a competent live pro. He's been around the tables, plays so much more live than he does online. So he would have seen spots over and over again, and he'll have that sort of gut feel in given scenarios at rivers that maybe you listen to and sways you the right way. But this would be the most heroic laydown in a free-handed situation I've seen in a long time. We just basically have to say Justin's got a jack. When it's two-tone, he can have hearts, he can have spades, he can have something like a queen 10, a king 10. So it's pretty sick Kev's thinking this long, but I don't see how we can fold, because like I say, from theory standpoint, if we fold ace queen, we fold absolutely everything, Tower. Ace queen, no spade, no heart. He's gonna let it go. He's not, is he?
Oh, really?
That is ridiculous.
You can clap a fold sometimes.
That is ridiculous.
That is one of them.
I thought it was going to be one of these lengthy tanks and then eventually we flick it in, but somehow Kev saves his tournament, and if he goes on to spin up and turn this around, that fold will be talked about for a while. Credit to Kev.
20 minutes in, I was solid over that.
Let's do it again.
Head back for another session.
Johnny Kelly. Go on, Johnny. Back in the GUKPT circuit.
Vic back in the same seat he was for the mini the other day. Is that Joe Hindry I see
It
next
is.
to him as well? We've got a nice table here. Bav Catry in 1, Dan Skeggs in 2, Joe Hindry in 3, Vic Meta in 4, Cal Morial,
Wow.
Dan Garfield, Johnny Kelly, and Mr. Ali.
There is no way Bav Catry should be wearing a hoodie, an overcoat, a hat, and a hoodie on top of that in this card room.
Well, as you say that, Dan Skeggs comes and sits down next to him. They must have rang each other up this morning. What you wearing, mate? It's a bit cold out there today. Don't be fooled by the sunshine. I'm going for the hoodie, the gilet, and the cap. I'm going to do the same. I've checked the seat drawer. We're sat next to each other.
Oh, man.
We're going to choose the same attire.
Jeez. It is a woman.
That's not Cal, is it? Oh, it's Cal's. I
Cal's
can
in
see. Yeah,
6.
Cal's has got his little doggy on the stack. I can see. Extended break.
Ian Needleman, right hand side of the screen, there it is. Rotherham United, Reading and Grimsby, 7.4 to 1. Unlucky to Luton Town, they've been relegated back-to-back relegations for Luton Town, but on a plus side, they'll get 6 points from Rotherham United next year. Rotherham Luton next year. Who would have thought that? But Rotherham, Reading, Grimsby, here's the treble. League 1 and League 2 football. Coventry City in the playoffs. We go to the CBS Arena quite a lot, obviously. Got Goliath coming up. Plenty going on for that. Why is Botty not here? I thought Botty would have been here this week. Saw him in Ireland. I thought he's, well, not really local, what, about an hour away-ish?
Hour and a half.
Hour and a half. Ali all in with the queens. Back with the ace jack.
There's an all in.
And Dan G. Unbeknown to us what he does have, but we're going to see him. There's an ace. Looks like the ace of spades. Off we go. Ali at risk with the queens. What is it? Ace king. Ace queen and an ace on the flop. It's the ace of diamonds, queen of spades.
So Ali gonna need the case lady.
And that is all he can hit. Can we find it? Oh, Ali is gone.
Gone he is.
Gone he has. Out of the door. And just before the break, we lost Connor O'Driscoll. The Luton Town top is in the bin. So is Connor. And he'll jump in the cup, I'm sure. And Ali, Mr. Ali, out, which means we're on 58. $38, get the money. We close this session, but I don't think it'll be this session.
They're going to start today for Cow as well. Up to 160. JK with the 8-4 off. Sent me a picture the other day. FPL.
Yeah.
He's not had Salah or Haaland in his team all season. He's been below me all season.
Yeah.
And then I slipped below him a couple of weeks ago in the league.
So he sent you the picture?
He sent me a picture.
He sent you the picture?
He went, finally. I'm ahead of the worst person to ever play FPL in history.
That's a little bit like Cardiff sending a picture to Luton Town of the league when they're both in the bottom three.
Yeah. Hey there, Brooksley, mate. Coming up for the closer tomorrow, potentially. I'll put the message out and get 1,000 runners if you're here, mate.
The 50k cup, that's what you need to be playing. Flick that in for a day two buying tomorrow in the cup, and then when you bust that, play the closer.
How's Marrakesh?
Yeah, how did we do? What were the rounds like? Thought we played really well. Did you take a putter off the tee box on a par 3 like my friend Mr. J did yesterday?
There's nothing wrong with that. It's called laying up. If I lay up with the iron, I get the same result. Cow Ace King opens. Bav Jack 10 suit. Could free bet here as Bav at this stack depth. Just going to play flat facing the +1 open at Cow. 664. The flop. Oh, Kev, don't. I hit the wire. I had a treble, half 12 kickoffs. I had Watford draw. I had Coventry win, and I had Swansea win. And 94th minute, Swansea letting a goal for Oxford to equalise.
Unbelievable.
Oh, my treble was in.
For a nice little chunk. 93rd minute equaliser.
10-1 treble, just under. The golf was tough, boys, I'm not going to lie. Well, if you need lessons, Joe, you know where to find me.
Shot 100.
I shot
Best round ever.
shot 100 yesterday on the nose.
Best round ever.
Check turn to the King of Hearts River. Nice to see for Cow. Probably going to be looking for value that will not be getting any. Back to the Wednesday swindle for me. So funny. I feel sorry for Brooksy when he comes and plays our Wednesday swindle because do you know what they put him off?
+4.
+8 he plays off.
+8?
+8. So basically it's a par 72. He needs to go round in 64. Just have a little shot, and you've always, it's like a 16-man swindle. So someone always gets 40 points. So he's basically got to break the course record to win the swindle on a Wednesday. Yeah.
+8.
Yeah. I think it was because what they put you off, like this first one, they put him off +2 or +3. He romped it by like 5 shots. So he's off +8 now.
I would love a round, Joe. I really would. Come to the old links at St Anne's. We'll take you round. What is the over 2.5 bet? The over 2.5 was the Rotherham United game. Over 2.5 in the first half was 9-2. I was speaking with Chompy last night, and he said over 2.5 is 9-2 in the Rotherham game first half. It's a dead rubber, nothing to play for. Could be plenty of goals. Two teams letting a lot of goals, and it was 3-3 the first meeting.
Yeah, Ace Queen against the God of Open of Bav. Can go either way. That's good for the free bet. That looks tiny though, Tower. 17.5k, maybe not as tiny as I first thought. So nice and meaty out of position. Could have even gone the full 4x up to 20k as Vic, but Bav wants to see free with his 7-5 of diamonds. Not what we're looking for.
So about 21,000 and a call from Vic on the top bet. Unless this comes something like the 6 of diamonds, then we'll be putting the anchors on. But 5 of hearts. Each of a bit of equity. There's Bav.
Yeah, so just, I guess, Bav slot bet designed to get after some like 9s through queens, this type of stuff. Jack of spades on the river, and Bav just sat here with a 5. Got some ace-5 suited, maybe one of the bluffs of Vic, but don't think we're ever going to be best here. This always looks like a check. Last aggressor.
So Vic with the check mark. Nice little pop. Do you know a guy called Phil Kelly, Joe? Phil Kelly's our... I think he was the pro at St Anne's Old Links. He plays off +5, I think. Does Phil Kelly. Good friend of mine. He's Phil. And a really, really nice lad. Plays on the circuit.
We've got a lot in common then, your mate and Phil, other than the nice lad. But other than the nice lad part, it sounds a lot like Joe Brooks, to be fair.
He's a good lad, Phil Kelly.
Does he play on like the tour below the DP?
Yeah.
Yeah, same as Joe.
Yeah. Yeah, he's... I think it's a couple of years ago. He says, "How have you done this year?" He says, "Could be better." He always says it.
Yeah.
Could be better. He says, "I had 12 seconds. I went, "Right, okay." He says, "Yeah, but I had 14 victories."
Oh, what?
But it
Could
could
be better.
have been better. A super nice lad, Phil Kelly. Always on the course, practicing, putting. Amazing how much putting practice he does.
That's the thing you got to practice most, isn't it? Putting?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
putt more than anything else, especially if you take them off the tee as well.
I'm just getting putting practice in, lads. All right, yeah, from the tee box. Bit of action from the outer tables. And we've got Jamie Brown all in for his 27,000 King Queen against Pocket Jacks to Keith Johnson.
Looking good for Keith. No runners.
Who's dealing that? Is that Crass?
It's got to be Sam.
Or is that
I don't
Sam?
know. It could be. It could be Crass. Could actually be Crass.
Oh, dear. Oh, I thought that was him with dealing with the glasses on.
Crass it is.
Of course it is. Ben Miller, who had a good Ireland. Good to see him. I think he FT'd something in over in Ireland. In Ben.
And it was confirmed in Ireland.
Yep.
Sat outside in the tent on the benches. Ben Miller walks over. 10 seconds later, Ben Miller walks over.
No way.
They're not the same person.
Really?
I was there in
They don't
Ireland.
just share the glasses.
They were stood side by side, two Ben Millers. Not the same person, been confirmed.
Brilliant.
I had to say it when they stood next to each other because it was the first time I'd actually seen them both standing next to each other in the same place.
And there is our Ben Miller in seat number 9.
Dav going to open the ace-8. Joe, ace-jack of diamonds here. 60 effective. Both options available for Mr. Hindry. Goes for the aggressive. It should be in the hand. Doubt Bab's got any ideas with ace-8 off. If you're not on it yet,
5 or 10 minutes to get on it. Tough one today with it being the last day of the season. Not a lot to play for, a lot of teams, but Grimsby have to win.
Grimsby's what's got me worried, I'll be honest with
Grimsby
you.
have to beat Wimbledon.
They don't
to
have
get
to
in the
beat them.
playoffs.
There's situations they only need a point to get in the playoffs.
No.
This is the problem with Grimsby in the treble.
They
If
are.
all the other results, and they know the other results,
They won't know the other results.
yes they will, it's
They
2025.
They won't, but they won't walk around looking at flash score.
It's not people with their Walkmans taking them into stadiums anymore, like in your day, little Walkman on, listening to...
We had to wait
Yeah.
for Radio 5 to give us the scores.
How you doing, Sandra? Surprised we ain't seen you at this one, Sandra. You going to be here? Maybe some side events over the weekend.
She'll be in Reading baking cakes at the end of the month.
Oh, can't wait.
That's what Sandra will be doing.
Did you give her box back in the end?
We did.
We did.
We gave the box back to make sure it gets filled up again.
Queen
And we'll
Nine.
see Sandra in Reading.
Queen Nine of Hearts for Vic. Opens to 45. Johnny Kelly, 8-3 off, double down.
56 players left. 38 get the money.
Got the kids, grandkids this weekend, 4 of them.
Oh, oof, oof, oof. Well, we got a large brandy waiting when they're asleep at 8 o'clock.
Sound that my mum's house is probably packed with kids today. My nephew's 1 and she's got all 8 grandkids around there today, so that's going to be a madhouse. That's why she hasn't tuned in yet, probably. Yeah, getting all set and ready for the chaos she will be. And then Ian Needleman. Hi guys, all my bets are on. Think positive. If I am well enough to see you at the seniors tomorrow, I'll try and bring you some treats. Look forward to it, Ian.
Cheers, Ian. Thanks very much, as always.
So open on, well, from the cut-off. There's Cal, Ben Miller all in for 16.5, and I doubt Cal's going to call a 7 off here. Nice one to get through his bet.
Hope to see you tomorrow, Mr. Needleman.
Okay, so for Vic, opens to 45. Ben Miller in the small, not working with anything. Yes, there is 2 Ben Millers, Jack Davis.
There is indeed.
We got Goliath Ben Miller, and then other Ben Miller.
Portsmouth Ben Miller.
Just to see that from Vic, does the job. And with 3 minutes until the football kicks off, I'm going to get a cup of tea.
Sounds good.
Ready for the treble.
Yes.
Would you like one?
No, I'm alright, thank you actually. Thank you very much. Afternoon, Valerie. Good luck if you play tomorrow, Mr. Ian Needleman. Is it sun shining in Edinburgh? Quite a bit of rain around apparently. Good luck if your team's playing for promotion or relegation today. 56 remaining. 38 get the money. Show you the payouts after this hand. We have 3 bets to 16 with ace 10. How are we doing, Obi? What's happening? Last chance if you want to get in Towers Treble. There it is, Rotherham United, Reading and Grimsby Town. Grimsby really need to win to get themselves into the playoffs. Rotherham, I think, will win a thriller. Could even be 4-3. And Reading against Barnsley is the other game. Pays 7.4 to 1. That's the value I thought I could find today. It was a tough one. Reading, if they win, and Orient only draw, Reading are in the playoffs. And they're playing Barnsley, who haven't won in 3 and lost the last 2. So I fancy Reading at home. And Leyton Orient are playing, so literally whoever wins between Reading and Leyton Orient get into the playoffs, but Reading are playing Barnsley, and that's my treble. So good luck if you're on it, and good luck if your football team's fine for promotion. Like Bradford City, or one of our regulars, Mr. Gillett, has gone to Bradford City today. If they win, they're promoted. Simple as. And we're concentrating on day 2 of Luton. We have a sports book tomorrow for the final, probably 2 tables. On Grosvenor Sports tomorrow morning, there will be a book. No, up in Edinburgh. The sun has got its hat on at the minute. Lovely. Joe with the redraw to the nut flush. Raises Cal's initial bet, so I'm thinking the check raise will work on this flop, which he does. The check raise does work. So Dan Garfield chip leader, 100 bigs. Vic Meta, another deep run for Vic. Who won the mini? Vic. Well, 56.38 is the money. What was your bet with Keith Littlewood anyway?
We had a bet Spurs to so it's Spurs Man U, whoever makes it furthest in the Europa League.
Oh wow.
That's basically the bet, and I done my trademark special in Ireland. 4-2 Leon. Messaged him 111th minute just with the eye emoji and the cash emoji. And then 10 minutes later I get a message from Keith going, "I love you, Jay, Mr. Bock."
They scored 3 in the last 5 minutes.
I do it all the time. It's incredible. I say to everyone, we have to be living in a sim. It happens too much. I'm literally 100% for sending messages when a team looks like they can't come back and win, and they always come back and win. I cursed myself when PSG were 4 up against Barcelona in the Champions League all them years ago, and somehow Barca scored 5. What a spot for Bav.
With the boots.
I was speaking to someone about this spot in Ireland. I was saying I can't remember the last time there'd been an open, a free bet shove, and I looked down at aces. I feel like it's been 3 or 4 years for me. It don't happen very often, but it's one of the nicest spots in poker. when there's an open, a free bet shove, and you peel your cards, and the boots are just sitting there. And it feels like sometimes you go years without this happening. That's bad, the beneficiary of it on this occasion, and Ben Miller going to do well to get out of this one, as Peterborough go one up against Rotherham. Leighton Orient are one up as well.
I'm glad it's the last day of the season.
Yeah, 1 minute, treble over.
50 seconds.
And that is chop outs.
It's good for the over 2.5 in the first half.
Oh yeah, good for over 2.5, great.
Oh, the aces busting Ben. Unlucky Ben. Mr. Ben Miller. Out the door.
How are we doing, Obi? I even said to you, I said Rotherham against Peterborough, like
Well, it's a dead rubber, so
58 to 1 the reverse treble.
great. There you go. We said over 2.5. Chompy's bet was over 5.5 in the game at 9s.
What, the Rotherham game?
Yeah. And I said over what I asked him what the actual price was for over 2.5 in the first half, and he says the actual value is that bet over 2.5 in the first half, which was 9 to 2. So that's what we were talking about yesterday with Graham Mulder. So Johnny Kelly. Good to see him back in his UKPT table. It really is. So the treble's over after 50 seconds. Is that a record? Has to be a record. Treble over after 50 seconds.
2 or 1-0 down. Great. How? There's only two. There's only look at all the games.
Yeah.
No one else has scored.
We know.
No one else has scored. How have you picked out these two?
I don't know. Yep, 30 seconds in. Unbelievable.
Cal going to start leading from the big blind, and Bav here goes for a little min raise in position. This is interesting. Is it a little min raise for value? Some ideas on rivers. Ace Jack is going to be good, so bit of turn value there from Bav. Unorthodox raise in position with the Ace Jack, but got some value from worse.
Yeah, somebody posted that Orient. We don't have Orient in the treble.
Oh,
Reading, Grimsby.
oh,
and
well,
Rotherham.
okay, only one losing.
Yeah.
I thought two
Does
were
that
losing.
make it half better?
That does actually make it half better. When you said Orient 1-0 up, I assumed the other team was.
No, Tim just posted that Orient has
Ah.
scored after 20 seconds.
Okay, it's not as bad as I first thought then. He's 4 suited for Joe in the calf. Going to open. defending ace 8 off.
10-10-7 flop.
The most appetising c-bet for Joe in his ace 4 of hearts. Still going to find it. Just south of 30%, and Danji should be sticking around once with ace 8 high against the bottom range. Still going to be a lot of king highs, queen highs in there we're ahead of. We got 3 to a straight, ace of clubs working as well. Going to take this approach with ace of clubs and an 8 in hand. Bumps it up to 16.5k, and that should be that.
Players out of 285. Decent turnout with the amount of stuff that's going on around the world.
Ten 8 clubs for Joe. LP going to open. We're only 16 off the money tower, and it's 3 o'clock on a Saturday.
Yep. Yep, it's normally about level 16, is it?
Yeah,
when we get to the money.
Going to free bet on the button here. Makes it 13.5. These two start the hand at 65 effective, so like Joe definitely going to come along with 10-9 of clubs, probably going to fold 10-7 of clubs, 10-8 suited, LP versus LP, 60 effective. Wouldn't shock me if he come along here. And it's just going to give Cal credit for a holding.
I thought it was Rob Garfield's son. I did ask yesterday, but I don't think anybody replied. I thought obviously the same surname. I thought it must have been his son. Tell you what, Sam Goodman and Matt Davenport have had a spin today.
Both still in?
Both still in.
Wow.
Both still in. Daniel Garfield is in. Rob was out about an hour ago.
King Queen for Dan. Going to be an open on the button. Makes it 45. JK not had much to work with so far. Second session of the day. But have 8-4 of diamonds. Fighting to defend. Let's flop for Dan, top pair, decent kick up. Just going to continue third, and that will be that.
Above chip leader, 115 bigs. Dan going really well. Vic Meta going for another cracking week. And a deep run in the main, as well as the mini.
Some players just have their casino, their place.
Yeah.
You find it's strange how it works.
Kev Allen second the other night in the high roller. His last second was last year in the main event here in Luton. Ravi Chef, back-to-back high roller champion.
Yep.
Vic Meta won one here, won the mini.
Cow in the hijack here. Joe opening from gun. Cow ace jack off against gun can go either way. Looks like he's going to take the aggressive route, making it 11.5. Queen 6 off above into the muck. That goes. Then we'll do the same. And not the best one for Joe here. When our gun open gets 3-bet, we are suited. Obviously got some nutted equity. I like the fold there. I feel like the 10-8 of club's more viable than the hand before. Ace 9 suited. Just gets out of the way.
Nice. You don't call or raise that problem. Lock it down. Twice in a row.
I heard about the giveaway last night, Kev.
It was a good one. We'll do some more.
One day I'll leave them. One day they got to just be able to suss it themselves.
We have got 5 tickets to give away either today or tomorrow. Probably get them all out of the way today and concentrate on the what could be the final table tomorrow, but I think it'll still be 2 tables.
Has JK been dealt better than 8 high yet?
Not yet.
40 minutes into the sesh.
Not yet. You know at the break when they all say, well, I kept getting dealt trash.
Yep.
He actually is.
Yeah, yeah.
He actually is.
About 7-4 off on the button. Wide open, but we do cover everyone, and we're actually approaching the bubble. 15 spots off now. I thought today as well.
Yeah.
Curtis usually on point. I've never followed one of Curtis's bets.
All right. Okay.
So I thought today I'll go for the -1 Blackpool, -1 Everton. Double from Curtis.
What are we going on?
It's 0-0 at the moment, but it's only 15 minutes in.
Come on, Curtis. You can do it. Last treble of the season.
It just wins every week. I thought, well, I'm just going to follow this guy from now on.
He was here when you 4-bet the freeze.
I did see.
Dang with the ace-8.
More like that, expect to get the game to get round. Especially showing it so confident, definitely. Chances are high.
Ace 3 for Joe, blind on line with Vic. Should be continuing. One that could potentially get aggressive as well. With the ace in there.
Just ran into me when I was it.
He's just going to go for the complete out of position. And Vic with the king-queen. Going to bump things up. And now is Joe. One that still could be used as a bluff. blind on blind specifically. Always continuing ace height. I feel like Joe has one more to take the passive approach, and he's just going to call and C3. Blackpool 1 down.
Okay.
I can put a stop to Curtis's 10 bets in a row. Don't you worry about that. I can stop it. This is what I do. 4 of hearts on the turn does give Joe the flush draw.
That's still chip leader. A lot of blinds though, a lot of blinds. 40 bigs of short stake, Johnny Kelly. Tim says as soon as you said it, 10 seconds later they scored. Oh dear.
Ace 10 opens the 4,500. Cow suited 9 deuce. It's going to have a look. Facing gun.
King, king, 5 flop. Both very deep. I'm just going to see about the flop and go with a 9 deuce just out of the way. You're on 53.
Oh no, I've tried them hats, Mr. Go. Really not good on me. Like the snapbacks with the front ones.
Yeah.
Are honestly, I tried them years ago.
Yeah, they don't fit my head.
They really don't fit my head. Like when the cat bit's like just dead flat, straight out, no curve in it. Suits Vic though. Wouldn't suit me.
Few people that we've lost: Chris Gertin, James Williams, Steve Ray, Adria Dalmau, and Justin Suey. All busting out. Brings us down.
Dan, a couple of 9s in the hijack.
To 53.
Dan, A7 suited defends in the big and does snag the 3 outer on ace 8-3.
Beautiful.
Probably a range bet board, and like 9's ones that just want to bet, maybe like kings. Going to be checking more than 9s just for no equity denial. At 9, still flushing out like a jack 10, a queen 10. Going to be a win. This is where we should be slamming the anchors on as Dan. Not going to get another streak from an 8, I don't think, so Just a little check back. Then G doesn't go for value. After check turn. Quick check behind. I think poor Johnny Kelly should nip to B&M and buy the dealer a new deck.
Oh dear. You're not wrong. It has been tough at the minute for the man, the Kelster, Johnny Kelly. He's on the big blind. He's got to get a hand this time.
You've just talked him in 7 deuce tower.
Here we go. I'm going for at least Jack Queen suited.
At least give him a paint card or an ace.
Jack Queen suited.
Oh, Bav's got aces
Oh,
again.
Don't get something good here, Johnny.
Well, Bav's gone for the limp under the gun. I'm guessing that he was meant to open because there was a wry smile. So, may get to C3 as JK. This is where he don't want to find a hand.
Here we go. 10-3.
At least he started making his way into the Broadway round.
He must have announced raise. Yeah, he has. He did announce raise. Wasn't a limp with the aces.
Huddersfield Town have scored. Problem is, wrong end, says Tim.
Okay. Nobody's got a lane Orient. I wonder if Dan's dad is Garfield. Well, Rob Garfield is his dad. And Rob was playing today, but unfortunately busting out.
It's 10 for Cal in the cut-off. And Bav covering in the bubble, and he's suited 2 will do, facing the min click. Not much going on there for Bav. Going to be higher frequency continues here from Cal. Nice suits to have as well. Ace of hearts in hand, 10 of spades in hand, but going to let Bav realise, and realise he does with the 8 deuce. Now turning second pair. Delay coming in from Cal for half. And after turning second pair, going to be calling once as Bav. 9s through queens going to be there. We expect King X to bet flop.
Four of hearts on the river.
And the dream for Cal.
Beautiful.
Nut flush on the end. And there's Bav not going to be able to hero, just second pair here. Yeah, there's time bank cards are on. You can see them in front of the players, rectangular and blue.
I think they all get 6, is it?
Here we are, one of our TDs in the chat helping us out. 6 time banks to start, 2 more when the bubble bursts, 2 more when you get to the final table.
Thanks, Simon.
There we are.
You're a gem.
Most people don't have to worry about those 2 more when you get to the final, but there we are. Bad blind on blind. King Jack here. As covering are going to be more aggressive nearing the bubble. 13 spots off now. Feel like really going to see Bav go through the gears the next 45 minutes or so. And Dan with the ace-9, just call him. And this one could be fun. Ace-10 free rainbow. So going to have lots of continues as Bav on the ace-high board and Dan top pair of his own. Always continuing, should just be in the form of a call, not needing any protection, keep some bluffs in of our opponent. And now, decision point here for Bav. We could potentially triple this off here and now. The thing is blind on blind, like we don't dislodge a 10 with a second barrel. Like 10x should be coming along for another streak, blind on blind specifically. So as Bav here, if we are choosing to barrel the turn, we need to barrel basically all rivers that aren't an ace-10 or spade. Like still some 10x of spades, ace-x of spades out there. Even some stuff like 4 deuce of spades, which is now a straight, so kind of irrelevant. But as Bav here and now, can he find the unload? And here we go.
6 of clubs is the river.
Because I think it's important to just assess as Bav here that if we're barreling turn, we need to be barreling most rivers. It's one of those situations that a turn barrel doesn't really dislodge enough. Like all the 10x continuing, all the ace-x continuing. So it's one of these that if we are going to barrel turn, we probably need to barrel most rivers. And then if not, just check turn in the first place. I think one of those potentially going to need to bluff 2 streets.
Where are we off next? Oh, that's me with the old looking down thinking, where's that tower's treble gone? No, done it. There is a way where you can get it done. No, it's not that. Done in. We'll get it sorted out very shortly. We are off to Leeds next. Jay's off to Cyprus to do some comms next week.
I fly out Monday, early Monday morning, Sunday night, 5
I'm
AM.
going to do the merit in Cyprus. Then he comes back straight to Leeds. Sam's doing the first 2 days.
Yeah, I've arranged with Sam rather than him having Friday off. I literally land on the Wednesday when we start Leeds. So I said to him, if you want to do Wednesday, Thursday, you can. Just gives me time to go home, wash my clothes, and rather than straight back into the thick of it.
Nice one.
Because in Cyprus it's kind of nice because I got Tuesday off, so I land on the Monday, got Tuesday off, and just sort of regroup.
Yeah, lovely. And then we're back for Leeds GUKPT, and then a week off, and then we're back for Reading 888. So 3 streaming weekends in May. This one, Leeds and Reading.
It's for merit, Dennis. Have 5k here, and as Joe would be calling once with ace high against the bottom range and ace of clubs in hand, but Joe just on point, not coming along against the bottom range, which is going to be wide as Bav. We saw him open 7-4 off earlier on, but maybe just a function of being 10 spots off the money, which actually makes sense. Less inclined to take these marginal calls to the next street.
Yeah, Monte Carlo's on, Cyprus is on, Malta's on, Luton's on. Plenty going on next week.
Mr. Go saying Bub's playing a lot of hands. Do you think he needs to slow down? No, not at this stage. He's got everyone covered at the table. We're 10 spots off the money. Risk is higher for everyone else at the table because they can bust at any given time. Bav cannot, so therefore he just gets to play the widest out of the lot of the table here. Simple as that. Like, if he was one of the shorter to middling stacks, he shouldn't be this aggressive, but it's the time to really chip up as one of the shallower stacks. As one of the bigger stacks. Really give yourself a chance of making that final table. When you have everyone covered on the bubble, we get to play more hands than anyone else. I feel like the King Jack one, though, one of those where potentially the turn barrel only flushes out a few combos, whereas the turn and river barrel going to flush out a hell of a lot. So maybe one that, if barrel's turn has the barrel of that particular river, probably wouldn't have worked though, because Dan well high up in terms of ace-9 blind on blind, so Bav probably would have been doubling Dan up if he did go after it. So maybe a well-timed check in the short term.
Johnny Kelly in a hand.
And a set, Mickey Black's.
The old Mickey Black's turn up.
Joe Hindley does have 2 overcards, club in hand, getting 4 to 1 on money.
Raise it up to 11.
Don't mind it at all. Johnny from +2 going to have a lot of ace high, king high stuff. We can still have 4, 6s and 8s. Even may do this with like some ace 8 suited once in a while. JK just a call. We got a set, keep some bluffs in of Joe.
Three of clubs, jack of clubs now playing. And in the mix, any club.
Yeah, so some of Joe's bluffs completing. Obviously the first ones that come to eye are the front door flushes. Not going to have any 5 deuce in here, which would be double gutted from small. Needs to think about JK's range here as Joe. Once he calls this flop raise, like not going to call the flop raise with ace king, no club, king queen, no club. So maybe thinks he's more weighted towards an overpair. And there's JK here, would definitely be betting. We want to try and get this in by the river, but he's going to let Mr. Hindley realise. And realise he does.
He gets there with the queen of clubs. Ouch for Johnny Kelly.
Thought we'd be seeing turn bet at a decent frequency. Expect Joe to just continue firing his flushes, and maybe the ones that check are the nut flushes, which probably shouldn't be raising as often on the flop. It's just a quick check, and JK going to see how unfortunate he was.
Yep. And just folds away. Off to the outer. We have Kiran with the ace against Ryan Fronda with the ace jack. 10 queen queen flop.
Counterfeit outs there.
And the river's Broadway. Ouch.
Good luck, guys.
Kiran busted by Ryan Fronda with a cap on in disguise. Oh, Ryan.
Blinds up. 1k, 2.5k. Big news in the chat from Razor Kev.
Oi, oi!
We got a Rotherham goal.
You want the millions?
It's what we used to at half time anyway, usually. That's how it usually works. Free drawing at half time in Towers Treble. Would love to see a Blackpool goal before half time though.
Come on, the Millers. Even you rage, even you rage.
So Bav been active, and Joe trying to take advantage of that with the ace block up. And check from Bav on the king 9-7. There's Joe. Not the best combo to have on this board. Not really anything working for us. Feel like we will have still a fair amount of c-bets on the king high board. 3-bet pot with position. Not even a spade in our hand to at least have some sort of insurance. 7 of clubs turn. I think as Bav we are happy to start trying to get some value from our top pair here and now, but goes for the second check over to Joe. Queen of spades on the end. Now this is where Bav does go for his value. It won't be getting any at all from the ace-5. Snap fold from Joe Hindry. Payouts are at the bottom of your screen, Rob. Ask and you shall receive.
Boom!
Blackpool 1-1.
Oi, oi! Come on. It's all happening. It's Saturday afternoon.
Double your money for a in cash. Pocket jacks for Chris from +1. Opens to 5. Any free bets here from Dan, covering 9 off the money now. Seems like too good a spot not to take, and Dan agrees. And it's ill-timed in the fact we've run into top of range here. Chris just gonna have a nice clean 4-bet rip for like 38, 39.
Jacks for Chris. 3-bet from Dan. Gets a call with the jacks and flops best does Dan.
Yeah, Chris should be sending this one tower. Yeah, we're close to the money, but we're still probably like an hour from the money in terms of time. And jacks for sub 40. I think we can just go for the 4-bet send as Chris here now. Dan getting to realise flops top and the jacks in a world of hurt on this board. Just going to relinquish out the way. Nice one for Dan Skeggs.
Very lucky. Very lucky.
47. We're down to 47.
Ipswich have scored. Great, that lasted long.
Oh,
I thought you were an Ipswich fan, Curtis. I just realised you're backing against your own mob today.
well, they are down, aren't they? Could end up 5-1, that.
I hope it does.
I think it will. I think it'll end up 5-1.
5-1, yeah?
Yeah. I'm going for 5-1.
Ace King for Dan, blind on blind. Not going to get any action though, because we already know Johnny Kelly's going to wake up with spanners.
Poor old Johnny.
9-6, little improvement. Suited 9-6 for JK. And position, facing 3x. Only got 22 bigs, but I'd still be seeing 3 with this one blind on blind. JK in with the call. Does catch a pair. That bottom no good against the top pair. Top kicker and Dan here. Maybe go for a bigger bet here as Dan to set up some turn jams potentially. Not on this occasion. I might have sized up here just to say get to shove turn for pot against JK. 18 in the middle. We could go for like a 2/3, 12k, which would just give us sub pot to jam most, if not all turns.
Jack of clubs on the turn.
Does pick up this dummy end gut shot as JK, but renderless against the ace king of Dan. Queen would be no good for us, so drawing to a 9 or a 6 on this turn card. Don't see how we get to continue here as JK do beat some stuff blind on blind, some like ace deuce through ace 5, attacking pre-covering. As JK just not really got coverage on rivers other than specifically a 6 that we want to see. Dan gets that one through.
Quickly off to the outer table. We have another all-in and a call. Keith Littlewood has woke up with kings. Short stack Stephen Woodhead, 7-6 of hearts.
Well, we're gutted.
Any 4s about? Needs a 4. He's not. Keith fills up. Steve Woodhead out the door, unfortunately. Another one bites the dust. An Eagles fan as well as a Man United fan. Well, he had to
Are
pick,
they Eagles bad as well then?
he had to pick a winning team. They won the Super Bowl this year.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. They absolutely battered. They absolutely battered the Kansas City Chiefs.
King 10 suited for Bav. Opens to 5k. All the way around to Chris in the big 9-4 into the muck for Chris.
So we're down to 47.
Who do you think is the most calmest on this table? I reckon. 1, 2.
I've never seen Joe through two at the same time.
The books are owned by the Glazers. They are indeed. Do they still have part ownership in Man United, the Glazers?
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah, they still got all them green and yellow scarves all the Man U fans wear, right? Like the Norwich fans.
All right.
Ace-9 for Dan. Makes it 55. 9-4 suited for Bav here. Did Bav just free bet? Wow. Makes it 22.5k. Size is on point. Combo is optimistic and is going to get Dan off the Ace-9 off. 9-4 suited for Bav. Well out of line, but applying pressure on the bubble. These two identical stacks. Not sure it's the man we want to be targeting. Maybe some read there. That works out lovely.
I bet Dave's asking Nixon, shall we go to pub? Bet he is.
Likes the old pub day, don't he?
Bet he is. No word of a lie. He will have said to Nixon, fancy an hour. Yeah. When's your break? When's your break? No word of a lie.
Better not tell him about what we're doing in the sports book today.
Oh,
Don't mention that to Dave, he'll be...
free beers,
Yeah.
free bets,
Yeah.
free burgers. Oh my word. Such. I don't know what the Glazers do. They've just got a lot of money.
You got to have time with football club, I guess.
Well, they own the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as well.
Okay.
The American football team. They own them first. Then they got Man United involved, and then probably other things.
47 left now, 9 spots off the money. Are we going to get there before dinner?
We could actually do so because obviously the dinner's level 6.
Oh, okay, we are going to get there before dinner. Are we going to get there before the second
The
break
end
of
of
the
level
day?
4. The end of level 4. 38 with 9 spots off it. And Johnny Kelly. I did say Johnny Kelly was going to get Jack Queen at one point.
Yeah, about an hour ago.
He has not had the distribution. When he gets a set of 6s, he ends up losing to 4 to a flush.
Yeah, maybe could have bet turned that hand though as JK. I think that's maybe a little misstep there. But he's going to win a pot. I think that's the first one of the session.
Yay! Go on, JK.
Hour and 15 minutes in, JK takes some chips his way.
You gonna jam on me there, John? Sorry? You gonna jam on me if I free bet? Yes. Yeah, I figured that. Felt it.
I was thinking about jamming 3 anyway. Like, if I'm raising, but I wanted to get some value out of it.
Nice one, Ravi. All the best. Good luck at the EPT. Is that Monte Carlo?
Yes.
Beautiful. Enjoy Monte Carlo, Ravi. Good luck. Hope you bring home a lot of dollars, euros, whatever they use.
They just use gold in Monte Carlo. Just gold.
Exactly.
Yeah, literally, just gold. You're buying in gold.
Have you seen the price of an ounce?
Yeah. Golden nugget gets you a can of Coke over there.
Just about. All the best, mate. I really enjoy Monte Carlo. I think it's somewhere that obviously never been, but it will be, even just to see it, and just to see the wealth out there that just walks around, just parked up and just on the harbour.
You know it's a place for money when the best route over there from Nice is a helicopter ride.
Really?
That's
Is that
when
what
you know.
it is?
Yeah, you can
Is
get. We used to be able to like 7 years ago, but you can get a helicopter ride from Nice over to like
Wow.
where it is. Yeah, so that's when you know the gaff's got a bit of money about it.
Yeah. Yeah, somewhere I've never been. But
Because I think you have the option. There's like a long bus, or you can get the helicopter, and I think you know what most poker players in Monte Carlo would be choosing.
say hello to Danny Maxwell, the photographer. He'll be out there working for Poker Stars.
We're going to go freeway. Dan opens ace queen, called in 2 spots to the 6, 7, 8. Don't think we want to be c-betting this one 3-way into both blinds as Dan. Likely to be going 3-way to the turn. Just the 10 of spades. I wouldn't actually mind a lead here from Joe if Dan checks in the small. Got the jack in hand, removal to the nuts. We're just going to have a lot of 2 pairs, 9x from the big blind specifically. And you expect Dan to start leading himself with some strong hands. So I feel like this is a real nice spot for Joe to do exactly this. Just sub 40% lead and going to get 2 better hands to fold. Nicely done.
You've been very quiet. I think you can do something with this one.
Sorry?
You've been very quiet. I feel like you can do something with this hand.
No, I'm just tired. I've been getting dealt. Not prepared.
So am I. I still make it work.
King for the cow. Not be doing anything. Out the way.
I'm not raising 9-4 off. I'm not free bet 9-4 off, so.
How did you know I did that?
I didn't. I'm just guessing. That's the pressure I've been getting.
How much? This one is worse than what.
I mean, I'm happy to battle, but not like, bottom of the deck.
Scrolling across the bottom is what we're playing for, as we're down to 43. Wow. 5 off the money.
40 minutes to lose 5. First gonna look at this hand between Dan and Joe. Dan, 6-3 suited, folded 2 on the button, wants to open. Bottom pair for Dan. High equity draw for Joe. And once again, may start leading as Joe here. Fold out some ace highs, even some stuff like deuces and threes potentially in there. Feel like once again a nice spot to lead as a bluff. After checking back flop and picking up dummy and gutter, can't go anywhere even against half as Dan. Gonna have to stick around for a river here against small blind. That's gonna be some like 10-9 suited, jack 9 suited, queen 9 suited as bluffs, ace 8, ace 4, this type of stuff. But Dan just gonna let second pair and a gut shot go after checking back flop. Joe getting the better hand to fold as we spin over to an outer table, and it's Zhang Zhuang Du against Charlotte Waters. Zhang Zhuang with the king jack.
Is that a double? Looks like a double.
So double for Zhang Zhuang. He's going to put him north of 100. We go over here. Mario with the pocket threes, all in against Andy Dickinson.
Action everywhere. On a 2,
You trying hard to
2,
give your chips away, though, Mario. I'm gonna give you.
jack. Is that quads?
Yeah, so I think that was all in pre-bet. Mario with the
Or
freeze,
threes?
busting Andy Dickinson, who had the ace queen. So 2 all in and calls out on outers. 1 double, 1 bust out.
Charlie with the A7, second in the Endem Mob Championship over in Dublin last week was Charlie.
A7 off here for Dan. Slightly too middling, I think, to free bet here, but if we know how much Bav has been getting after it the last 90 minutes, maybe more inclined to take the aggressive route, and looks like that's going to be the case here from Dan. These two, as the 2 big stacks on the table, incentivized not to really get after each other on the money. Only 2 that can do damage to each other's stack, but they are battling. Bav just free bet the 9-4 against Dan. Now Dan going to take the A7 off against Bav from the big blind. And Bav just says, I don't believe you.
I am a non-believer.
I've got 8-9 off. Forget about theory and combos. This is just street poker. Looking at his opponent and saying, "You ain't got it, mate. It don't matter what my cards are when I know you haven't got it." And now that's got to be it. Surely that's got to be it. And there's the fold. And Bav just getting after Dan G. Second time out of line 3-bet/4-bet. But it works. And that is street poker. You can talk about all these fundamentals as much as you want and what we should do and how selective we should be with combos, but sometimes in a live setting you just look the guy in the eye and say, he's not got it, and then just bump it right back up. Fair play to Bav. How we doing, Trozani? How was Island, guys? Hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
Yep, indeed, I did too. Really, really superb. Really enjoyed it. I don't know how any of the Grosvenor team went on. Didn't really see Tom or Richard to talk to, and if any of them had a decent touch. But they took about 72 qualifiers, Grosvenor Poker. But I didn't really get a chance to speak to Richard or Tom too much. Obviously, I was working all the time.
Working all the time.
Oh, was that it? That was busy.
Yeah, you're busy in the crack den, necking Guinnesses, splitting the G's. It was busy. I don't know how you got through the week, Tal. I'll be honest with you, I have no idea how you got through the week. Yeah, nice one for Joe to choose. We really like these. Middling offsuit ace-X, LP versus LP. Nice one's the 3-bet bluff. Now over to Dan G. Ace 10 suited. Cold 4 or fold. Goes with fold. Should be working out for Joe Hindry. And work out it does as we spin over for out of table action once again, and it's Ryan Fronda who is all in and at risk against Martin Helmuth.
The Fronda.
Ace 4 for Ryan. Martin with the 3s. Oh, now needing a 3 or an ace to survive.
Can he get there? The 3 on the river. Sit back, Doon. Ryan Fronda up from Portsmouth. Beautiful. Gets himself a nice double.
King Queen for Joe in the hijack. Opens the 5. Johnny Kelly. He's had Queen Jack off. He's had pocket 6s. That is about it for JK this session. Big second half coming up for the treble. All drawing, so
Yep.
not out of it just yet.
Here's 3 for Vic, raises to 5.5.
Ace 3 suited for Vic. Been quiet. Does get a raise and take through.
So 4 off the money. 31 minutes to go until the end of the session.
Ace-8 for Chris. Got it open. 4 spots off the money, but still fine to attempt to steal. We can just raise fold this one. Just picking up that blind and ante is good for us, but Bav, I thought Bav had folded. It said fold, but Bav actually in with the free bet, just attacking 4 spots off of the money, and he's chipped up nicely thus far. I'm going to get this one through, you expect. I'm just going to get it through. Did Joe win at the win in Vegas recently? 1k buy-in? Yes, he did. It was about 3 months ago, I think. Well, not recently.
Just before Christmas, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe just before Christmas. Maybe like 5 months ago. God, we're in May already.
I know.
Where's it going?
Exactly.
I can't believe Vegas is next month.
Yes.
There won't be a dinner break in 30 minutes time, guys. Has been confirmed. Going to be after level 6 of the day. Is that going to be the same from here on out? Do we know, or is it just Luton?
I don't know. I don't know how it's panning out, but I thought it was end of level 4, but it's not.
Thing is, my body's programmed now to get hungry at about R4, ready for the buffet.
Yeah.
It's programmed, ready for R4 buffet.
Yeah. Yeah, it was second in the LA Classic in February of this year, for 200,000. Won the Venetian last year, the Venetian deep stack for 81k.
I remember that one. He just got off the plane, didn't he?
Yeah,
Literally
that's right,
jumped straight into it and just bink.
Bought in the same day. I remember him.
Tim Slater done that as well. Jumped off the plane, played the turbo at the wind, bink. Can happen. Never good when you've got both teams to score 5-fold and every single team is 0-0.
Is it
It's
really?
hard, it's hard to do, yeah. 1, 2, yeah, 3, 4, 5.
That is hard to do.
It is hard to do. That's where Gully usually pops up and says, me too.
Yeah, he's at Bradford City. He's at the match, needing a victory to get promotion. And he was 0-0 at half time for Bradford.
Fold here for Chris for sure. Now we're going to open, but I feel like this one, when we just unblock all the good hands, we block all the trash that we want to fold behind. Maybe one that I'm just going to fair bet up in the form of a fold, but 9-4 in the big line for Vic. Doesn't matter. We get it through.
So 4 spots off the money, 30 minutes to go until the end of this session. If Johnny Kelly catches out today, tell him to go and buy a lottery ticket before 7 o'clock. It has been a bit of a grind, hasn't it, with old JK so far? It really has. But 4 spots off the dosh. He will be grinding away. 18 bigs. 4 spots off the money.
Chris Fives under the gun, should be in the muck. Oh, gonna go for an open here. Sketchy one from Chris, and Bav in with a call with the ace-10 suited. Feel like when we got sub 30 under the gun, like probably even fold 7s here theoretically. Obviously small pocket pairs gonna reduce drastically in value with ICM. Our risk premium is high with most of the table covering us, so it's just better to have some hands for removal. Maybe just a factor of not studied in bubble spots and what hands we should be opening off of these shallow stack depths and what hands we should be letting go. And to be fair, if you've not looked at a solve or run a sim in these parts of the tournaments, you look at a pair and you think, oh, it's a good hand, I need to open, but that's not the case. Oh no, Dennis Shaw, why'd you do it to us?
Barnsley, were they playing?
Barnsley?
Oh, Reading.
They're playing Reading. Who are you
Oh,
putting your treble?
Oh no, Reading have to win to get in playoffs.
So do Barnsley, don't they?
No, Barnsley have got.
That's the Grimsby game.
Barnsley
yeah, sorry.
can't do anything.
So Chris continues for third here. Bav going to raise in position, and he's just getting after it, approaching the money as Bav, and this is probably another reason why we should be just letting this go as Chris. Bav on our direct left has been relentlessly raising left, right, centre, and when you've got a player as active as that on your direct left, going to need to be slightly tighter in these given scenarios. Now can't really do much with the 5s as Chris. Chris makes the call. A king on the turn. Great card to see for Chris because we have a lot of king X in our range, and Bav not likely to be barreling on this card. But the thing is, if we check river, which I'm guessing we will as Chris, Bav may now just assess that Chris never had a king and may choose to put him in for all of it. 2 spots off the money. Sorry, 2 spots off the bubble.
Chris checks.
Bav just going to give it up. 5's going to be good for Chris. Oh my word. Any good news, chat? Anything?
What's that?
Anything good, chat?
Can't see anything. Oh, good timing. What's happening?
Barnsley 1-0 up,
Okay.
and Grimsby 1-0 down. But I don't mind about that because I put Wimbledon in my treble. I had the old switcheroo, but only with the Wimbledon. You're doing the reverse, Kev. No way Kev's on the reverse. I left Reading in. And I left Rotherham in. But I put Grimsby in, Wimbledon in instead of Grimsby. So that's good for me. It's not good for you. I told you that Grimsby would not be winning this game. I told you at the start of it. Said stay away from Grimsby. And you put Grimsby in.
I've no idea who's put the treble on. Because I'm not. I am McTower.
Oh, McTower, yeah.
So I have no idea what you're on about.
Huh?
Tower's disappeared. McTower in the building for the rest of the duration of the game. McTower is here.
Shocking.
Shocking.
These people hard earn money.
Unbelievable. Never back in Grimsby ever again. And I'm not doing another treble till next season. I quit for today.
Well, that is lucky.
When we get to Leeds, I'm not even doing one. When I get to Reading, not doing one.
Barnsley's 2-0 now. The reverse treble is well and truly in if you were on it.
For the first time ever. No, because Rotherham are drawing.
I keep thinking it's the Orient game. Yeah, it's Rotherham the other game. It's going to be in.
Oh, thanks. Just to compile the misery.
The thing is, I'd love to go back through the years, and I feel like the result that comes in the most is 2 losers, 1 winners. I feel like that's the most over the last 6 years. You get 2 losers, 1 winner. So maybe we should just do 3 singles.
So Rotherham United next year will be playing Reading, Luton, Blackpool. How many other stops have we got?
I don't know.
How many other GUKPT stops have we got football teams?
I don't know. I'm just fed up with this treble.
Me too.
It's been, what, a year and a half since we had one in?
No way, we got 2 in earlier this year.
No, we never.
It did, we got 2 in 3 weeks.
Must have been one of the legs I was off. I had to have been.
Me and the chap.
So 9-7 suited here as Chris has to complete. Okay, 9-7 suited into the muck, and this is the dynamic Bav has set up from his aggression. Chris not even completing a hand that's mandatory to complete there. And Bav has created this dynamic. Her players not even wanting to complete a hand as strong as that, blind on blind. Yeah, Barnsley 2-0. I don't know why I bother. I'd be 10k better off, I reckon, over 6 years if it weren't for Tower. Probably would. King 9 suited here for Dan. Oh, JK. Gonna flat King Queen off here.
Jack 6 flop.
This is the thing with JK. I feel like we just leaked 2 bigs here. Better to potentially jam versus LP of one of the chip leaders approaching the bubble. We're just going to get so many folds when we have a king and a queen in our hand, blocking a decent amount of the calls from Dan. And Dan goes for check here over to JK. I actually like it a lot. Should play a fair amount of checks in this spot. Now, this is where the delay should be coming in. Turn the spade draw. And now it's JK probably just going to have to get out of here. Didn't even go back call on the turn. I thought Dan was counting out a delay. Check on the turn. I doubt it's done.
Looks like check on the river as well. Johnny Kelly going to take a pot and move up to 60,000 with the blind at 2.5.
Yeah, shocked at that from Dan.
With 4 off the money.
JK gets away with one, letting King Queen show round the winner there is Dan G when we turn a flush draw. Strange ongoings.
So 13 minutes to go. It looks like we're going to get to the break on time. 4 spots off the dosh.
Queen Jack suited for Vic. Hasn't really been involved much this session. Hasn't needed to be. But this one got to be opened from gun. I still don't know how JK won that last pot tower. I have no idea how Dan G covering.
Just more or less gave up.
Yeah, it's just strange, really strange. Now JK back to just shy of 24 and another spot ongoing. Feel like against the under the gun opening range from Vic, who hasn't been active at all this session, we could potentially just fold here. Feel like if I saw Vic open, who'd been really not active at all, really tight, might have just let it go, as JK does. Round to Joe Hindry, Queen at 7 off here in the big blind. Vic covers, 4 off the money. Doubt we're going to see a defend here from Joe.
Four spots off the money. Oh, Spade is in with the nose. The Millers are winning.
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi. Come on, you Millers.
Just 3 Reading goals, not much.
Rotherham United.
3 Reading goals.
What a team.
30 minutes.
What a team. The over 5.5 is on. What a team.
Better with the ace-9, flops nice, top pair, top kick up. Continues for 2/3, quick fold from Vic.
Well, still chip leader, 100 bigs, 10 minutes to go until the end of the session. And at the moment, Bradford City are not going up. Because Walsall are winning. For the
Walsall?
first time in 14 games. Gillett will not be happy. They need a goal to beat Fleetwood. Gillett will not be happy, man.
Queen Jack for JK. Would be passing from gun. Just taking his time. Just going to run down that clock, try and get to this next break, and then when we come back, potentially Queen 4 for Bav, pressuring. And Danji with the same hand. Now he's going to do much from the big line here. And just under 10 to go before we take 15, guys. No dinner break. The buffet going to be next break.
Under level 16. And we're still 4 off the money, so we're alright. Looks like we're going to hit the break on time.
Oi, oi! I
What's
said
up,
we
mate?
needed 3 Reading goals. How about 2? Reading 1,
Oi, oi.
Barnsley 2. So, Barnsley Reading equaliser, make it interesting for the last 15. Bav just almost involved in every pot at the moment, but no one wanting to battle with him, so he's just going to keep raising and taking. Likely to end up in the chop. I doubt there's any situation JK folds against Bav, how active he's been once we flop top pair here. But then again, on the ace 5-5, once JK check calls, Bav will know that JK has a 5 or an ace, so Bav may be less inclined to barrel off as a bluff. Both river the boat, the case ace rolling off, so this one's going to be chopped up. No one's folding at any given point. JK going to try and get some value, and as Bav here, guess we target a 5. If he's got ace 8, whoop-de-doo, it happens. There's the raise from Bav, and JK just calls, and they will chop it up, and we're spinning over to an outer table because we got an all in and a call. Akshat.
It was a bit quick.
Yeah.
Where's the cards?
Must have been short.
Where's the cards, man? Whoa, calm down, man.
8-6 against
Flipping heck, help us out, please.
the Ace Jack.
I'm glad you saw it.
And Akshat Bansal going to be out.
Stato, look at Stato's stack.
Wow.
Look at that.
How are we doing, Orange? We are all well. We're going on break in 5 minutes. Before I see it for Vic out the way. Just trying to slow things down as a JK.
He wants to get to the break.
Chris just 3-bets 9-3 suited on the bubble, 3 off the money against someone that covers. What is going on? Oh my word. I keep covering, I can kind of understand it, but when we're covered, we just don't get to do anything at this stage. Our risk premium is through the roof as Chris, and we want to go for the old 3-bet with that combo. If it was Bav, if it was Danji, a pressuring like a 30 big stack makes sense, but when we're covered, we are not supposed to be getting aggressive unless we're at the top end. Interesting old 3-bet, but it does work in the short term. Don't try it at home though, recommended.
Hi Orange. Oh, you're both well. We are indeed. Thank you very much.
Oh wow, Blackpool 3-1.
Oh, you need a Everton goal, don't you? Beautiful. For the double. For Curtis's double. Come on, the Everton. So this could be the last hand of the session, the way it's worked out and the way the guys have slowed it down, because there are only 3 spots off the dosh. We are on 41 players.
Yeah, but we're going to quickly spin
Oi,
over
oi.
first, because it's Zhang Zhuang. How has he got aces every single hand?
Wow.
Like, he's just always got aces.
Well, wait from the dealer to let us catch up and see what's needed.
That will do it. That will do it on the turn. Dead. So we're going to see a double for Zhang Zhuang.
There's the double. Ian Needleman with the news. Blackpool 3-1.
This is going to be the final hand of the session for us, I believe. King Queen for Dan is going to have a look. It's 995 Rainbow. So there's Joe here. Looks like it's going to count out a C-bet. Against this small size, Dan is going to take one off with his 2 overs. So this will be the last hand from us as Dan strikes the king on the turn. Likely to see check here. Doubt Joe's going to be barreling. I guess we can target a 5, but still ahead of all this 6-7, 7-8, 6-8 type stuff. So there's a check back and a 4 on the river. So value for Dan. And then Joe has caught 2 pair on the end, and as I say, we do beat 6-8, 7-8, 8-6, sorry, 6-7, 6-8, 7-8, 48 combos of gutters in there that potentially would have to bluff some of the time. So that's why Joe not insta-folding here with bottom pair, and I understand why. Beating 48 combos, assuming that they're always going to bluff, may not be the case. But tricky one here after river in a 4. As everyone takes their 15-minute break, Joe Hendry is going to pay it off and see the bad news against the King Queen. But one more hand for us guys as we spin over to the outer table. It is Keith Johnson who's going to be all in and at risk against Mitch with the ladies.
Queens against 9s. 10 ace deuce. Hearts not playing for the 9s.
Going to need a 9 as Keith.
A 9 and a 9 only. It's not. It's another king.
So we are going to lose Keith. And I wonder if those two will be having dinner together.
Keith Johnson busted out by Mitch. And that is it. We'll see you back in 15 minutes with the resumptions. And no news of Towers Treble. See you in 15. Does so much for charity as well. Next event for us, UKPL wise, Newcastle. Back to the table, the Westlife's in. The King Ten of Hearts.
Yeah, pretty clear one for Westlife.
Gavin with the Queen 9 out of the hijack.
Around 8 bigs. And Shan.
Boy, this is a call all day long.
May even ISO Tower only working with 24 here, so ISO probably in order from Shan.
All in, he says.
There we go, and it could be goodbye to you, my trusted friend. Yeah, goodbye to you, your trusted friend. He won't want to see. He'll want to see a king, but not a 10.
Goodbye to you, my trusted friend.
Great track, that. Great track.
Wait, you know, it wasn't their original one, you know that, don't you?
I know it weren't. It was Terry Jacks, I think.
Well done.
As it comes 984, so it's looking bleak for the Westlife.
It is indeed. This is it. Bop, bop, baby. We're off.
Well,
Oh,
we got some chop outs. Any queens or sevens?
oh Queen!
Oh, wow, queen for the scoop.
The Queen gives him the straight and Barry up to 300,000. The Westlife.
Back doors into the nuts.
Whoa. He had a dream.
He did have a dream, and now he's flying. Absolutely flying without wings. Barry Greenan turned some chop outs, but found the queen on the end for the scoop.
Hey.
Well, here we are again, and Ravi against Dost here. Couple of ladies, and the way Dost plays, it wouldn't shock me if this got in pre, but Ravi's chose a bad time to flat, because I feel like Dost is the type that might 4-bet send tens in this scenario, although we probably shouldn't. Sitting second in chips, but I feel like he's the type of customer that may have run it with his hand here and now. Wow. But
Look at this for an absolute Cooleville. Oh, nines, tens, jacks and queens.
what on earth is going
What
on?
is happening here?
And Stephen, with all this action
my.
in front, Dost,
The Turk's in for his 2 big blinds. Steve McCabe just calls. So we're going 4-way, nines, tens, jacks and queens.
I don't think I've ever seen this. Nines, they're all there. All the pairs. Who's going to flop a set?
The queens.
Oh, my
Oh,
word.
set over set. This is just ridiculous.
And Ravi,
Imagine the jack of diamonds on the turn.
imagine it.
One time dealer.
So Ravi has to bet this one three-way, no check-in. Don't even need to go too big. Still enough out there to get called by it. Uh, 125. And just a jam from Stephen.
Whoa, for 30 bigs? For 30 BBs?
Yeah, I would have just flatted here because like Ravi just gets the hero fold some Queen X now.
Well, he has to call and he shows a set. Then he's just set over set. And Mad Turk's thinking, how am I even third in this coup?
Either way, Stephen goes broke, but like I think if we're looking at how to play this hand, we should just flat keep Ravi's bluffs in, not let him hero fold a Queen X. Because like I feel like Ravi hero folds Ace Queen in this spot tower. I feel like he's good enough the way Stephen plays. Any case nines for Stephen. 10 on the turn for the Turk, perhaps to keep him alive. Some hope.
The 7. Wow, set over set. Steve McCabe is going to bust out early on an FT again. Oh, I love the Mad Turk. Look at this. Set over set over set. Have you ever seen anything like it? Set over set over set. Wow.
And Ravi up to 3 million, propels him to about 35% of the chips in play. It could be the Ravi show from here on out because he likes to put them to work when he's got plenty.
What a hand on the FT. Sorry, Matty. Half of us are on snide fire sticks. He might miss. He might be offside. I'll try and remember that. 8's for Hamza. Dean with Ace Queen. Just under 28 bigs for Hamza. Raises to 160. Dean's 3-bet to 400.
If he jams, it's going to be super interesting because of how tight the stacks are with each other.
This is Jumbo, isn't it? 8's for 28.
Things get funny in ICM. Like a lot of the time, you want to have the sort of hand that Tom had, like a high-low with a blocker, because of just what Dean's range is going to look like. He's going to be very strong at the top.
Yeah. Well, it makes a call.
Dean's basically going to 3-bet suited aces and his value combos.
2, 4, 10. So 10, 4, deuce, flop.
Probably just a small bet, 250.
And then the 8's will have a decision.
200.
Yeah, well, even smaller.
Yep. Eights will not be folding.
Counting out raising chips, that's all of it. That's basically it.
Oh no, they're yellows though, right?
Ah. 1, 2, 3 for the 12. Are they yellows or reds?
Are my eyes working?
What's that? 525?
Yeah, so
550.
it is yellows, yeah, he's gone for a click up.
550.
Really awkward spot for Dean now.
Just ace high. On a 10-eye board.
You're getting 5-1 with some overcards, but then again, it's just like you're putting in loads of chips in a dicey ICM spot. It's very awkward. I definitely do not fault him for calling, but you're not happy.
Bit of a huge pot brewing. 2.1
Yeah,
million.
out of nowhere. This is.
Yeah, absolutely. On a 10-eye board.
They both got less than pot on the turn. If the card comes higher than a 10, Dean wins.
Oh, Dean's. Well, that is.
Any of them, but that's the best one.
The second best card to hit, the Queen of Hearts.
Yeah.
So, now then Hamza. He said all in and a snap.
Wow.
Oh, the 8s, baby.
Yeah, that's a punt.
Oh, Hamza. Hamza. Ugh. Needs an 8, and there's only one left in the deck.
You just got to realise in this spot, any high card is so favourable for Dean's range.
Oh, man.
He's saying he's already got over pairs or over cards when he peels the flop check raise.
And the 10 means we lose Hamza in 6th place, Hamza Kalek, eliminated. And now Dean Lyle, Dino Supremo, is big chip leader. £8,140 for Hamza. Well played, sir.
We're in the same order as well,
We are back, guys. The treble is down, but we got the poker to look forward to. New table coming up. We are 2 off the money. Quick rundown of the players. In 1, Brandon Harris. 2, Igor Istrazov. 3, Zheng Miao. 4, Seb Young. 6, Simeon Shah. 7, Tommy Bingham. And in 9 is Dean Lyle, you would have just seen in the highlight reel from the UK Open, playing a big pot at the high roller final table.
Don't say that, sir. 17-5.
Have you stopped talking about me?
Oh, I literally just said the first couple of minutes about the treble. I said, but we got the poker to look forward to.
Hey,
We'll do some
we've got some
giveaways.
giveaways.
I just
Unbelievable.
It's just not real. I don't think. I don't see how you can pick 3 teams in.
Rotherham United won.
Yeah, anyone can pick 3 teams and get one up. It's the easiest thing to do ever. I could do that with my eyes closed.
No, but that was it. They were even money, so it was very good. Very good price.
Yeah, Reading were 1 to 2.
No, well, 5 to 7, but yeah.
I got okay.
They weren't the best.
They were 1
price.
to
But
2.
they-
They were
but
1
they
to
need-
2 with some bookmakers.
I'm just glad they're not in the playoffs now because they've let us down on the treble. They're not in the playoffs. Let us down on the treble. Poop. That's what they were. Poop. And I'm glad Razor Kev didn't get the reverse treble up either. So no. Going on the reverse treble, I ask you. Anyway, we are that's what we're playing for. £56,720. 38 get the money, and as you can see right there, we are on 40. So very, very close. 2 spots off the money. And 56,720. Sometime tomorrow we'll be crowning a champion of Luton.
And the way things have gone so far today, you think we've still got 3 sessions of 2 hours, so with 40 left,
Yep.
not out the realms of possibility that we hit an FT today, as the Cheng goes to the still off of 42 with the A7, Seb in with the free bet. Apologies, Curtis, mate. I know you don't usually lose bets, but I thought I'd follow you today. And as you know, with me, I don't usually win bets. So when I'm following someone's bet, you can blame me. So is the Cheng not insta-following? Seb is supposed to be active here, but maybe just running the clock down, using a bit more time, let the outer tables play more hands. Here's Dean, just going to get his tank on, slow things down a little. Seb. In the cut-off. Opens to 6k. Tommy A6 suited here in the small blind. They're probably just going to be playing cool, I feel like, at this point in the tournament. We know Seb's going to be opening wide. We know that. We're not even going to play cool. We're just going to be folding. And Jamie. Ultra shallow in the big blind. Just fours. Ace 10 for Brandon, fresh off of his 6-figure score in Ireland a couple of weeks ago. Makes it 6,500. Sim making the call in the cut-off.
Oh, that old chestnut. Yeah, I know your games.
And Jamie, what a spot when you're this shallow. Couple of ladies in the small blind. I'm not sure what Tommy's up to here. So, okay, I think I know what's going on here. So Sim wanted to open. He hadn't seen Brandon's open, I'm guessing. So he made it 8.5k, which then has gone as a raise. So now Tommy has taken the queen deuce off, knowing that Sim never going to have a strong hand because he just free bet that in the first place, and then it's just Brandon that he's got to get through. So as Tommy here, hard to be in worse shape pre-flop. You're going to love what you see as Jamie with the ladies when they're span over.
We've seen a lot of 3 and 4 betting this week.
Yeah, this is just a misclick though. This is all it is. Sim's misclicked. He's meant to open. He didn't realise Brandon had opened. His raise has then gone as a raise because it's over 50%. And I think Tommy's just said, right, Sim's now got a strong hand. I know Brandon will open him correctly. I'm just going to get after it. I still never would have taken queen deuce as Tommy. I think it's outrageous even still. And no way Jamie's going to fold ladies here. He'd literally be heads up against the queen deuce. He's just waiting for the time bank just in case there's a couple of bust outs.
Yep. Stick it in, Jamie. Get it in. Not going to be any bust outs. Going to see the good news as well. So the queens are in. Simeon.
Yeah, I can't wait to see everyone's faces when Queen Deuce is rolled over here with Tommy. Everyone's going to think, what on earth is going on? Queen Deuce? Does Sim feel like he's just getting too good a price with 8s here? 3-1 on a call with Sim. And he's got to remember that Tommy knows that he's never got a top end holding after the pre-flop occurrence. Lengthy hand occurring, not even out of flop yet, but let's see him. He is going to take the price.
Yep, goes with the 8s. So we have a side pot. Jamie is all in with the queens. Flops top set. Queen, the case queen comes to just cement more or less a nice pot for Jamie. And now Tommy in 7, bet 17. Simeon is going to have to get out of the way. Oh, Sim sharp. Oh, he's not going out of the way. He's in the, wow. He makes the call, so we have a side pot. Tommy with top pair. Imagine if we could get him off this side pot.
Maybe Tommy hasn't got Queen Deuce. Oh, he has got Queen Deuce.
He has got Queen Deuce. Big laugh. Sim gets out of the way with the 8s. And there's the old Queen Deuce. And everybody's looking like as if, what the...
Yeah, you make a good point, actually, Lou. Come back to it on River's meaningless. The Queen Deuce did. I guess he can actually still have top of range. It weren't a case of he'd seen the open in front and he flattered. I think he hadn't seen the open, so if he hadn't seen the open, I guess he can still have plenty of hands. Maybe it's the next step. Tommy's thinking when he's free bet there. It's gone as a free bet. That he's now got an opening range, not a free bet range, and a hijack opening range is going to be what, like 35 when covering this much on the bubble, slightly more when Seb folds perhaps, and maybe he's just attacking that sort of 40% that should open when folded to Sim rather than like the 10 to 8% that's the free bet range. Maybe.
So we're still on 40. 38 get the money. Any action from the outer tables, you will see it, as you always will.
Yeah, no, you're right, Luke. He can still have aces. I guess it's Tommy just thought that he's attacking like a 40% opening range, not a 10 to 8% that he would be with the 4-bet. Even still, outrageous. Yeah, I agree. It is a little bit brave. And now Jamie's got Queen Deuce. Has he just seen the antics of Tommy and have they rubbed off? Just tanking as Jamie. And Jamie coming back after that break with sub 4 big blinds. He must have thought that he'd be out the door pretty promptly. But now with a stack to get on the right side of the money, 15 bigs after almost a quintuple up there.
Has anybody checked on Gilly? Has anybody checked on Gullymath? Because Bradford City have scored in the 97th minute to get promoted.
Wow.
And his beloved Bradford City will be playing Rotherham United next year. Somebody check on Gully, please.
How long have they been in League Two for, Bradford?
About 7-8 years.
Oh, really? One
Yeah.
just stuck in there, yeah. Would open here as Seb, covering the whole table. Any ace, looking for removal when everyone's risk at this point is massive. No one wanting to get involved with us with a mediocre holding, and we can bust them. Just got to outlast 2 more opponents. Just an update from the field guys as well. On break we didn't get full chip counts, there's still plenty left in, but chip leader sitting with 660k, which is good for 220 big blinds tower.
Wow.
Is Mr. Andy Hume.
Oh, Stato.
Also known as Stato.
He knows his numbers.
So
he knows his chip leader. Wow.
220 big blinds at the break for Stato.
Just wow. Here you go with the King Queen calls for 3,000. We are 2 spots off the dash. 2 spots. Keith Johnson, last out and the last hand in the last level. Two spots off the dash.
So the C-bet, 6 of spades turn. Not really what we're looking for to barrel. We still got this overcard against the big blind. Looks like he's going to go for a second street here. There you go, 2 overcards up and down. Getting 2.5 to 1 on our money here. Feel like still going to need to call once, but then even on a king, on a queen river, like if we're met by a jam, it's just disgusting, isn't it? Was actually behind.
Seb chip lead on the table. Jamie Brown down on 16 bigs. Dean Lyle on 20. Maybe the players at risk. Still on 40. 2 spots off the money. Well done. Congratulations, Gilly and Phil Walker. Absolutely, Kev. It's a great day in football. Especially how it happened for Bradford City. 90 plus 7. Unbelievable. 90 plus 7.
It's 9-7 suited for Tommy. We're definitely open. Sim and Seb on our right, the other two big stacks. So we just got a license to open wide when both these players fold. 9-7 suited opens to 6. Jamie Queen Deuce is back.
Queen Deuce. Don't do it. Don't do it.
It's just a slow down from everyone.
Yep.
Until we lose one more and we get hand for hand. Igor out the way. Anything for Zhang? 7-3 off. Zhang says no.
No, thank you. Two spots off the money.
Kick 7 for Jamie. Should just be a fold. Six for Dean in the hijack here. Just going to be a tank and fold as well. Well, that's not good news. Unless you're on break. You on break in the cup?
A long one.
A very, very long break.
Nah.
Good old Jack. Always good for leaving his money in Luton.
Oh, what a dagger. I did win money once here, but it was via the media.
David Doherty, yeah, I was going to say that.
The biggest cash in Luton ever is Dave Doherty.
Oh, by a lot, yeah.
Zhang with 115k. The blinds at 3,000. So two spots off the money.
I got filled in by Janice in the cup.
Oh, good old Janice Phillips.
3 and 3, please, sir.
So guys, hour and a half left of the session. We're going to bring Mr. Hardcastle in, give us his expertise on bubble play. I don't think we've ever actually had you in on the bubble, which is kind of...
Yeah, somehow, probably not.
just not going for you in Luton, Jack. Whenever you come here, it seems south.
I had, do you remember last year I had 170k at Big Blind 400?
I think I remember,
and then
yeah.
didn't cash. That was a good
I
time.
remember. Well, Stato's got 660k right now on
Jesus.
the outer table,
Yeah.
so 200.
He's going to win the leaderboard off like 3 scores alone.
220 bigs. Yeah, he potentially could.
Yeah.
Potentially could. So blind on blind, 2 big stacks, first and second in chips, and we got action.
Yeah, 10-9 suited, covering on the bubble. I probably would mostly raise, but limp's definitely fine.
And just
You just get to take the aggressive line a lot more.
Yeah.
Even when you're this deep, it's still pretty good. But limp's totally fine.
Aaron Sim gonna go for this raise in position with the 7-8. Now a Seb.
Yeah, I mean, just a call. But if I were to be picky, I'd say I'd rather have a club if I were to raise 8-7. But again, it's all in the realms of fine. So
It's nice to see aggression as well, ain't it?
yeah, I mean,
It's nice to
people
not
doing
not
things
see
is
5,
good.
6,
Yeah.
Queen 6 or Queen 5 here.
But this
like-
is the reason why like having a club would be quite good, right? So this exact sort of turn, barreling with 8 of clubs would be pretty good.
Oh, forget the 8 of clubs, how about the 8 of diamonds? And looks like Sim going to be barreling 31.5k, so 90% here.
Wow, he just pots it, eh? God. I mean, I've got time for it. I don't think I'd do it, but I can appreciate someone actually showing some aggression.
That one the seniors in Ireland did, Sim, he can definitely play.
I mean, if I'm Seb, I'm loving it, but only ever calling.
Seb does. Club
Yeah,
River
now-
would
now
be
we're-
fun.
Yeah, now we're one of these weird spots where I imagine if we're going to raise loads of straight draws, gut shots, whatever, 8-7 without a club just checks. But it feels very weak, obviously. But
Look at Sim. He's quickly counting out what looks
this is
about
why suits are
70k.
important, though. Like, suits are very important on the flop if we're going to go into this line.
We'll have some of that. 65.
It's just a snap call. I wouldn't jam. I'd be too scared of something making a boat on the river as well on the queen.
2/3
High
pot.
flush draws, probably, could call, could raise the flop.
Credit to Sim here for actually finding aggression though, because we don't see
Yeah.
it enough on stream.
Yeah, it's missed time, but I can appreciate the effort. I think this is just a call. I wouldn't jam the 10 high flush, especially on the bubble.
So just having a look as Seb here.
But that's a call or fold face. That's a strange. He's not jamming.
He's not folding.
No, but I'm surprised he's using a time bank in that case.
Like, there's worse value, 3, 4
yeah,
clubs,
I mean, it's an
7
absolute
for
snap. I'm
clubs.
just very
Like,
shocked to see a time bank.
I assume what you said, thinking about raising for Seb, but blind on blind here, we've got flush. It is what it is.
I mean, Queen 6 and Queen 5 are very real hands for the big blind, so I don't think you can jam, as well as some high flush draws. I'm just like pretty shocked he could use a time bank. I'd just one chip it and be done. But
This doesn't even have to show the hand to the table, just
Yeah.
a snap muck from Sim. And Seb up to 425 now, near 150 bigs on the bubble. Gonna have a field day.
yeah, like Seb's line is totally fine. That's not my criticism. I just wonder why he took, he used the time bank on the river. You can never jam. You can never fold.
So drawing that hand, guys. Unfortunately, we didn't catch it, but we did lose a player, Modestas Sakalauskas, out in 40th. So there will be a pause in play just to get everything set for hand for hand. I take it you played short stack, micro stack, middling stack, big stack, all these stacks on the bubble. I've taken it you've got experience with every single one of them.
Yeah, sometimes you have to fold in. That's a real thing.
You find as well, these stops I find especially, like as soon as the bubble goes, like the first 10 bust outs, 80% will be like all like the good regulars, like just knowing that they've got to
Yeah.
fold in. I'd love to actually see over the last couple of years how many.
Queen 10 suited in the mug. Good lord.
Who was that from?
Jamie.
I was going to didn't think of
Jesus.
anything. I think Jamie's only got 40k though. I think he's got like 12
47,
bigs.
yeah,
Oh,
16
47,
blinds, but
okay.
it's still a mid-raise, like, for sure. 2 suited cards above a 10 is quite a good hand.
So Brandon, we're going to get involved here. Ace-9 suited, 50 effective to start the hand. Seb, Queen-Jack suited on the button here. Just going to play cool. On direct bubble now, Jack. Is there any just more free betting going on here from Seb at 50 effective at Brandon?
Probably not with this exact combo. Overall, absolutely. Queen-Jack suited is always nice though because you dominate like the Queen-9 suited opens of the world. Like if the hands were reversed and Queen-Jack suited open and you had Queen-9 suited on the button, you probably 3-bet a fair bit. It's all about like knocking out an extra pip above you. So. And like Seb's disconnected to this board, but I'd go pretty fuck wild here to be honest.
Yeah.
But Queen-Jack suited, Queen-10 suited.
Brandon with the nut flush draw here.
This ace-9 check call is definitely fine, and he's going to play very passively on the bubble covered anyway. But like Queen-Jack has got to be a very clean empty, even if it's like not particularly connected to the board. Unblock the full 7s, 8s, 9s, ace-king.
Yeah.
It's very, I mean, hit for sure. Like,
wow, we're going to have a fun hand.
Yeah. Pots, please, dealer. 35.5.
Let's see if Seb can find pot on the two-tone 9
You
of
probably won't
diamonds
find
turn.
card, but you'll probably find like 24k or something. I meant 25.
It looks like 25.
Oh,
That goes 20, okay.
Yeah, this is too small. But
It's just not
definitely
asking
a
for
barrel
stacks.
hand. I mean, 10, 6, 3, 9 double flush draw. We've got to just bomb chips into the middle, right? Even if we have ace 10, that's worth pot. So
Yeah, Brandon got no option but just to check call and take some rivers. Second pair, nut flush draw.
very trivial versus pretty much any size. Just check call. But I don't like this from Seb in the sense that I know what my value is worth, so I would never choose a 20 into 35. It's a bit,
This is going to be a fun river.
yeah. I mean, call me crazy, I'd just be all in. It wouldn't work. I'd dust it off, but
Yeah, you got to be all
neither
in.
flush draw, queen jack. Yeah, I mean,
Like, there's just so much like Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10 suited at
Yeah.
Brandon as well that you're just really going to struggle to call off 7s and 8s. Probably call that size once
but this is
picking
the
up a
reason
gut
why I want
shot.
to pot the turn, because it's much more credible to have a value hand. So, while Seb can have hands that are good, obviously, but like I mean, you just can't.
Well, time shut down though from Seb. I just have an inkling though. Sometimes they just, whenever the person's top of
Sometimes I
range, and
think
they're
I
going to
have an
get.
inkling though, and then I just like check, and then I'm just wrong.
Yeah.
You know, like this is why theory is good, because I'm a human with a monkey brain, and I can't actually play better than the computer. So.
Seb. I feel like a lot of players don't give up with Queen High on that particular river when Brandon shouldn't have too much ace-x a few in there.
But even if your argument is, oh, no, I can't bet a 10 for value, well, you probably won't bet a 10 for value on most rivers anyway. It's a double flush draw board, right? So on a river ace, you're polarised to good hands or not good hands. Therefore, you just go all in.
It would have been doubling up
He would
Brandon.
have, I mean, he would have been snaps, but I think that's what should have happened.
What's the plan for rest of the trip then? Are you jumping back in the cup later?
Oh, eventually. Yeah,
Eventually. No Monte. You're not off to Monte Carlo.
No, I tried a satellite in, and I lost nearly as much money trying to qualify as I did, you know, for what a seat
Yeah.
was worth. David's there right now, he's deep in the cup.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ravi went earlier. Got a taxi straight from here to Heathrow, straight to Monte.
From here?
From here, yeah.
Jesus.
He busted. He was the first player out in the main, and then he come in the chat about 2 o'clock, said, I'm at Heathrow, flying to Monte Carlo.
What a player.
Huh?
Are they going to pay for the bubble? Yeah, 39 people got the deal cards out. They've offered them in cash.
Imagine. I don't think I've ever seen it more than one table, any deal. I don't think I've ever seen a multi-table
It's
deal.
the Dundee chop.
The
You heard
Dundee
that
chop,
one?
no. That's what's Dundee.
Dundee chop, that was it's actually on Urban Dictionary. So there was a 38-person tournament. They chopped it 17 ways.
Oh my word.
The Dundee chop is a Massfield chop. Is Jack looking forward to celebrating the return of the greatest political leader of all time in Vegas? I mean, I was in the US last week, but I'm not going to Vegas.
You're not doing it this year, no?
If I do, it'll be around the main. But
I'm thinking of just doing 2 weeks as well this year.
well, it's like I'm doing. How do I not get in trouble? An alternative Poker Tours series, and like Pompey Summerfest is in the middle.
Yeah, I know. You're all right on GUKPT streams. It's just some of the 888 stuff.
Yeah. Someone got a bit funny with me before about that. But yeah, I'm doing 2 Stars Opens. I'm doing Namur, Malaga, and the 6 days in the middle is when the Summerfest is on.
Okay.
2 miles from my house, so I'll be doing that. Why is it called the bubble anyway? That's genuinely a good question. I mean, it's to do with the bubble bursting, I guess, but I don't know how it got the name. Who originally coined it? One thing I've noticed about a lot of live tournament bubbles, especially in the US, if anyone's going to Vegas this summer, no one cares at all about the bubble until a man on a microphone says that we're playing hand for hand.
Yeah.
And then people are folding hands they should never fold in their lives. Like, the bubble doesn't exist as a gradual curve. It's just we're on it or we're not.
Yeah.
I've seen it before, like these WSOP events, it's like 500 left, 400 pay, and the table's breaking every 2 minutes.
Literally, sometimes as well. Like,
Eagle.
You're just you're your next table to break. The table will break there, and you play one hand and your table breaks. It's that quick when they're in these fields of huge sizes. So it's Seb, King 6 suited in the hijack.
Honestly, pretty premium even for the bubble. Like, I'd be going absolutely buck wild here. It's not going to work, but
Jamie just going to get to send it in.
I mean, versus the chip leader, I'd still be sending ace jack here even on the bubble. I wouldn't be too concerned. The raise fold gap could be quite large.
Seb's still eating his food. We'll turn round to see that he is faced with an all-in.
By the way, Jamie has 41k, Dino has 53. I don't know how short everyone else was, but you can even start jamming a bunch of these hands at 20 blinds or less. I don't know if someone was deeper, you can do it, but you end up jamming a lot of the middle suits and stuff and just raise folding like ace deuce off.
Similar to like when there's FT and effective stacks like 30 bigs.
Yeah, it's a lot
chip
of that.
leader.
So your strategy doesn't actually benefit from your open jam hands, but it benefits from being able to raise fold wider combos.
Yeah.
So you jam all the middle stuff just to be able to compensate for the other part of your strategy.
When you say jam on the middle stuff, so what's the top hand we're going to jam?
Suited blockers are always pretty good.
But what I'm saying is, like, if everyone knows that like we're raise calling ace 10, then can they not just call off like ace 9 and like when they know that
they can't though, because we always have equity.
Yeah.
That's why you jam the middle hands, because they always have some sort of equity that they can improve with.
But
like Jack 10 suited always rips, but like ace deuce off always min raises.
You've always got this guy that's like, screw ICM. I know you've now never got ace 10 through ace king here. I'm going to call you with ace 9.
I mean, you can if you want.
Like,
good luck.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but this is the thing.
That's another thing, right? Like, if people don't care, then you shouldn't do these things. But in theory, that's what would happen. I've made those jams before, like 25 blinds, and some scores like 7.
Was it you or was it David years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, in the satellite, when I think Rene jammed like 25 blind on blind, and you called 6-7 suited? Was that you or David?
That was me.
That was you. It was you.
Yeah.
You called 6-7 suited because you just like she always has deuces through fours.
I was like, you have ace deuce off or like deuces. It was like the jam was for so many blinds, blind on blind, that I basically always had 50%.
Yeah. So you just called 6-7 suited. Like.
I mean, it was for the memes, but
okay.
I mean, I'm not saying it was good, but it was funny, so that's more important. But
but this is what I'm saying about
Rennie
this.
was like, how could you call?
Yeah,
I was like, I don't know. Well, you never have a better hat. Well, Ace Deuce is obviously a better hand, but it's always 50%, right? So
This is what I always say about these spots, and there's certain things when someone jams for so much that they never got the top end of hand, so like
yeah,
you can...
the more blinds you jam, the more tight your not tight, but you know, more constricted your range is. It's always going to be a certain type of combo that wants to do it. You're not ripping 25 blinds with aces. It's never going to happen.
Oh, don't tell me that. I've seen it many a time in Vegas.
Well, yeah, maybe in Vegas. But even here, the classic would be I'll 4-bet to half my stack with aces.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything else.
Still on the bubble, guys. Nice to get Jack in for some insights at this stage. So it's as a short stack here. You just like imagine you got sub 10 BBs. Yeah. There's someone on outer tables that also like there's 3 or 4 stacks that also have sub 10 BBs. What's like your first in open jam range? Like where would you start?
So for a field this size, suited broadways are always reasonable. What a lot of people don't do, even off 8 or 9 blinds, is min raise.
Yep.
ICM is allows you to have min raises if you want to induce your best hands. You're not just piling in aces even for 9 or 8.
Yeah.
So I would take a hand that was slightly too bad to jam and min raise it instead if it's got a good blocker. People don't do it. They should. Even like Ace King suited is an induce on 9 blinds.
Yeah.
No one does it. This open from Seb is definitely getting after it, but if everyone's going to fold, then no problem at all.
The thing is though, he's not been 3-bet once yet. This is the thing.
No, that's the thing. It's like if people don't do anything, like Dean is the one person who might do something about it, but even still, Ace Jack off is like a pretty
when Seb's still probably only like 40%.
Not an incredible spot, like he can jam and it's fine, but it's just like the bottom jam he'll ever take. That and some suited broadways.
So it should be a snap fold for Seb.
I think the jam is obviously fine and probably good, but it's actually not going to make that much money in theory because the min cash is important. Yeah, it's probably pretty close to the bottom. You wouldn't jam Ace 10, not Ace 10 offsuit. Then Ace Queen is a dump jam, so.
On the bubble here at GUKPT Luton Main Event, 285 runners for this one. Prizes at the bottom of your screens. So if there's no Monty, if there's potentially no Vegas, where's your next like sort of a broad poker trip?
So Namur, Malaga. I'm staying in Europe this summer, I think, until if I go, I'll go around the main. I'm not going to go early.
What's on in Malaga?
PokerStars Open.
Oh, PokerStars, okay.
Yeah.
Do I remember the days of UKIPT? Was it Marbella? Did it used to be Marbella?
When
About
Ludo won the absolute
10
lot.
years ago.
Yeah. These European stops are so good though. Like I enjoy Vegas. I'm not disparaging Vegas, but when there's good stuff on in Europe and it costs you almost no money,
and all the good
And the
players are
weather's
in,
nice,
and like
and everyone else
everyone's
is
in
gone.
Vegas, so like
Yeah.
you've just got the locals usually, haven't you? And a
yeah,
few.
it's fine. Basically, my philosophy is not even that I do it myself often, but just turn up, just go to something. Doesn't matter which one it is.
Yeah.
Just turn up to
Keep
an event.
turning up.
Eventually, it happens.
That's all you can do. That's what they all say. You just got to keep turning up.
Yeah, honestly, it's a bit of a meme, but I believe it for sure. All these online sessions that you just play like 20, 30 games
Yeah, I know.
over a year, you're just gonna win. You just are.
Live, it takes much longer.
Yeah. So Jamie should make it 13.5, but he's not going to. He's going to go all in.
Feel like he'll find it. Not when he puts
He's
the chips
stacked
back.
the
Yeah,
chips
yeah,
up.
I know.
No, 4.5 blinds would be pretty excellent here, but here we are.
Spot on, Jack.
Like I would use
jam.
some like ace deuce, ace 3 suited, like the high-low combos in ICM. Like it sounds a bit silly for chips for 18 blinds, but with the ICM pressure, you really want to induce a hand like that.
What about like usually post bubble, like we're 3-bet inducing jacks there? What about like the jacks and queens and the ace king suited in this spot? Are we just always
Jacks is
sending them?
probably a slam.
Yeah.
Ace king off is a slam. Ace. Whoa.
I know we get
The
we
lights have
go
gone
off. That's how you
Poker
can tell
after
PK
dark.
been in.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Jacks is probably a jam. Queens I would induce. Ace king suited I induce.
Okay.
Ace king off I jam. What's your thinking on UK play versus foreign? Well, foreign is everywhere other than the UK, so it's quite a broad question. Are we talking America or Europe, or you know, there's different styles wherever you go.
The rating is very tight.
Mediterranean poker, lots of rich French, Italian, Spanish.
Yeah. The
American poker, lots of truckers from Alabama.
the one I covered last year, what I'm flying out for next week, Cyprus, the Merit,
Yes,
the main
yeah.
event. There was a guy that won it last year, a Brazilian called Aquino, that won a satellite on GGG. He'd only been playing 2 months, and it was the best, one of the best final tables that you just because the hands he was in, there was a hand where he 4-bet Jack 6 off against Patashuk?
Andre Patrick.
Yep, that's the one. Patashuk flatted queens. It come king 8-4.
Hang on, what, at the FT?
Flatted kings. Yeah.
What?
This it comes king 8-4.
Oh, is that when he backdoored
Yeah,
it completely? Is
king
that
8-4,
one?
and
Yeah,
he just
I did
shoved
see
the
that.
lot in on king 8-4. Mate, Patashuk slaps with kings.
I think I have seen that one.
And
Yeah.
it just comes running 5-7. Like, he was doing crazy stuff all
Yeah.
final table that made
I
it.
guess
a
if
bit
you got
much.
that read, then the king's flat is
Yeah,
reasonable.
yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, Malaga. Well, I've never been to Malaga, but don't think of the city or the country, just think general location. The US is a big place, the Mediterranean is a big place, Northern Europe's a big place, but there are styles.
So we are waiting, guys. Next hand.
Maybe a very short amount of time. A high amount of time. Yeah. We've got about 100.
Anything for Brandon on a bit of form. Nice bit of heat at the Irish Open. Final tabled 5th for 100k. It does cover both. So going to choose to open 5-3 off here on the button.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't. But you can expand your range, but this is just too wide.
10-8 suited, 4 as a Cheng. Going to get
And also,
involved.
call me crazy, I quite like Eagle jamming for 35 blinds.
35.
Yeah. Because the bubble matters more when you have less chips, because your equity in the tournament is about cashing. When you can double and it actually impacts your chance of winning the tournament, you have less bubble pressure on you.
Does catch bottom here. There's a Cheng up and down. Not much going on for Egot.
Do either of you follow Inside the Mind of Pro? I have no idea what that is.
I don't follow it either, David. I don't know what it is. I'm in Jack's boat on that one.
I'm not sure. This is definitely a check back on the flop, but he's bet. Cheng should just call.
Well, that's a sight to see for Zecheng.
Yeah, I think Brandon should fold pre and then check the flop, but now he's here, I honestly wouldn't be shocked if he just blasts it off. Like, I wouldn't get here, but now I'm here, I'd bet 25k or something.
There your clubs on the river. So not really beating much now as Brandon. Maybe some flush draws in there for Zecheng, but basically everything else other than 4-5 suited completing. So it's going to show down a pair of threes.
Yeah, I
Nice.
seems not great.
To be fair, nice check from Zecheng on the end. Did try and induce and maybe Brown.
Yeah, I wonder how much block he's playing. That's the question that I was thinking.
So we are going to spin over to an outer table when we get the thumbs up, guys, as we do have an all-in and a call on the bubble. And it's Glenn up against the 9s of Mitch, who gets aces on the bubble. Too easy. Having to fade 9s. Runner's not there. Does fade, so nice double up there for Glenn Gaines on the bubble. Doubles up through Mitch Johnson.
So David says pros describing their thought process through an entire tournament. Which pros? I don't know which site sponsors this or who it is. It really is going to depend on who it is.
So it's like the modern day version of Gus Hansen's every hand revealed.
Okay.
You must have read that book, Jack.
No.
You've not read Gus Hansen's? That was one of my first poker books that I read about before I was even 18.
I asked about who someone was yesterday, like an American pro, and someone was like, how do you not know him? It's like he's been playing for 20 years. I was like, I don't know. I don't know anyone.
Yeah. Like, I just know, I'm the same. I know like the elite rushers and then like the UK regulars,
Yeah.
and that's it.
If you've been around for 20 years, that doesn't mean anything for me. It's like, what are you
what have you
doing
done
now?
in the 20 years?
Did Jijan do play this? Yeah, he busted me. Not that I'm bitter. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I think I've seen this video. That Mateos goes through every hand in the main.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, you know he was super deep. He
Yeah,
folded
he
kings
lost-
versus aces,
yeah.
and then got aces in versus.
Yeah, I
it was like for
remember.
200
I know,
blinds
I
total.
remember.
Yeah. He got absolutely wrecked.
Battle of the King Force.
No, that's definitely someone you should listen to. Mateos was definitely one of the best.
Let's pick up this wheel draw. This is a check. Are we going to have less barrels? I'll take it, Jack, on the bubble, like as a Cheng.
Well, he only made it 2.5x pre, which is something I wouldn't do. I'd just be very polo and play limps or quite a big raise.
Yep.
This 2.5 is probably not particularly good, and also it's just like indicative of the hand he's got, right? Like a good hand's going to go bigger. I think he's just like playing his hand strength, to be honest. Seb just has a very easy see the river.
Yeah, still can be good as well with King high, blind on blind.
Yeah, would never raise, just cool. Like, you definitely get to barrel as a Cheng because you are raising your best ace-x still. But you got to be a bit careful, right? If you're going to get hit with like King 4 off, no diamond, no highs, it's wide, for sure.
After some deliberation, Seb does make that call.
Yes, it's got to be a pure give up, no diamond.
Yeah, I agree with Jack here. Not really the river that we are looking to unload on as a Cheng.
So you think what Seb's range is, he flats so much ace-x, okay, yeah, he might have a 9, but he has every single diamond draw in his range. It's just a super bad card for out of position. And you're covered. So a bet here is a pretty big punt, I think. So yeah, check's good. Like, turn's already kind of debatable, I can see it, but yeah, river you definitely have to check.
Seb.
Now, Seb's got a kind of interesting spot in the fact that bluffs are probably quite hard to find versus the amount of value he has.
4-5, something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of these hands will make a pair and you can check,
just
right?
check,
So
yeah.
it's pretty difficult. Like, his hand is obviously worth quite a lot of chips, but it's probably quite difficult to find a sizing here. What are you going to get hit with? Like,
Yeah, it's hard. It's
4-6 of hearts? Like, you're really reaching for some combos here.
even 4-6 of hearts probably folds turn, just dry gut shot. It's
Yeah, it's tough.
literally only one I can think of, maybe like a 4-5
Like,
or
I would
5-3.
go big. you couldn't stop me from going big, but I'd also be worried I wasn't bluffing enough.
Like you say, very hard to have bluffs on this
Yeah.
action.
I think the most frequent response would just be check fold from the small blind.
So we have got an all-in and a call to head over to, guys. Just got to wait for all hands to finish on all tables. And we will see who it is. It could potentially be the bubble boy or girl. It's actually 2 hands we are going over for. And first, we will see Stefan Lazar against Zhongzhuang Du. And Du with queens, Lazar with ace king. That's a good start, ace in the window.
Old Stevie Laser.
6 of clubs turn, clubs covered, just fading queens. 7 of diamonds. So Stefan, did you just call him Stevie Laser?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know him.
Just
I
quote
don't
that
know.
right now.
Okay, there you go.
I'm still not over him folding Jack 10 suited to an open and
Oh,
I'm still
okay.
bitter.
You remember that hand. So here's the
Yeah.
second all-in and call. It's Joe Hindry against Cheng Cheng. Hindry having Cheng Cheng covered. So 2 ace-king versus queens at the same time on separate tables. And once again, the ace-king finding the cowboy. So fading queens and tens. 10 on the end for Cheng Cheng, and that was Cheng Cheng, Chengity Cheng Cheng.
So good they named him twice.
And as we come back to the feature for the next hand, blind on blind, Seb going for a raise, and Sim just sends in 41 big blinds with the ace king. Gets it through.
Yeah, this is like my theory on bubbles a lot. People just see the bubble as like this constant thing. It actually matters a lot when you've got 10 blinds, 30 blinds, 50
Yep.
like 40 blinds, you are so happy inducing ace king. If you bubble, you don't care. It's too easy to get caught away by thinking about the min cash, but actually your XT is winning the tournament as well.
Yep.
So that's just racist. What is?
I have no idea. That's
Yeah.
Brian out in Australia at the moment, dealing. I think it's the
If
Australian
I
Open.
said JJ Okocha, so good they named him twice, that would be very appropriate, I would say.
Who was one we had the other? Who was the one? Kartik. He's the other one.
Kartik,
Yeah,
mate, he's a Pompey rag. I know him. Yeah.
How can we forget about old Kartik?
Yeah. Excellent name.
I'm trying to think of others now. You got Neville, but he's a
Neville,
footballer.
Neville,
He's a footballer.
Neville, your face is a mess.
So we've had 3 all-in and calls so far on the bubble, guys. Still not lost one. I'll put the old prize ticker at the bottom. Play much online these days, Jack?
I have actually been playing more than recently, and I'll be playing quite a lot in May for Scoop. I've been playing live obviously quite a lot, but I'm just the one saving grace of this year so far is I've been doing pretty well online, so
Nice.
quite tempted to get back in there and just play a lot. Like I flicked in a random 33 on ACR on Sunday a few weeks back. I just wanted to like 17k,
Nice. That's
Like
what
a-
you need, just
10 blind max late reg.
for the old momentum as well.
Yeah. This is the thing with online, everything seems a bit bowl until you get deep in it and it's like, oh, it's not bowl anymore. I quite like winning 17 grand. That sounds cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Once you're there and you're deep, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I was like, oh, I'm playing bunches versus a bunch of Americans. Like, it seems pretty good.
Just waiting. Once again, same table. Looks like there's an occurrence on the river, and someone is faced with a bet if anything
Jemba,
occurs.
that's a great shout.
Jemba, Eric. Do you know what that used to be? That reminds me of Granddad. He used to have a joke where, what's a pirate's favourite footballer? You just go Jember, Jember.
That's horrific.
that reminds me of him, Jember, Jember. He was a Man U fan as well, the granddad. So
Yeah.
Je-
That's rough.
Eric Jember, Jember.
Do you remember the twins for Man United?
Fabio and Raphael.
It was like, yeah, the conspiracy was
Yeah,
that
they
he
used
got,
to-
yeah, well, he like so they could get away without having extra,
sub.
extra substitution. So
What do you think of that from Jamie? Under the gun, pocket eights, 22 bigs, just folds.
quite bad. Definitely raising eights.
Where's the line? Sevens? You fold sixes?
Six, I guess sixes. But like ace is a good hand, man. And it's not like you've got 11 blinds and your options are like rip it in,
Yeah.
cover to the top or bottom. Like 22, you've still got a lot of play. This is what I mean, right? Like people either they overcompensate or undercompensate for bubbles.
Yeah.
And actually, it's a very variable thing.
Yeah. I've seen some stuff like, I know it's different, but obviously ICM's still there at final tables that like under the gun, like eights just folding.
I folded eights off like 12 blinds
Yeah.
at an FT, but eights on a final table versus a pretty soft bubble,
Yeah.
you know, they're very different. Jack, you're next on the line invite list.
Oh yeah, Jack Oliver was dealing at the White Lion in Brighton last night. He was first out in the comp.
What is that?
That's Paul Fletcher. That's he is the landlord of the pub where Chris Maguire and Paul Maguire go and play the £40 rebuy. And last night,
This is the first I've heard of this law.
last night Chris Maguire took Ewan McNicholas and Jack Oliver. Jack Oliver was first out, and he ended up dealing for everyone. So that was the story Paul Fletcher put in the old chat
Yeah.
box this morning. You know, I thought you would have been
I've
there.
never heard of that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a rough trajectory, isn't it?
They go
Final table the main for 3 billion and then
dealing the White Lion,
dealing at the pub.
the £40 comp
Yeah,
on a Thursday night.
it's a bit rough.
Yeah, there's some ongoings, guys.
Has any pub named after a lion ever been like a salubrious place to go to? They always sound rough.
The Red Line.
Red Line in Luton.
Yeah, the Red Line in Luton does karaoke on a Thursday as well.
I did karaoke at the Irish Open.
Did you?
Yeah.
I can't believe I missed that. What did you sing?
Wherever you will go by the calling.
Oh, okay.
Like all my favourite songs, I can't sing because they all go too
I
high.
just can't sing, so I rap when I do
But I've got a
karaoke.
couple of them in the locker just in case.
So after a lengthy decision on the river, on and out of table, opponent eventually folded. So we will move on with another hand here on the feature. But losing Modestus at 5-5 live, so 5:15 we started the bubble on stream. 40 minutes, and he's still yet to lose one. So Dean been fairly short, patient.
So Cheng should fold, but he won't.
No, he will. Zicheng will. He will, for sure.
Look at him. Ah, he's found it. He's found it. You can't help the blood that runs through you. Yeah.
Sometimes, I know. Oh, interesting one for Tommy here. I guess we just jam, right, Jack? Jamie's got 41k, I
Yeah,
think,
so yeah, I'd be in at those depths.
and have to call off as Dean.
I mean, Dino, I'd be pretty furious to be honest. Like,
Do you think like Ace King off going to be in there for Tommy? I guess.
oh, he's gone not all in. Oh my
No,
god, I think
no.
Dino's gonna fold.
No, yes, jam. There's a
Oh
triangle.
yeah. Oh
there's
sorry.
a
Yeah.
triangle, yeah.
I just saw the 5k trips. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty grim, honestly. Dino's probably too rich or cool, but I mean, it is a pretty disgusting spot, honestly. Like in these spots, you really want someone to jam ace 5 suited, ace 4 suited, and that's what happens in theory. In reality, it's actually just a lot of pairs, and you're flipping a lot. So like, that's cool. But this is actually like one of these spots where, in theory, it'd be probably quite nice, but in reality, it's just a bit grim.
Yeah, people just not taking enough of these.
No, people jam 7s, they don't jam ace 4 suited
Yeah.
when it's clearly the other way around.
Yeah. So big flip 4.
I remember having this discussion with David in like a Massfield 1K in Prague, and someone was like, "Oh, you know, you're supposed to induce ace king suited for 11 there." He's like, "No, I know, but these guys never jam the hand they're supposed to, and 300 people are paid, so I'm all in." So.
I suppose that still goes on this day and age. People giving free coaching out of the table.
It was someone else that I know as well.
Oh, okay,
He's
okay.
also a good player. You know, one of the German kids. This is the problem. Even if you think you're good, there's always a kid better than you. If you play FIFA, you get beat by an 8-year-old Japanese child.
So pocket 9 to Tommy, ace queen suited for Dean. We're flipping on the bubble. Dean needs to find.
Yeah, this ace queen suited spot is actually really grim. I genuinely don't know how I'd respond.
Yeah, you know better than me, Jack, so I've got nothing to
I
add to that.
I really don't know what I would do. Ace queen off is definitely a fold, and all of my ace kings are a call.
It seems horrible.
Ace
but
queen suited is the exact line, so.
going to need to find an ace or a queen, or the bubble finally bursts. It's a 5 of hearts, so it is going to be Dean Lyell. That is our bubble boy. Everyone in the money. Prizes at the bottom of the screen. 2,490 quid locked up.
If that's how you're playing. Just jab, yeah. If you're going to punch, just commit to it. You're bluffing. You was never going to freeze. Bluff. Cool. Bluff.
Yesterday I played pocket 3 cut off. Yeah. And the pattern 3 bet me a 4, and he shows me pocket deuces.
Thank you. Yeah, well done. Yeah, that's what you should do.
Nice on me. I didn't mind the bubble.
Nice.
I'm not selfish.
How much did you start the hand with?
60.
Thank you.
So Jamie, blind on blind, flopping top pair and a gut shot, but Brandon with a slightly better top pair here, and at this stack depth, going to be difficult for Jamie not to go broke. Potentially some run-outs could save us.
I actually like this race from Brandon. Good top pair, blind on blind. People don't raise enough versus small bets.
Brandon's, I know you didn't like how he played the 5-3, it was a bit loose from him, I agree, but he's actually very good. He's studied.
I know who he is.
He
yeah.
can run it.
It was a bit overzealous for my liking, but this is definitely quite good.
Like, spoke
You
hands.
definitely you need to have some hands like 9 deuce, 9-3, and just like raise the flop here.
Yeah, like to speak hands with like little crews with Brandon,
like
Sam Goodman, that little lot. Toddy sits there and gets his little clipboard out and writes down all the notes, and that's what Toddy does in the little study sessions.
Yeah, makes a reel about
we,
it.
we always wind him up. He's the worst out of everyone. He just gets lucky, but I know he's tuned in right now. Now 7 on the turn.
Just barrel the queen jack. For sure a value bet. It was so good up until the turn. You should just bet.
What I'm fair to see Brandon do a lot is like the one chip call. Like if met by a better on the river, I feel like he's just going to throw a chip in, even if Jamie goes a small size. But
and honestly, like as Jamie, I'd probably just bet.
yeah, I'd just bet as well. I'd most certainly bet as Jamie here. Blind on blind, top pair, check turn. Brandon never really got a 7, so.
And when I say bet, I mean you can go small. You're allowed to block. You're allowed to do whatever you want. I just bet like 7.5k or something.
So, 175% left, and Brandon's going to go for all of it. Looking for that miss value on the turn here on the river.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to be critical, I'd say just bet the turn, but now we're here. I mean, we definitely have the best hand, so I do like this.
And it's going to be real tough for Jamie to fold after checking a hand that I potentially think should value bet.
Yeah. It is quite grim because people don't actually find the bluffs for overpot, but Brandon's probably one of them. I think we'll use the few time banks here.
I think he's only got one left.
Oh,
so
it's only the one, yeah.
he's only got.
I really wouldn't fault him for a call, especially now we're in the money. But that's the crazier part to me, right? Like, there's no ICM anymore, or at least very minimal. So Brandon should just bet the turn always. Now we're here, yeah, go all in. But
Well,
I think Jamie should honestly call and just be out.
well, he's going to have more time because you get 2 chips replenished on the bubble.
Yeah.
And as this is the first hand after the bubble's gone, they're still handing them out. They've not got to the
Yeah.
feature yet.
I'd be pretty livid with Jack 8, but you've under-repped your hands. Your blockers are very relevant. I'd probably just call and I'm out the tournament. So.
I feel like a lot of people do. I feel like after we check this one on the river, it looks
Yeah,
a lot
and like credit to Brandon for actually finding the jam.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's quite nice on the river. I think it's nice as a consequence of the turn, but I do like it on the river.
Our range just looks a lot like ace high or a 10, don't it? That's basically what it looks like we have once
10
we
9,
check
10
river.
8,
Yeah,
Queen 10 maybe. You know, that sort of combo.
I probably wouldn't fold this against Brandon, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I would call and then tap the table. And then swear about him at the bar.
Oh, what a fold from Jamie. Does get away from it correctly. Brandon is going to show him just a queen. Keep him guessing.
I'm not sure. I think like Jack 8 is probably not making much to call. It's definitely an awkward spot. Versus anyone I think is capable. I just don't fold there. But again, I say that, and then I also think that people don't bluff for overpot. So
It doesn't
it's a
happen
contrast
much
of
yet.
2 different philosophies.
You'll see anyway, so I'm not lying. Scored the queen would make you think for 5 seconds that I'm bluffing.
I wouldn't fold, but I get it.
You wouldn't think I would have what happened. You didn't fold a jack, right? He was
Curtis says, go!
for me. I was value jamming.
Looking for Saka or looking for Saliba for the FPL.
Too greedy.
Ace King for Sim.
Just makes me think of the old Alan Partridge football commentary.
Alan Partridge.
Have you seen that one?
No,
It's like his
I've seen the David
commentary for '94 World Cup.
I haven't seen that. I've seen the David
I'll have
Mitchell
to show
one.
you it. It's, yeah. Oh, the David Mitchell
When
one's
football,
incredible.
football.
Yeah. Every minute of it mattering to someone, presumably.
Yeah, see, David, that is a great sketch.
Yeah. Constant dizzying action, but
He goes like, the Giants of the North play the Titans of the South, which just sounds like an ordinary fight
Yeah,
now.
makes them seem normal
Yeah,
sized.
something like that, yeah. It's just great, ain't it? Really good. So back to this one, he goes for the defender with the King Queen. Does flop the up and down. Going to start leading after check flop. Sim with the Ace King. Looks like counting out just a call.
Phil the Tower Taylor is back.
Phil the Tower Taylor. 3 of hearts on the river. Now have you got the double barrel in the locker cert?
I think Ace King's probably going to call. It's one of these lines where it's gone check. Oh, I'm surprised. It's gone check, and then just like random amount of chips got thrown in the middle when actually all your value wants to go a lot bigger. Like Ace King should bet the flop itself, but it also 2.5x. So he's saying I've got a good hand, and then I missed the board, which is exactly what happened.
Yeah, and on that hand, guys, we're going to get the tower back in for the last of the session. I'm going to have a wander into Luton Town, so
Don't get stabbed.
I'm going for a wander, guys. I'll see you in about an hour's time.
Who shouted goal? Goal! Curtis says Arsenal winning 1-0. Good lad. Oh. How was the session? Getting into the dosh?
Yeah, bubble bursts.
Yeah.
Back
into
to
the money.
normal-ish cards for a bit. I guess I'm gonna book the hotel. I guess I'm playing the cup again later.
Good lad.
Yeah.
Good lad. Get yourself onto the website. Get yourself a night out. Something poker players don't do is pre-think on staying over, making a day two.
Oh,
I need a hotel at 2 in the morning.
I'm pretty bad for that.
But, so we're in the money, 38 out of the 285.
Where'd you go?
No, I've just had a really nice chicken Caesar salad. Believe it or not, I actually do eat salad and healthy stuff now and again. Just sat watching the start of the football, just in here. Really nice chicken Caesar salad.
James just rams it straight into Seb's aces. Best road in Luton is the one out. Yeah, the one to the airport is quite good.
Oh, Charlie's in.
All in a go, table 17.
Charlie Waters, Dale with the Queens against. Whoa, slow down, slow down, man! Oh, it's not Bugstars online. Jesus. Well done, Charlie. Well done, Charlie. Just still to help us out with the deal. Oh, we need to commentate on what's happening. If there was 14 outs to count there, I'd have missed them all. Charlie Waters busting out 38th. 37th was Martin Helmuth, just busting out on the outer table, and 36th was Glenn Gaines for the same £2,490. So 38, 37, 36, all out within a minute. So what time are you doing the cup again? After the break?
God, don't even talk about it. Oh.
You'll do. You'll be fine this time. I think we get a bag with the second bullet.
Do you
I
reckon?
think we do.
You get a bag with a second bullet, I hope so.
I think we do. How are we doing,
What
Robbie?
the hell has happened here?
How are we doing? Well, we've just gone all in. Simeon
20k into 24 and then check jam with the 7 of clubs.
and the Jack Queen has called of Igor. So Sim is all in.
What a ridiculous hand.
Sim is all in with the 7 of clubs, bare 7 of clubs playing. And now got 5s and 7s now playing as well as any club. And just drills it. The flush for Sim. Sim Sharp, who won the seniors event over in Dublin. His first ever seniors event he played. He managed to take home a trophy. Loving the game. Just fantastic. Well done to Sim. Gets himself.
I mean, he had equity.
Well, he did. But
That's dicey.
That was huge to be involved in that one. But Sim up to 56 bigs.
Like, what happens if Ace King with a club just bet calls you?
Yeah.
You've got the 7 of clubs.
Yeah. So Igor is now pretty short. Woo. So we're down to 35 with Glenn Gaines going out in 36th.
Glenn plays pretty well. I've not seen him actually win anything on the tour yet, really, but he's definitely one I think that's going to get there. You know me, I think everyone's terrible, but Glenn actually is like pretty good. Oh, goodness. I'm tired. I'll have to book the Thistle again.
What did you check out this morning?
Yeah, I thought I was just going to go home, and then I was out of the tournament in 30 minutes, and I wasn't sure what to do.
Okay.
So.
I'm going to flick it in. We've got 40 minutes of this session to go.
So I actually think this one's kind of interesting, even though it's a 2 big blind pot. Versus that jam, I'd probably just click back a lot of Sing Cheng's hand. I'd make it like 16k. You don't really want the big blind coming along for a really good price. I'd just make it a little bit less incentivized for them to call. Like, I'm kind of shocked the big blind's folded because in a dry side pot, you're not going to get bluffed off it. You just realise your equity.
Wow, an ace comes on the flop, but the king of diamonds for Zicheng. As Igor strandled again and dead on the turn. Igor is out. And he's going to be out in, well, believe it or not, he's going to be out in 32nd. Because he's just gone mad. Igor out in 32nd. Zunchuan Du out in 33rd, Ed Roger in 34th, and Jamie Brown in 35th. And just like that, we're down to 31, and we're going straight over to the outer table because Johnny Kelly's all in. Johnny Kelly, ace queen, against King Jack off.
The BPS ambassador himself.
Yep, he is. He was grinding away on the bubble. He never had any. He just didn't get any cards or hold for a full, nearly a full session. Oh, the Jack is a killer on the turn.
Give him a king.
He now needs
King.
Bav to hit 2 pair, which he doesn't. So Johnny Kelly in the money for £2,610 has literally just bust out. Bav Katri taking him out. Well done to Johnny Kelly from the cash.
So Jonathan Brown says, "Is Queen Jack a fold against the shove on that board?" Which board?
The seven of clubs draw board. When he's got Jack Green top pair.
Well, it's one
Top
of
pair
those.
no club.
It's one of those spots that doesn't really exist because the question is asked after he potted the flop, which should never happen. So, in reality, what happens is he bets like a quarter, and then it goes like check raise small or call, and it's a completely different hand. Is Queen Jack a fold? Honestly, like, probably close. I'd never pot though, so it's hard to say.
So Johnny Kelly busting out in 31st.
Oh my god!
Means we're on 30, and Dale straight back to the table.
4x open, jam for 50 blinds.
What is happening here? Are they all double parked outside or something? Sim.
Double parked. Like I am. Yeah. This is hilarious. Yeah, Simeon indicated he had a good hand by 4xing the button, and Dale said, "I see you have a good hand, I'm all in."
Yep, and Sim just calls with the ace queen of clubs.
Which is, I mean...
Dale Wilson with the kings, he's all in. And an ace on the flop is a dagger.
What a player, Simeon. Go on, son.
Dale is going to be out the door unless we see one of the 2 kings that are live in the deck, and it is not. So Dale Wilson is eliminated. What a few hours, what a few minutes this has been. Looks like Dale Wilson is out 30th. They're going to check it just to make sure. They're going to check the stacks, but it looks very close. Has he got him? Has he not got him? Sim Shard up to nearly half a million, 120 bigs, 130 bigs-ish. There we go. And it says Dale's been eliminated. Just checking the stacks. And he's got him. Dale departs, pocket kings. That.
Yeah. By the way, I was joking about the kings jamming, but if someone 4x's the button, you just know they have a good hand. It sounds a bit crazy. Jamming kings for 50 blinds might just be the best play. They've told you that they have a good hand, and you have a good hand. I wouldn't do it, but...
So Dale, busting out. Unlucky Dale.
I'm going to go get a water.
Okay. There's a full box there if you want.
From the bar.
Okay. See you in 5.
Sean Locke said from a canal. So.
What a start. So, all of a sudden, we're down to 29 as Dale Wilson busts out, which we saw. Johnny Kelly, which we saw. Igor, which we saw. Charlie Waters, which we saw. We are down to 29. Wowzers. And as of yet, we've not even given anything away. Not had time, man. Whew. That was a big hour. Well, a big 20 minutes, I suppose. That was madness. But we got there in the end. Whew. Good evening, one and all. Oh, everybody is good.
I'm sorry, I had to.
I might give up with that. That's I was considering it. I was thinking, if this just breaks, do I just be nuts? Or do I just fucking jam and he's just going to be fuming with an ace? I don't think you've bombed it, that's the problem. I don't think you've bombed a queen to me. I'm trying to get a 3 to bomb.
So, mad 15 minutes. Down to 29. £2,610 now locked. Cheng out of the way from gun, all folding round in turn. Tommy in seat 7 also out of the way. Sam's had some spin. Well done, Sam Goodman, today, getting in the cash from the second shortest stack of the day. Well played, Sam.
Any riveting cards happening?
No, we're all good at the minute. Nice and steady. Question for Jack: what is softer, live cash or MTTs? Does that actually depend on where you play?
I would add another qualifier. Are we talking live cash or live MTT or online?
No, live.
Oh, live cash. Okay,
Yep.
I'm reading it incorrectly. They're both pretty good. I don't know. I don't like cash, but
You don't play much cash, do you?
Never, really.
Never.
Yeah, I just don't find it very fun. I've had this discussion like with friends before.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason people play like 7-deuce game and stand-up game and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And the reason is because live cash itself is terrible, and you need to make all of these rules so that the game's more fun. Like big blind ante should be in every single game ever, cash tournaments, whatever. But this is why you see like 3 straddles and someone playing a stand-up game. They're all soft.
They're all soft.
They're all soft, but it's just if you want to play live cash, go do that. If you want to play tournaments, do that. I wouldn't recommend one over the other. It's just what you prefer.
Well, 27 minutes to go until the end of this wild session. We got in the money and then all of a sudden we lost another 10 players. Crazy times.
Yeah, I played some live cash. I've just never enjoyed it without big blind ante. Without an ante, you just have to like fold Queen 7 suited and the hijack. I can't live that life.
So the blinds at 4K, Sam in the cut-off, raises to 8, gets 2 callers. There's a Cheng flopping, a jack,
As does Mitch.
but so too does Mitch with the best kicker.
Sam can go either way here, I think. I probably favour check, but you can bet too. Yeah, but 3 ante games are just like 3 blind games. They're just making up for the problem that cash already has. You have to make the game more interesting artificially. Like, if you want to say that straddle should be standard, I wouldn't disagree. But that's because it's fixing a problem with cash. If I check flop here as Sam, I'm checking turn for sure. I think that's good.
Five of clubs on the turn, it's all checked. 9 of hearts, Mitch gets to check mark. 2 pair on the river. Only just 1 chip this.
Should just go bet, fold, fold. If Mitch goes for a sizable amount. Because Mitch's range is condensed around a lot of suited hands, maybe some ace-x suited hands that would peel the small blind, but he's actually weirdly lacking for bluffs here. That's not to say that I wouldn't bet big with Jack 9, I would, but you have to be pretty creative to find the bluffs here. So Cheng has a very clear fold, and then, yeah, I think it just goes fold, fold.
Looks like it does.
Is Sam doing the old I want to jam because I pretend I have Queen 10?
Well, it looks like exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, he should just fold. Like, if you want to jam, you want to block a pair at least as well.
And
Yeah,
it does.
it's a good fold.
Well done. Over to the outer tables, we've got 8s against Ace Queen, and it's Mario with the 8s. Ace on the flop is not good. We need an 8 to survive, and it's not, it's a king. So Mario Trotow finishes in 28th with the fist pump. 29th was CS, unfortunately a GDPR.
Mr. Tobias says you sound like a good maths debater for poker odds.
Oh, you've read that out, have you?
I'm a very good maths debater.
So well done to Mario for cashing for 2,610. Slight jump to 2760 from now. No, down to 27. So in about 20 minutes, are you going to flick it in when the live stream goes on a break? Or are you going to wait?
I guess I'm here now. I guess I should.
You got 23 minutes.
Okay.
And then you're going to flick it in. Then in fact, you book your hotel first. Then flick in the 500.
Okay. Thanks, Dad.
No worries. You just took your dad on holiday for his birthday.
Yeah, I know.
Well
we
done, you.
We had a good time.
Well done, you. I love that. How are we doing, Riz? Fantastic effort in Dublin and the Irish Open. Well done, sir.
Someone stopped Turk. I mean, just in life as well.
The old Turk still in. Well done, Riz. Fantastic Dublin for you. Superb effort. Chopped the mini for 90 grand.
I did see that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, congrats, Alex. Yeah.
Really good.
Haven't seen him since, but... even with base track here, I think Brandon might peel one off versus B40 and turn it into bluffs on 10, king, heart, etc. Yeah, I think this check's good from Brandon. We can turn it into a bluff on some rivers. I'm pretty surprised that Ace Queen didn't bet turn, but now I should definitely go big, and then Brandon just has a pretty clear fold. How did the treble do?
It didn't.
It didn't.
Next question.
So what is the selective process, by the way? I do want to
trying to get a little bit of value out of the games that are on, not backing anything that's massively odds on, and backing an informed team. But today was really tough because it was last day of the season.
Last day of the season is the classic no one cares games,
and a lot of the prices were all false because the teams that needed to win were shortened in value. Reading needed to win to get into the playoffs. Lost 4-1 at home.
Oh, my mate's livid about it. He's a
I'm
Reading
not surprised.
fan. He says, tough being a Reading fan today.
Yeah.
Got up at 8 AM to get the ferry and drive 3 hours. Traffic cone defence the entire game.
At least they get to play Rotherham United again next year.
Yeah. He's absolutely livid.
There's always a positive. Yeah, it was a strange day. If you won on the football Coombe today, congratulations. We did not.
I've retired from sports betting.
I have now. No more Towers trebles now.
I used to bet on a few UFC fights, and I got stung so many times by bad decisions.
Really?
I was like, I can't do this anymore.
So 20 minutes to go until the end of the session, and then a 40-minute break. Jackson will jump into the cup.
Bar.
Live DJ on in the bar tonight.
Oh god, I remember they had a Lady Gaga tribute act here about
They
3
did.
years ago.
They did.
And it was the worst thing I've
They
ever
used to be
heard
good
in my life.
nights. No, I like it. I like a bit of Gaga.
No, I'm a massive fan, but the tribute act was horrific. This bet should be bigger from Sam. Should just go like half or a bit bigger. King 10-6, very dynamic. I would like. I think it's 20 blinds that Sam had. I wouldn't expect. Like, I'd expect it to go like at least a half pot.
Yeah. Still soldiering on. Sam Goodman, short stack. I think he was second shortest out of 83. And he's now in the money with 27 left. Well done to him. Superb effort.
I think it's just easy to fall into the trap of like, oh, I've opened, I'll bet a quarter of the pot. And actually, King 10-6 is very dynamic. There's lots of draws out there. Ace King wants to go bigger straight away. Pocket 10s wants to go bigger. Like, just go for a bigger size.
Ten 9 for Sam, opens to 8. Sam's got a nice stack of just over 100 BBs. And Sim with the 10s. He's going to pump it up again. Well, just clicks.
Yeah, God, I'm furious if I'm Sam. I peel, but I know he's got a good hand. It's really tilting.
Took me out of the big. Probably won't be doing anything with Queen 8, especially after the 3-bet. It's to 22. It's a little bit higher than what I thought it was.
It's still quite small though, like out of position. I mean, I think Sam probably knows what's up, but 10-9 suited is just always going to want to see a flop. If it's 28k, he might fold, but 22, I don't think he's ever folding. I wouldn't fold him at all.
There we go.
Yeah,
It's
I
out of the way.
mean, he was correct in that sense, but I think it's like your hand just flops too much equity. Like, you can play in position. I don't fault the fold. I think the reasoning's probably valid, but I'd still see see-through cards versus a size that small.
So 16 minutes to go until the end of this wild session when we got in the money at the start of level number 16.
I guess I'll book my hotel.
That's a good idea while you sat there. Then you can buy into the cup when we finish in
God.
15.
But
You know
Janice
you
is just
want
going to
to.
get me again.
You know you want to. It's a great comp, 50,000 guarantee.
Going to get filled in by Janice.
Good player.
She's tricky.
Yes. Played for years.
Very tricky. She's got moves that you wouldn't expect.
Just do that. So in the cup you've got 5 more levels to play today,
Class.
so you'll be alright.
The 3k GUKPT Cup.
There you go.
The Dinas Hassan invitation.
So less than 15 minutes go till the end of the session. 27 players left.
Okay, I'm booking. I'm in.
Good lad.
Against my will.
So Brandon with the ace 4. Just calling.
So it's very, very irrelevant because no one has a good hand, but I'd love to see Mitch just pot the flop. Eight's too small, but he wins.
So quickly edit. Oh, Keith Littlewood involved. What we got here? King 8-10. 6 Jack. We just caught the end of it. Keith Littlewood with a set of sixes to survive against Jack Allen. Keith doubles to 300,000 looking at this unless he can fade a spade.
Or a king or a 10.
A king or a 10. There's plenty of outs there, isn't there? Flipping out looking at that board thinking there's only spades there.
He's got the spades.
So the Jack, River, Keith survives. Doubles up to 300,000 through Jack Allen. He had a lot of outs to hit there. Wowzers. Well done, sir. Keith Littlewood doubling up. On 27, just over 10 minutes to go of this session, and then there is a 40-minute break. And similar stacks, just over 100 bigs. Tommy Bingham. Is this real life, says Grace Curran? Yes, it is. It is.
Unfortunately, it is.
6:44 p.m. in the United Kingdom. Whenever you may be watching, Grace. Good evening.
Pretty good 3-bet combo for Mitch at 50 effective. I'd like to see him make it like 34k here. Peel was fine, but I think it's a good spot to get aggressive.
There's a chain with an ace. Ace 3.
Yeah. I would call this one, but I would jam the suited versions.
And that's exactly what I was thinking.
Oh, go away, Michelle. Don't want to hear from you right now.
Oh, that's not nice.
No, I know it.
Everybody's in Cyprus.
That's the problem.
Aye. How are you doing, Michelle? Good to see you in Dublin.
Michelle Maria. One of his middle names is Maria.
Awesome.
And his card at the Caesars was literally Michelle Maria.
Ah.
Which sounds like a very nice lady.
8:45 in northern Cyprus. Very nice indeed. Couple of hours in front. Adam Face says, when's the Vic's Poker Room refurb complete? I reckon about a month. It's looking like it's on time. We're there on the 10th till the 21st of July with the GUKPT. We're going to be live streaming from the 16th. It all looks like it's on time.
That's good.
So the downstairs is complete. It looks amazing, seeing the pictures.
Does Jack just have an Asda bag full of stinky clothes? I don't go to Asda. I'm a
Now, are you an M&S man?
I'm a Waitrose man. Yeah.
Waitrose do the finest food.
Yeah, I can't go into Waitrose without spending at least £80.
Waitrose does do the finest food, I
Yeah.
must admit. They really do some great stuff. And the one in London next to the Vic,
Yeah.
they've got a fresh sushi bar. Fabulous. Joe Hindry, I don't think he's still in. I think Joe bust out early doors. He was on the feature table, I do believe, when he bust out. Joe Hindry. He's still in. We must have changed tables. There we go. Joe Hindry is still in.
Do I have an Asda bag? What an incredulous question you've asked me. I've never felt so offended in my life.
The Waitrose at the side of the Vic, I like to walk around there. I think it's great. They have a fresh counter for hot chicken and cooked food. And then they've got a sushi bar. It's really good. Look forward to going back when we get down to the Vic.
What's going on
So Brandon
here?
3 bets to 22. Mitch with the ace jack off. Has he 4 bet? He has.
He
He's
has
4
4
bet
bet.
to 48.
So I do like where he's coming from. I think Ace Jack off is just still a tad too weak, and weirdly you'd rather have worse hands like a suited wheel ace. You use like a lot of Ace Queen off, Ace King off, and then like Ace 5 suited, Ace 4 suited. I think Ace Jack off is probably just a fold. But he thinks the guys are going after it too much, then I can see it.
So 26 to call for Brandon.
He should just be all in. I don't see any other option.
Final table of the main
Like, I actually
event.
do like where Mitch has come from here. I just think it's slightly off. But I can appreciate someone actually bluffing in this spot. Usually it's just aces. So
Final table of the main event in Dublin was Brandon.
yeah, I mean, I'm very happy jamming here.
Yeah.
He just clicked him back. That's.
He has 5 bet to 78,000.
I think this is a bit too fancy. I'm just all in.
I had the matching lady this time.
If you're going to have a click, it won't be queens. It'll be the absolute best hands and then a couple of bluffs.
Oh, I had the matching lady this time.
I'm happy Mitch found a fucking ball now. I was gone.
No, you might have won the all in.
I might have won.
I had ladies. I had 2 ladies.
Oh, I was all in within 2 seconds.
You were into 2 outs, so did you have 3 outs? You had 3. Maybe it's 3. That's a lot.
Playing the seniors this year?
Am I playing the seniors? Where?
Vegas.
I don't know if I'm there.
Oh.
I'm
You were there last time. I mean, you were strolling around like a
I was
tourist
there.
in Marbella.
I was I was there forever last year. It was a great trip. We have
Honestly, I saw you in your flip-flops and I cracked up. I just thought it was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
the vest top, the turnaround hats, the flip flops.
Yeah.
Yes. No, we've got a couple of jobs in June this year. One in Portsmouth.
Oh, I'll be there.
Yeah, excellent. We have got the
Yeah,
Portsmouth
no, I'm looking forward to
Summerfest.
that one. That'd be good.
We've got Summerfest.
We didn't
in
actually
Portsmouth,
go anywhere together last time. I
We
said we were
didn't.
going to go to the
I know.
curry house and then it never actually happened.
which looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah, Simeon actually has a pretty heavy 3-bet in this spot, but most people just always call.
Yeah, so we've got Portsmouth, then we've got Edinburgh straight after for the 888, and then we've got Vegas hopefully on the 24th of June for 19 days. That's the plan. Hi guys, is Cal still in? Yes he is. Full chip counts on the way after the break, which is in less than
Yeah.
5 minutes.
This is also a board people should check more than they do, but they don't. And then Jack 10 suited is actually a pretty cool check raise with a 3 straight flush. I'd like to make it like 24k though.
So 9-9-6 flop check called. Checked on the turn. Queen of Spades river. Mitch with the ace. On the ace side, does it the check mark?
He can definitely consider. Okay, well, I was just going to go check, I guess.
Yeah, I'm going ace.
Yeah, Simeon had a lot of options to take the aggressive route that hand. Pre definitely can 3-bet. I know there's ICM being like 26 left, but it's a pretty good combo to 3-bet. Flop can check raise. We got a 3 straight flush pair board, and then river I'd also bet.
So a couple of minutes to go until the end of the session. A 40-minute break on its way. We're in the money. 38 got the money.
If you check raise flop, would you barrel on the low heart? No, it's more about like the possibilities that your combo has. So you can turn 7, 8, queen, king, spade. They're all good cards for you. Even turning a pair is pretty good. It's just like a lot of these spots, the paired boards, you're supposed to play quite aggressively for a check raise for a small size, and people just play too much check call.
Something with the ace deuce out of the big.
I would actually love him to make it like 28k here. These high lows are really good in ICM. Ace deuce off is like the best combo to use on the big blind. Again, I think you're probably just cool, but I mean that's ridiculous.
In the bin. Quickly over to the outer table. Andy Miles has got his last few chips in with ace 4 against pocket kings of Pav. We're a bit of 4. We need an ace or a 4 to stay in. Thanks from the dealer giving us time to check out what we need. We need an ace or a 4. Perfect stuff. The river is a jack. So perfect stuff, but unfortunately for Andy Miles, he has been eliminated from Pav with kings. Turk still in, as you can see there. Last hand of the session. This is it. And then we're on a 40-minute dinner break. Ace Jack for Sam. Builds his stack up. He was second shortest out of all 83 players today, and has now got them in. Ace Jack for Sam. Brandon getting out.
I thought you raised called there for a second.
Me
I was very
too.
surprised.
Me too.
Yeah.
He raised folded.
He just whipped it over.
We are on a 40-minute break. This guy's going to jump in to the cup. Good luck.
God, I hope not.
He's got himself a hotel, so he's staying, which is great, which means he'll bag for day 2. Thanks for your time, as always.
I'd rather be here
Well,
than play the
You
cup.
wouldn't. You go get him.
I'm a big comms fan.
Go get him.
Okay. All right.
We'll see you in 40 after the dinner break.
Ace queen suited for Kev. Once again, too good to be doing any open jamming. One that wants to try and induce some stuff from Justin. Whether it be a raise call or potentially a complete. Justin with a combo that likes to check. Check he does. Problems here for Justin. Top pair versus middle pair, blind on blind. Going to do one street at least, potentially two here. Ridiculous setup turn. Justin turns trip jacks, and Kev, as high up as he is, I can't see a way we ever get away from this.
Maybe a lot of patience today, is Kev. A lot of patience.
He always does, Tower. He's so solid, and this is why he makes consistent deep runs all the time. The chips aren't going in light. .220 from Justin. Kev has the call, and we're going to be in a grim river spot.
What is this river? The 7 of clubs. 7 of clubs river. Kev, if you can get out of this one, this will be a super fold if he ever gets out of this one.
How do we? Tower is two-tone on the turn, like we unblock the spades, we unblock the hearts. How on earth can we get away from this one? Like, we just basically think that Justin has to have a jack, and if we fold ace queen, we essentially fold everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there we go, here's the jam from Justin, and that's Kev Allen. Like, I don't see...
on earth? How many time banks have I got? He says they're there. I'm putting them all in, let me just tell you right now. Wow.
The thing is, like, if he finds the fold, incredible stuff in game, but if we fold ace queen here, unblocking spades and unblocking hearts, what do we call, Tower, other than specifically trips? If we fold ace queen, we fold everything. And if we fold everything after we check call flop, it's like, after we bet flop, we never bet a jack on the flop, so we can just get exploited the life out of, because we can now only get to the river with maybe ace jack, jack six suited. So, like, I think theory-wise, this would never ever get to fold in a million years, because if we fold ace queen, we essentially fold everything, and if we fold everything, then Justin just gets to go bet on any board pair in jack turn, and just get us to fold range.
Well, he is certainly in the tank. It's jack X and probably jack X only.
Rossa says if anyone gets away from this is Kev. I'm sure you've played a fair amount with Kev over the years at the table, Rossa. You'll know better than me, but it would be the most heroic fold in a three-handed situation. And the other problem we got is Kev. Is there well where Justin has worse value? Would he do this with an ace of his own? Probably not for the overbet, actually, even it being blind on blind. He's never checking ace 10 pre, is he? Ace 9, maybe the one hand we might eke into. Ace 9 suited that might check back. But Kevin, the blend up. Rightly so. I feel like a lot of players have already called here. The fact that Kev's even thinking this long about it's incredible.
Does he just call jack X on the flop? Turn lucky.
Well, yeah, like Justin definitely has jacks in range, but like I say, the problem is if Kev bets flop, you shouldn't really ever have a jack. That's always going to check. So when the jack pairs, Justin just gets to go bet with absolutely everything. And if Kev's always folding ace king down below, it's just going to be incredibly profitable for us, right? So I'm talking about it from the theory side of things. But what I will say, Kev is a competent live pro. He's been around the tables, plays so much more live than he does online. So he would have seen spots over and over again, and he'll have that sort of gut feel in given scenarios at Rivers that maybe you listen to and sways you the right way. But this would be the most heroic laydown in a free-handed situation I've seen in a long time. We just basically have to say Justin's got a jack when it's two-tone. He can have hearts, he can have spades, he can have something like a queen 10, a king 10. So it's pretty sick Kev's thinking this long, but I don't see how we can fold, because like I say, from theory standpoint, if we fold ace queen, we fold absolutely everything, Tower. Ace queen, no spade, no heart. He's gonna let it go. He's not, is he?
Oh, really?
That is ridiculous.
You can clap a fold sometimes.
That is ridiculous.
That is one of them.
I thought it was going to be one of these lengthy tanks, and then eventually we flick it in, but somehow Kev saves his tournament. And if he goes on to spin up and turn this around, that fold will be talked about for a while. Credit to Kev. I'm out the tournament. I think a lot of people are, but that is what I talk about when I say competent live pro. He's played thousands, tens of thousands of live poker hands in his day, and sometimes when you're sat there in game, there's something just telling you you're not good, and Kev has listened to that gut, and he's still in the tournament.
Does so much for charity as well. Next event for us, UKPL wise, Newcastle. Back to the table, the Westlife's in. The King 10 of Hearts.
Pretty clear one for Westlife.
Gavin with the Queen 9 out of the hijack.
Around 8 bigs. And Shan.
Boy, this is a call all day long.
May even ISO tower only working with 24 here, so ISO probably in order from Shan.
All in, he says.
There we go, and it could be goodbye to you, my trusted friend. Yeah, goodbye to you, your trusted friend. He won't want to see. He'll want to see a king, but not a 10.
Goodbye to you, my trusted friend.
Great track, that. Great track.
Wait, you know, it wasn't their original one. You know that, don't you?
I know it weren't. It was Terry Jacks, I think.
Well done.
As it comes 984, so it's looking bleak for the Westlife.
It is indeed. This is it. Bop, bop, baby. We're off.
Well,
Oh,
we got some chop outs. Any queens or sevens?
oh, Queen!
Oh, wow, queen for the scoop.
The Queen gives him the straight and Barry up to 300,000. The Westlife.
Back doors into the nuts.
Whoa. He had a dream.
He did have a dream, and now he's flying. Absolutely flying without wings. Barry Greenan turned some chop outs, but found the queen on the end for the scoop.
Hey.
Well, here we are again, and Ravi against Dost here. Couple of ladies, and the way Dost plays, it wouldn't shock me if this got in pre, but Ravi's chose a bad time to flat, because I feel like Dost is the type that might 4-bet send tens in this scenario, although we probably shouldn't. Sitting second in chips, but I feel like he's the type of customer that may have run it with his hand here and now. Wow. But
Look at this for an absolute cool-level. Oh, 9s, 10s, jacks and queens.
what on earth is going on?
What is happening here?
And Stephen, with all this action
my.
in front,
The Turk's in for his 2 big blinds. Steve McCabe just calls. So we're going 4-way, 9s, 10s, jacks and queens.
I don't think I've ever seen this. 9s, they're all there. All the pairs. Who's going to flop a set?
The queens.
Oh, my
Oh,
word.
set over set. This is just ridiculous.
And Ravi,
Imagine the jack of diamonds on the turn.
imagine it.
One time dealer.
So Ravi has to bet this one 3-way. No check-in. Don't even need to go too big. Still enough out there to get called by it. 125. And just a jam from Stephen.
Whoa, for 30 bigs? For 30 BBs?
Yeah, I would have just flatted here, because like Ravi just gets the hero fold some Queen X now.
Well, he has to call and he shows a set. Then he's just set over set. And Mad Turk's thinking, how am I even third in this coup?
Either way, Stephen goes broke, but like I think if we're looking at how to play this hand, we should just flat, keep Ravi's bluffs in, not let him hero fold a Queen X. Because like I feel like Ravi hero folds Ace Queen in this spot tower. I feel like he's good enough the way Stephen plays. Any case 9s for Stephen. 10 on the turn for the Turk, perhaps to keep him alive. Some hope.
You're so lucky I haven't won the hand yet.
The 7. Wow, set over set. Steve McCabe He's going to bust out early on an FT again. Oh, another Mad Turk. Look at this. Set over set over set. Have you ever seen anything like it? Set over set over set. Wow.
And Ravi up to 3 million, propels him to about 35% of the chips in play. It could be the Ravi show from here on out because he likes to put them to work when he's got plenty.
What a hand on the FT. Sorry, Matty. Half of us are on snide fire sticks. He might miss. He might be offside. I'll try and remember that. 8s for Hamza. Dean with ace queen. Just under, what, 28 bigs for Hamza. Raises to 160. Dean's 3-bet to 400.
If he jams, it's going to be super interesting because of how tight the stacks are with each other.
This is jumbo, isn't it? 8s for 28?
Things get funny in ICM. Like a lot of the time, you want to have the sort of hand that Tom had, like a high-low with a blocker, because of just what Dean's range is going to look like. He's going to be very strong at the top.
Yeah. Well, he makes a call.
Dean's basically going to like 3-bet suited aces, and his value combos.
2, 4, 10. So 10, 4, deuce, flop.
Probably just a small bet, 250.
And then the 8s will have a decision.
200.
Yeah, well, even smaller.
Yep. Eights will not be folding.
You can't do that. Raising chips, that's all of it. That's basically it.
Oh no, they're yellows though, right?
Ah. 1, 2, 3 for the 20. Are they yellows or reds?
Are my eyes working?
What's that? 525?
Yeah, yeah. So it is
550.
it is yellows. Yeah, he's gone for a click up.
550.
Really awkward spot for Dean now.
Just ace high. On a
Yeah,
10-eye board.
you're getting 5 to 1 with some overcards, but then again, it's just like you're putting in loads of chips in a dicey ICM spot. It's very awkward. I definitely do not fault him for calling, but you're not happy.
Bit of a huge pot brewing. 2.1
Yeah,
million.
out of nowhere. This is,
Yeah, absolutely. On a 10-eye
they
board.
both got less than pot on the turn. If the card comes higher than a 10, Dean wins.
Oh, Dean's. Well, that is
Any of them, but that's the best one.
the second best card to hit, the Queen of Hearts. And
So-
now then Hamza. He said all in and a snap.
Wow.
Oh, the 8s, baby.
Yeah, that's a punt.
Oh, Hamza. Hamza. Ugh. Needs an 8, and there's only one left in the deck.
You just got to realise in this spot, any high card is so favourable for Dean's range.
Oh, man.
He's saying he's already got over pairs or over cards when he peels the flop check raise.
And the 10 means we lose Hamza in 6th place. Hamza Kilek eliminated, and now Dean Lyle, Dino Supremo, is big chip leader. £8,140 for Hamza. Well played, sir.
Ace queen suited for Kev. Once again, too good to be doing any open jamming. One that wants to try and induce some stuff from Justin.
whether it be a raise call or potentially a complete. Justin with a combo that likes to check. Check he does. Bit of problems here for Justin. Top pair versus middle pair, blind on blind. Going to do one street at least, potentially two here. What a ridiculous setup turn. Justin turns trip jacks, and Kev, as high up as he is, I can't see a way we ever get away from this.
Maybe a lot of patience today, is Kev. A lot of patience.
He always does, Tower. He's so solid, and this is why he makes consistent deep runs all the time. The chips aren't going in light. .220 from Justin. Kev has to call, and we're going to be in a grim river spot.
What is this river? The seven of clubs. Seven of clubs river. Kev, if you can get out of this one, this will be a super fold if he ever gets out of this one.
How do we? Tower is two-tone on the turn, like we unblock the spades, we unblock the hearts. How on earth can we get away from this one? Like, we just basically think that Justin has to have a jack, and if we fold ace queen, we essentially fold everything, right? And there we go, here's the jam from Justin, and as Kev Allen, like, I don't see...
on earth? How many time banks have I got? He says they're there. I'm putting them all in, let me just tell you right now. Wow.
The thing is, like, if he finds the fold, incredible stuff in game, but if we fold ace queen here, unblocking spades and unblocking hearts, what do we call, Tower, other than specifically trips? If we fold ace queen, we fold everything. And if we fold everything after we check call flop, it's like, after we bet flop, we never bet a jack on the flop, so we can just get exploited the life out of, because we can now only get to the river with maybe ace jack, jack six suited. So, like, I think theory wise, this would never ever get to fold in a million years, because if we fold ace queen, we essentially fold everything, and if we fold everything, then Justin just gets to go bet on any board pair in jack turn and just get us to fold range.
Well, he is certainly in the tank. It's jack X and probably jack X only.
Rossa says if anyone gets away from this is Kev. I'm sure you've played a fair amount with Kev over the years at the table, Rossa. You'll know better than me, but it would be the most heroic fold in a three-handed situation. And the other problem we got is Kev. Is there well where Justin has worse value? Would he do this with an ace of his own? Probably not for the overbet, actually, even it being blind on blind. He's never checking ace 10 pre, is he? Ace 9, maybe the one hand we might eke into, ace 9 suited that might check back. Kevin, the blend up, rightly so. I feel like a lot of players have already called here. The fact that Kev's even thinking this long about it's incredible.
Does he just call jack X on the flop? Turn lucky.
Well, yeah, like Justin definitely has jacks in range, but like I say, the problem is if Kev bets flop, you shouldn't really ever have a jack. That's always going to check. So when the jack pairs, Justin just gets to go bet with absolutely everything. And if Kev's always folding ace king down below, it's just going to be incredibly profitable for us, right? So I'm talking about it from the theory side of things. But what I will say, Kev is a competent live pro. He's been around the tables, plays so much more live than he does online. So he would have seen spots over and over again, and he'll have that sort of gut feel in given scenarios at rivers that maybe you listen to and sways you the right way. But this would be the most heroic laydown in a free-handed situation I've seen in a long time. We just basically have to say Justin's got a jack. When it's two-tone, he can have hearts, he can have spades, he can have something like a queen 10, a king 10. So it's pretty sick Kev's thinking this long, but I don't see how we can fold, because like I say, from theory standpoint, if we fold ace queen, we fold absolutely everything, Tower. Ace queen, no spade, no heart. He's going to let it go. He's not, is he?
Oh, really?
That is ridiculous.
You can clap a fold sometimes.
That is ridiculous.
That is one of them.
I thought it was going to be one of these lengthy tanks and then eventually we flick it in, but somehow Kev saves his tournament, and if he goes on to spin up and turn this around, that fold will be talked about for a while. Credit to Kev. I'm out the tournament. I think a lot of people are, but that is what I talk about when I say competent live pro. He's played thousands, tens of thousands of live poker hands in his day, and sometimes when you're sat there in game, there's something just telling you you're not good, and Kev has listened to that gut, and he's still in the tournament.
Does so much for charity as well. Next event for us, UKPL wise, Newcastle. Back to the table. The Westlife's in. The King 10 of Hearts.
Pretty clear one for Westlife.
Gavin with the Queen 9 out of the hijack.
Around 8 bigs. And Shan.
Boy, this is a call all day long.
May even ISO Tower only working with 24 here, so ISO probably in order from Shan.
All in, he says.
There we go, and it could be goodbye to you, my trusted friend. Yeah, goodbye to you, your trusted friend. He won't want to see. He'll want to see a king, but not a 10.
Goodbye to you, my trusted friend.
Great track, that. Great track.
Waiting on it. It wasn't their original one, you know that, don't you?
I know it weren't. It was Terry Jacks, I think.
Well done.
As it comes 984, so it's looking bleak for the Westlife.
It is indeed. This is it. Bop, bop, baby. We're off.
Well,
Oh,
we got some chop outs. Any queens or sevens?
oh, Queen!
Oh, wow, queen for the scoop.
The Queen gives him the straight and Barry up to 300,000. The Westlife.
Back doors into the nuts.
Whoa. He had a dream.
He did have a dream, and now he's flying. Absolutely flying without wings. Barry Greenan turned some chop outs, but found the queen on the end for the scoop.
Hey.
Well, here we are again, and Ravi against Dost here. Couple of ladies, and the way Dost plays, it wouldn't shock me if this got in pre, but Ravi's chose a bad time to flat, because I feel like Dost is the type that might 4-bet send-tens in this scenario, although we probably shouldn't. Sitting second in chips, but I feel like he's the type of customer that may have run it with his hand here and now. Wow. But
Look at this for an absolute coolville. Oh, nines, tens, jacks and queens.
what on earth is going
What
on?
is happening here?
And Stephen, with all this action
my.
in front,
The Turk's in for his 2 big blinds. Steve McCabe just calls. So we're going 4-way, nines, tens, jacks and queens.
I don't think I've ever seen this. Nines, they're all there. All the pairs. Who's going to flop a set?
The queens.
Oh, my
Oh,
word.
set over set. This is just ridiculous.
And Ravi,
Imagine the jack of diamonds on the
I
turn.
imagine it.
One time dealer.
So Ravi has to bet this one 3-way. No check-in. Don't even need to go too big. Still enough out there to get called by it. 125. And just a jam from Stephen.
Whoa, for 30 bigs? For 30 BBs?
Yeah, I would have just flatted here, because like Ravi just gets the hero fold some Queen X now.
Well, he has to call and he shows a set. Then he's just set over set. And Mad Turk's thinking, how am I even third in this coup?
Either way, Stephen goes broke, but like I think if we're looking at how to play this hand, we should just flat, keep Ravi's bluffs in, not let him hero fold a Queen X. Because like I feel like Ravi hero folds Ace Queen in this spot tower. I feel like he's good enough
the way Stephen plays. Any case 9s for Stephen. 10 on the turn for the Turk, perhaps, to keep him alive. Some hope.
The 7. Wow, set over set. Steve McCabe is going to bust out early on an FT again. Oh, another Mad Turk. Look at this. Set over set over set. Have you ever seen anything like it? Set over set over set. Wow.
And Ravi up to 3 million, propels him to about 35% of the chips in play. It could be the Ravi show from here on out, because he likes to put them to work when he's got plenty.
What a hand on the FT. Sorry, Matty. Half of us are on snide fire sticks. He might miss. He might be offside. I'll try and remember that. 8's for Hamza. Dean with ace queen. Just under 28 bigs for Hamza. Raises to 160. Dean's 3-bet to 400.
If he jams, it's going to be super interesting because of how tight the stacks are with each other.
This is jumble, isn't it? 8's for 28.
Things get funny in ICM. Like a lot of the time, you want to have the sort of hand that Tom had, like a high-low with a blocker, because of just what Dean's range is going to look like. He's going to be very strong at the top.
Yeah. Well, he makes a call.
Dean's basically going to 3-bet suited aces and his value combos.
2, 4, 10. So 10, 4, deuce, flop.
Probably just a small bet, 250.
And then the 8's will have a decision.
200.
Yeah, well, even smaller.
Yep. Eights will not be folding.
You can't do that. Raising chips, that's all of it. That's basically it.
Oh no, they're yellows though, right?
Ah. 1, 2, 3 for the 20. Are they yellows or reds?
Are my eyes working?
What's that? 525?
Yeah, so
550.
it is yellows, yeah. He's gone for a click up.
550. Here we go, yet again. Let's do it again. Here we go.
I'm back in one piece.
Aye,
I'm here.
Here he is.
One piece.
Went out for a wander around Luton.
I forgot it was Saturday. It's busier on a Saturday, isn't it? I forgot.
For the food and everything.
Yeah, it's just a bit busier out there, but we're here. We're back. Penultimate session of the day, and Stato still with all the chips.
680, Sim 445, Seb Young 430. Down the bottom, the Mad Turk 70. Matt Davenport 70. Ryan Fronda 95, and Sam's still going on. What a great effort from Sam Goodman and Matt Davenport. 2 shorty stacks in the entire field. Sam Goodman, Matt Davenport, still in and made money. Well played both.
So we have to get some giveaways out this session at some point.
We will.
We'll do the first 8:15.
Uh-huh.
That sounds good. So funny when Arsenal could still potentially finish second in a third in a 2-horse race, and they all laughed at Spurs the Leicester season back in 2016.
Well, they lost. Oh, they lost.
Yeah, but they can finish. They might not even finish top 2.
Oh man.
It would be hilarious if that happened. But unlucky today, Curtis, as always next week. But Man City are only 3 points behind Arsenal now, you know that?
Whoa.
And I hate to say it, but there is a world where they don't even finish in the top 4.
Really?
Yeah, Newcastle, who are in 4th, are 5 points behind them. And Chelsea are 7 behind them with 3 games to play. So if Arsenal draw 1, lose 2, and Chelsea win all their games, Man City win and Newcastle win, that's it.
Oh, heck.
It would be brilliant. It would be the best thing ever if that happened. Football gods, make it happen, please.
You are the one. So here we go with the next session.
How was Jack? Was he alright? Behaved?
Yeah, just about.
Just about.
Yeah. Couple of moments, but nah, it was good. You know what he's like. We all know what he's like. With the top lad jumping in, but got another night in the hotel, staying in Luton, playing the cup. So we've got 5 tickets to give away.
I'll tell you what, we'll do two this session, 2 next session, and then save the big one for tomorrow.
Sounds good.
So 8:15, we'll go to the first giveaway. How about hitting a final today, Tower? Not out of the realms of possibility.
That is true. I don't think we will, but we'll see.
And someone said, I think it was Jack actually, about Stato. Could literally have 3 results on the NPL and be in the top 5 if he goes and wins this one or something like that. That would be pretty mental, wouldn't it? I do feel like, I said I think earlier, 4 months' time, 5 months' time, that's when we'll really see the true picture of the NPL. Because at the moment, the players at the top are just volume. You look at all the results at the top, it's just the people that have probably fired more, had more bullets. But that will become true up, I feel like, in about 4 or 5 months' time.
Usney with the ace king, flopping top pair.
And gut shot for Jack here, so not going to be hand over. Jack could even go for a little check raise with this one. Just north of 30. Definitely going to continue, just whether wants to play cool, whether wants to go check raise once in a while. Just the check call. Deuce of spades turn, just going to get to go bet here. As Husney, I'd probably size up here on the turn, just so we get to set up a nice comfortable river jam. A round pot seems good. 43 into 43, 129 in the pot would leave like 117 in Jack's stack, good for a 90% river jam. So at least 40k here would be nice from Husney. In terms of size, goes slightly less. Half pot, good enough. Gibraltarian, it can still happen. I just had a quick look. He says, Jay, Newcastle and Chelsea still play each other, so can that still happen? Yes, it can. If Newcastle win both their games and lose their one to Chelsea, they'll finish on 68 points. And then if Chelsea win their 3 games, they'll be on 69. And then if Arsenal lose their 3 games and City win 1 and draw 1, Arsenal would not finish in the top 4. So it is possible. It can happen. It would be great. It would be great.
He's already woke up in the fifth.
I know. I just hope they don't do a job against PSG next week. I've already got the drafts, let's say, from the Arsenal mates. Already typed them out, ready for send.
What you got ready for Keith?
Hopefully he's got 500 quid ready for me,
What
Keith.
you ought to say is well done, Keith, on reaching the final.
Yep, that's what I should say. I'll make sure to say it in person, though. Of course, top 5 Champions League
So
this
the,
season.
so the Premier League is going to have 6 teams in the Champions League next year.
Potentially, yeah.
Well, guaranteed.
Well, Arsenal, Spurs and Man U aren't guaranteed finalists
They
yet.
are.
We're not yet.
They are. I mean,
So HBS, let me go again. So, if Nottingham Forest in 6th win their last 3 games, if Chelsea win their last 3 games, Newcastle win 2 and lose to Chelsea, and City get 4 points, and Arsenal lose their final 3, Arsenal will finish 6th. Anyone else? Because Villa are in 7th. Ace 10 for Dan. On the ace, Jack 5, and potential trouble here for Jack. Flop top pair of his own. This is when someone goes to me, Villa, Notts Forest play City or something like that. Tower. He's alive. He is alive and well. We've sent out search parties for him the last couple of months, but he's here.
a Seaful.
And he's alive. It's Bob Smith.
What?
Bob! We forgot about him.
Hey, how we doing, Bob?
How's that quadruple looking, Bob? We ain't seen you in 2-3 months.
We missed you, Bob.
At least the treble's in the bag, mate. At least the treble's in the bag for Liverpool. Or the double, is it? The double's in the bag for Liverpool. Well, I'm Bob Smith. He went missing for 2 months after convincing me and Tower Liverpool are going to win the treble. But good evening to you, Bob. Welcome back, sir.
There we go. Indeed. Good to have you back, Bob. And we'll see you in Liverpool for the 888 later in the year. When is it? September. Oh, season will have started again. So there we go.
Oh, my word. Bazza, you're right. Some games are playing 4 as well. So, like, even Forest, Chelsea and Newcastle all got a game in hand on Arsenal. I didn't even look at that. They could finish 7th.
Dear. Dina is in Luton. Yes, she is. As always.
Yeah, so Dan, all in with his 2 pair. Tough spot with the ace-9 Jack. Going to ask for a count here, but cut off versus small blind. Just looking at the hand, I think the mistake comes straight away pre-flop. Just flatten ace-9 off here at this stage of the tournament in the small blind. Just fold, or if we think like Dan's after it too much, potentially free bet as a bluff, not all in. I feel like calling this one pre is what's got us in tangles in the first place. Now, like bluffs here for Dan, going to be like the suited King X that opens, King 9 suited, King 8 suited, King 7 suited, this type of stuff, removal to some King Queen. Maybe something like Queen 10, King 10's tidy one to use as well, blocking some turn 2 pairs and obviously blocking that nut straight. Like, I feel like a King 10 of hearts, Queen 10 of hearts going to be a really nice triple off here as a bluff. But is Dan creative enough to find these type of combos, like the obvious ones that just come to mind straight away? 8-9 suited, Queen 9 suited, all going to open in the cut-off c-bet, then barrel this turn and potentially triple. And then if you start scattering in some Queen 10, King 10, things like this, it does feel like there can be a fair amount of bluffs here. And I find in these spots as well, LP versus blinds, always need to ask the question, is this player going to be going for value with ace king, ace queen, one pair? We feel like they're not. They're potentially more inclined to throw on the cape, just because now we eradicate a fair amount of value combos when they're not showing ace king, ace queen for value in this spot. Like, usually people don't like going for free streets with one pair in a live setting. A real tough one at the end for Jack here. I feel like could have all been avoided just with a fold pre. Ace 9 off, wanting to have a look, and the look has potentially cost us our tournament. 9 of clubs, not a good card to have. Like, in terms of our catches here, like ace 6 going to be a much better catch. Like blocking 8-9, blocking Queen 9, blocking stuff like 9-7 of clubs, King 9 of clubs, which are going to be really nice barrels. So, in terms of our side card here as Jack, it's a horrible one to have. Like ace 6 of hearts going to be a much cleaner call than ace 9 off with the 9 of clubs, which should be a key card involved in a fair amount of Dan's bluffs.
So Jack gets away, leaves himself 95 with the blinds at 5k. Well, the music stopped. Something happened outside. The aircon stopped. The music stopped.
The aircon stopped.
It's the quietest it's ever been.
There's not power cuts over here now as well, is there?
Dave's looking for food. What are you after, Dave?
Headphones.
Headphones. Oh, good luck with that. Are they yours?
No, they're mine.
Ron says, have I missed the freebies? No, you have not. Quarter
No,
past
you have
8.
not. What are we doing?
I don't know what's going on.
What are we doing with the freebies?
Quarter past 8.
We're doing something at 8:15.
Did we throw them up? No.
Yes, we did. You went, Stato has still got all the chips.
Yes, we did.
But that is what is left out of the final 25. Paul Seaton Smith still got chips as well. Playing super well.
King 10 at 30 here for Vadims. Starts with Cool. Oh, and Husney
Oi, oi.
in the seat he was earlier. Going to be bumping it up with the boots. And King 10 too good to be folding for Vadims. So going to have a look at 3, but won't want to catch any.
7, 8, 4. Check, check. 4 clubs on the turn.
Yeah, and really nice one to see for Husney after checking this one back. Gonna go for some value now. Going to be underhand, you expect just south of half should be good enough against Vadim's actual holding. There is the fold.
Indeed.
And we have an updated NPL.
The Riz. Alex Rizvit, top of the pile. The Mad Turkey's in the cash here, still in.
But like this is
Keith's still in.
what I talk about right now. It's a bit different from previous years. Like you see, like the top 10 right now, basically all of them have played 10 or more rounds.
Yeah.
But like as you go down, you got Stato in 17th who've played 5. You've got Antoine Labatt who's played 5. You've got an 8 there I see as well, a few 9s. But I feel like in 4 or 5 months' time, we'll see like a few names that are there now that potentially not even going to be there.
Right.
Because like a lot of these 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. When you got people like Stato getting 70 points, 26, it's going to make a huge difference when they have them full 20 results up. So at the moment, I feel like it's down to volume. The people that fired the most bullets played the most. Obviously ran well and got some great results, but
What did Tony Home win to get 43 points? And what was that, London?
maybe.
That's a big one, isn't it? 43. I think it's the biggest of the year. Oh, apart from Steph. 43 is big.
Steph won the UK Open, wasn't it? No, not the UK Open. The what was it? Because he won the PLO in the same week. 888 something.
Yeah, I think that's what Tony Home did as well. I remember Tony Home was at Coventry as well. So there we go.
But like all I'm trying to say is there's people that nearly got their 20 results. So it's going to actually be hard for them to make leeway when they get their next result, because if they get a min cash, it might not even go on, or you might get 0.5 points.
Yeah.
But you'll get people that don't have their 20 cashes. When they get a cash, they're then getting 10 points to their score. So I feel like the people that you see in like 2-3 months time that have got like 10 cashes but are in the top 20, I feel like these are the people you'll see nearer the top, like October, September time.
You said a certain number of points would probably be the lowest score, didn't you? Was it like 12 or 13 or whatever?
Yeah, around that, I
Yeah.
reckon. Yeah, But I really like how they've changed the MPL this year, just more skill based rather than just being able to fire bullet after bullet, play your 25-50 in leads and then bust that and get your points and then travel up to somewhere else and just unlimited firing, trying to get those points on the leaderboard. But with the change this year,
Feels like yesterday.
Yeah, Needleman, we've just said exactly the same. Did Keith just pass the winning hand by mistake? And we actually think he did.
what happened then? Did he nick his queen, says Matt Pitt. Imagine that. Alright, that's mine, 2 pair.
Yep. He mucked his queen, he did indeed. He must have thought he had a straight or something. Human error, it happens.
I won't wear it, Mr. Go. I'm very particular with the hats I wear. I'm not going to wear a hat that someone buys me. I have my standing order set up for every Tuesday. 3 new hats arrive. And then next Tuesday, 3 more new hats arrive. I'm very picky. They got to be certain material, certain shape. The thing is, like, we get the privilege of having the feature and seeing stuff like that, but how much do you think of that goes on the outer tables? Because you never know. Like, I reckon I've probably mucked the winning hand many a time before and just
we only ever see what we see on TV, even big events. When there was one with Phil Lark a few years ago, weren't there? 60k pot or whatever it was, mucked the winning hand.
Ivy had one as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
King 7 now for Keith on the button. Paul can't do anything with Jack 8. 4 of spades, 4 down in the big blind. Would be defending this against the button open, suited and gapped. Wow, we got action here. So right after mucking the winning hand, maybe the old butterfly effect could lead him to winning a bigger pot a few hands later. Oh, and he's going to get the dream scenario. Check raise from Dan. Don't mind it all here from Dan. When we got 8 high, 3 to a straight, like, we can barrel some turns. We fold out better hands always when we get the fold. Just try and take away the fact that Keith's got a 7 from the spot. As I always say, look at it range versus range. Keith's just going to have so many whiffs that when I open the button, c-bet this board, and then we just fold out king highs, queen highs, stuff like this. But Keith, with other plans, gonna go for the free bet here on the flop with the trip 7s. I thought flat might have been in order here. I know we can see Ray's potentially best route against a flush draw, but if Dan's going to have some 3x, some 4-5, some 4-6, might have just flatted on the entire spectrum. Now, interesting one for Dan because we can be dominated against some higher flush draws and does just choose to let it go.
And here we go.
So a bit of a caller here, 2 pair on the end for Stefan Lazar and Brandon Harris. Turn the queen high flush. Stefan called it off on the river.
Busting out in 25th for £2,760. Irish Open main event final tableist Brandon Harris doing things in Luton.
And Dennis Shaw says, don't give me that, Jay. I remember playing against you and you had a woolly deerstalker hat on. That was my tea cozy. That was my lucky hat. That's different. That was a memorabilia. That was my lucky hat. I only had one of them, you notice. I didn't have all different colours. Just the one, Dennis. And then I lost it in Amsterdam about 7 years ago now. Maybe even 8 years ago that was. And Curtis says, chaps, what's your go-to order from an Indian? You don't want to know, Curtis, otherwise Tower's going to kick off.
I would always go for a chef's special. Or a chicken karahi. Even though I do prefer lamb.
It's pronounced curry.
No. A lamb karahi or a chef's house special or a chef's one of the special dishes that a chef would do.
I think you know mine, Curtis. Chicken korma, plain naan, poppadom, mango chutney.
Mild korma.
Yeah, just plain. Right. Well, very mild. That was from my Lahore though, because they have a bit of kick to them, their kormas in my Lahore. So you have to actually ask for it extra mild.
But I do like a South Indian garlic chicken. And something with a kick.
Kanchan says, Tao, you should try some Nepalese dish.
Okay. Cheers, Kanchan. I will try and find a Nepalese.
Why does... I've always actually asked it. I'm guessing Kanchan's from Nepal, but why do they have a flag that's not a full flag? And they're the only country in the world that don't have a flag that's a full flag.
What do you mean?
It's like a shape, isn't it, their flag? It's not a rectangle.
Is it like a cutout in it?
Yeah.
Like a...
It's like two equilateral triangles on top of each other. That's the best way to explain it.
Nepalese? I don't think I've... I must admit, I don't think I've had a Nepalese dish. And I don't know where there is a restaurant with Nepalese food either.
Yeah, unique, all right. I've never seen another flag like it. Top pair for Joe in the small. Pull the initial opener from the cut-off here. At this stage, would have just let this one go with Paul. Not the situation we had first session of the day when we had everyone covered and we got to relentlessly put chips in. Things changing slightly. Strategy in a Hold'em tournament is going to change depending on a lot of things. Start of the tournament, our strat's going to be completely different to when we're last 10% of the field. Same as a big stack, same as a short stack. Strat's going to change. Momo is a good one to start with, Tao. There you go. Off to Momo.
I'm going to go to the Momo website and see what they order. See what they order is. Where did you go for dinner, by the way?
I went to a place called Burger Dunk.
Burger Dunk?
Yeah. It was nice, to be fair. It was nice. I've never had a burger when you asked someone to take the salad out and they bring the salad actually on the side, taken out of the burger, but there we go.
It's in Mayfair.
Oh, bit pricey.
Costs you a tenner to walk down the street, doesn't it?
Paul gets the Jim Rivers the second nut flusher, and it's a terrible one for Joe because we just lose to everything other than 8-9 and Queen 9, and 8-9 and Queen 9 are probably in a bet flop right, whereas Paul just has Ace Queen, he has Ace King, he has King Queen, he has some diamond draws. Expect a lot of the spades to just bet flop with position. Joe correctly gets out of there. Yeah, chips ain't bad with an Indian. I don't mind chips. They dip them in the korma.
No. An Indian restaurant shouldn't sell chips.
Well, an Indian restaurant in the UK should.
It's true. True.
Because the amount of people that like to dip chips in their curry,
That
it's a
is
good
true.
it's a good earner for them.
That is true. It's like proper Italian restaurants don't sell pizza.
What?
Yeah.
Proper Italian restaurants?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they class it as fast food. So proper Italian restaurants, old-fashioned Italian restaurants, don't sell pizzas.
Redeems pocket eights.
Probably not many nowadays, but they used to be.
First giveaway coming up in 12 minutes
Yes.
time, guys. I'll think of a question for the tower. This King Queen suited for Dan here. Feel like just going to flat versus this gun open. At what are we, 30? Effective to start the hand, 29 to be precise. Does go for a free bet, and it's a big old free bet here, Tower. 3.5x. Don't usually see this in theory at this stage of the tournament, at this stack depth. Like at 30 effective, 29 to be a precise. We'd probably just want to be going like 29, 28k here as Dan, maybe just 30k, the full 3x, but it's a interesting choice of size from himself, and then also an interesting choice of combo. Obviously fine to free bet the suited broadways, but at this stack depth, 29, if our opponent 4-bet rips on us, we just can't call off and have to relinquish such a beautiful hand when we could have just potentially flatted and gone post in position. Like, probably going to work on this occasion, facing Vadim's actual holding. Doubt we're going to see 4-bet rip gun versus cut off here. Always just trying to take whole cards out of account. Real tough one for Vadim's here, I'll be honest with you. When our gun open gets 3-bet and we've got pocket 8s and we're sort of at this stack depth, we don't really want to go set mine in, just too shallow, sub 30. I wouldn't hate fold. Like 6s and 7s, yeah, gonna let them go right. 9s we got to continue. But he finds the 4-bet send.
Oi, oi.
What a guy! What a sick guy from Vadim, and to be fair, Tower, he was giving his opponent a good look. I don't know if he's got any sort of read here, but what a sick 4-bet jam. Don't get me wrong, you can 4-bet send 8s for 30, like MP versus LP, LP versus blinds, but you don't usually see it gun versus LP. When the LP 3-bets our gun open, don't really see too much 4-bet ripping going on with the pocket 8s, but don't know if Vadim's just had the soul read on Dan there, that he didn't want to be faced with any more action and gets it through. But great example there where I think off of that particular stack size, King Queen suited, it's going to play a lot more flats. Like as we get deeper, 50, 60, yeah, fine to just 3-bet and get aggressive. I just feel like when we're at a stack depth that we can't call a 4-bet rip, maybe the better approach is to just call in the first place.
We will see at the tables again soon, Kanchan. And then you can tell us about these Nepalese restaurants. Certainly sounds interesting. I wonder what the local dish is.
Momo.
The go-to dish.
Momo.
No, that's the restaurant.
Oh, I thought it was a dish.
The go-to dish.
I thought he was like, try the Momo out when
No,
you.
that's-
Oh,
that's-
okay, that's the restaurant name.
Unless it's Momo's, which are the dumplings.
Once again from Dan, like this one, definite combo.
Momo is a starter. It's a dish.
Like definite combo, we can use ace queen here, but I don't think we want to be 3-betting to 7 bigs to fold when we start the hand just north of 30. So if we are 3-betting here as Dan, I'm guessing we're 3-betting to call. Either way, 6 is a Husney, should be going into the muck. But once again, Dan goes for some extortion on this 3-bet size in position. Don't need to be eking into this 3.5 remit when we got position on the opener at this stack depth. Out of position yet, go larger. Thank you. He laughed at me, Jose. Jose Ellen Road says Momo is a dish.
But there's also a restaurant called Momo.
Well, there
as
you go. Well, I'm sure there's a restaurant called Korma out there, or Chicken Tikka Masala somewhere. Or Tandoori, there you go.
There you go, yeah.
Yep, Tandoori. I know a Tandoori Indian. I'm sure there's a Balti house as well I've seen before.
Probably. Can't beat a masala desai for breakfast. Very nice. Kanchan says, really good work from both of you. Hats off and catch you soon. Good luck to every player playing. Nice one, Kanchan. Nice words. And we'll see you at the table soon, I am sure. Look forward to seeing you again. Go back down in Coventry for Goliath. A long 9-day stretch for the team. This is Jack. Keith. Flopping trip aces. Gut shot for Vadim's. To Broadway. 7 of hearts after it's checked all the way through. Wasn't he catching a piece? Well, it should be checking. And Keith opens. That's 20k. Joe and Vadim's will be out of the way. And it's just whether Usney thinks Keith could be just trying to nick it. Will probably end up. No, here we go. He's calling. Just call the 20. Back door flush against there. The Queen 10. Under River Broadway. And it goes check. Keith building his stack up to 430. Hiya Jose, Ellen Road. Do you think he's going to Ellen Road? Jose Mourinho?
I doubt it.
Well, there's rumours. Do they play down to a number of players tonight or a set amount of levels? We either play 10 levels or we get down to the 9, whichever comes first.
Did you enjoy the game the other night, Jay? Great atmosphere. I was in the booth, mate. I was commentating. I got to watch the second half, 50th minute, went to the sports bar, got to watch the last 40, and then I remember 91st minute, they nearly made it 3-2, and I just had to walk out the casino. I couldn't do it anymore. I thought, I'm going to walk home. Hopefully when I get to the hotel, I'll go on flash scores. It says 3-1 still. Cheers, Kanchan. Really great work from both of you. Hats off and catch you soon. Good luck to every player playing today. Thanks, Kanchan. You surely want to stay because after this hand, we are having a giveaway. And I have a €25 Elite Series ticket to give away.
Very nice.
A 7 off for Vadim's in the calf. Fine to open once folded to. Husney with the free bet here. Cut off versus button. Going to be working. Vadim's hand can't really do anything here. Should just be folding fine to attempt to steal. And now should be getting out of the way, but this was the man that just gave Dan a long hard stare down before 4-bet sending 8s for 30 gun versus cut off. So maybe one of these that really likes to see if he can pick up on anything, but lets it go after some deliberation. So guys, it's time.
It's time. What's it time for?
I haven't done one of these in a while.
You missed it yesterday.
I heard. What, last session?
Oh, no. That was comedy gold.
You two can run a giveaway together.
No, that was comedy gold.
Okay.
You missed giving somebody a lifetime ban. You only guessed twice.
What, yesterday?
Yes.
Who was it?
You'd have been in your element.
No, I remember. Who was
You would have absolutely loved it.
What was his name? Was it Oliver that I barred before when we done the wheel and put his name on it? Remember that?
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yesterday we had multiple guesses in the bin. Anyway, carry on.
So guys, sorry if I get this wrong, I haven't done it in a while, but we are going to a giveaway. I have a €25 Elite Series ticket for Grosvenor Poker to give to one of you guys. Rules are as simple as this. I will ask Tower a question. He will write down his answer on that piece of paper closest to Tower's answer. Will win the ticket. You get one guess per account. Please do not get DQ'd. You will be disqualified from this giveaway.
Did it yesterday.
And all future giveaways. And please do not guess until we say go.
I said you could come back today.
Did Sam take? Did Sam off him?
No.
No?
No.
Who offed him then?
He says, what do you do? I said, no, Sam said it was multi-guest. I says, you barred for the rest of today. I said, if it had been Jay, he'd have been gone.
He would have. Simple as that. So guys, please do not guess until I say go. Please don't be giving Tower any clues at all. So Tower.
Yes.
The San Mams Stadium host to Atletico Bilbao is going to be host for the Europa League final when Spurs lift the trophy in about 3 weeks' time.
Is it?
But what I would like to know, and you probably know where this is going, what is the capacity of the San Mamés Stadium? I'm probably butchering the pronunciation because it's Spanish, but it's Atletico Bilbao's stadium, the one they play their home games at. What is the capacity?
Don't guess yet.
I just thought it's 9 or something.
I had quite a big angle on the turn, up and down both ways. A jack, a 6, and a 8 as well.
Towers guesses
I'm
in.
in.
Good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck.
I am in. Where you go. Woo! Let's see if I've nailed it. I think I've nailed it. I think I've absolutely nailed it. Come on, team. Get your guess it. The Sam Haman. Wasn't he Sam Haman, didn't he used to own Wimbledon?
That's Didier Hamann, right? Oh no, not sorry, I didn't. I literally answered your question before I heard Wimbledon. The only other Hamann I know is Didier Hamann or
Was
Didier.
Sam Haman something to do with Wimbledon?
I have no idea, Tower.
Huh. There you go.
Sorry, Joe. I knew I'd get the pronunciation wrong.
There you go. You have to spell it out.
The San Haman. Why there's no H in it? How can it be San Haman? It's Mames. Where's the H?
Oh dear. There you go. Richie Burner says yes, he was. Something to do with Wimbledon.
Hey, Bonadis, the question is the capacity of the San Haman Stadium, home of Atletico Bilbao, host of the Europa League final when Spurs lift that trophy 3 weeks' time.
Would you try and get tickets?
I've been quoted a price from already. They're quite expensive. Plus, I've looked at hotels and flights, and they're charging like 2.5K for the cheapest hotel night.
No way.
In Bilbao at the moment, it's like ridiculous at the moment. So,
Oh my.
like you probably, because I'd probably have to take the old man as well. You're probably looking like 10 to 15K just for the day, like for the 2 days. So I'm not,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's happening yet. And knowing me, we probably won't even get there because I've just booked us, but
Wow.
we will see. But someone actually I spoke to today said they could potentially get tickets cheaper,
Okay.
so we will see, Tower. But the thing is, like, this is the prices for like the entire day is like 2 times the Euro final that I went to 4 years ago. Like it's 2x. I'm like, how can a Europa League final be 2x what you paid for the Euro final when England were there? It's
Exactly. Exactly.
Joe Diego, talk about counting your chickens, Shay. The Arctic Circle will not be kind. We checked the weather. It's 10 degrees over there, which is prime weather for Tottenham most parts of the year. So
Exactly. December, January, February is colder. So, what is the capacity of the stadium where Man United will face Tottenham in the Europa League final, if they both get there?
You keep making mistakes even when you...
that is queen for Jack. Nice looking flop. Does check it over to Keith, who is going to stab at this one. Try and take this down here and now with the 10-7 of clubs. We're going to get some bad news. Jack at the top end.
And now we are back on Facebook. So Facebook can now have a guess. Welcome, Facebookers. What is the capacity of the stadium that's going to host Man United versus Tottenham in the final?
Oh, now you've bogged it. Now there's definitely no Man U Spurs final. Tim Buckley says you can get the overnight boat from Southampton, watch the game, then get the boat back.
Why don't you just watch it at home?
What they do a boat from Southampton to Spain.
You won't. Overnight boat to Southampton, watch the game and get the boat back. What a good idea. I was thinking the Arctic Circle.
I think you're speaking about for the final, but there we are.
No, yeah, he is. Get a boat over. What a good idea. I like it. So, get your guesses in. What is the capacity of the stadium that is going to host the final of the Europa League that Man United and Tottenham hope to be in?
So, gonna give you the correct answer, guys. See if you can get any tells on the tower.
Nailed this, by the way.
So, I'm not having Haman. I'm going to read it as it's spelled.
Go on then, how is it?
The San Mamés Stadium is the home of Athletic Bilbao with a capacity of 53,331 seats. 53,331 seats. That's the correct answer, but that's not what I'm looking for. Yeah.
There's a Z in it.
There's an S in it. Mamés, you see? M-A-M-E-S. Where's he getting the H from? How is that San Hammam? Where's the H coming from?
No idea. 53,000 it holds. Well, there you go. Fancy that.
Fancy that.
Fancy that. One Turkish fan was banned from entering the stadium. He rented a crane and watched the game on top of the crane near the stadium.
Rent a crane. Could you imagine that? Me and Keith Littlewood up there on the crane together, because Keith's going, I think. He's a Man U fan. Just me. Oh, that would be brilliant.
Dear. Brilliant. I love it.
Renting a crane. It would probably be cheaper, to be fair. Or that crane for 2 hours.
You could definitely do that in Malta. There's cranes everywhere in Malta. Everywhere.
So Jack under the gun. Raise and take, getting it through.
So Facebook is back. The guests are coming in on Facebook.
Yeah, we'll give you a few more minutes. We got another one to give away this session, so if you are unfortunate, still potentially can win yourself one. So we're going to have a spin quickly over to an outer table, and it is Matt Davenport.
What is happening? He's got one chip in his hand, has he?
Yes, he has. Left himself one chip back.
Okay. The flop is King 3-5. By the looks of that. So, who's in the tank here?
Matt just trying to see if he can get any sort of ladder, I'm guessing.
Ace 10. Pocket sevens. Matt's all in. We need an ace or a 10 for Matt to survive. He has done super good today. And it's a king. So Matt taps the table. Well done, sir. That's a great spin, that, Matt. Great spin. Well done. He came in either second or bottom of the stack this morning with 83 players left, and he's just finished in 23rd.
Yeah, just before him, lost Sam Goodman and 24th.
Another spin
for 2,760 quid. So both the spinners out. 5 minutes of each other.
Yeah.
22 remaining now. Tim Buckley says Poe ferries go direct to Bilbao from Portsmouth for 300 quid. How long does that take, out of interest, Tim? That's got to be a while, right? I remember it was like 2 hours to the Isle of Wight when I was in year 6.
That wouldn't be in a P&O ferry though, would it?
I don't.
That'd have been the daily steamboats.
I don't know. I'm not a ferry expert.
So we give you 2 more minutes to get the guesses in.
We will be finishing about midnight tonight, bagging up for day
Yes.
3. Well, 30 hours, Tim.
What?
I missed the match.
Oh dear. 30 hours. Look, Liverpool to Dublin's 8 hours. It is. It is. They do a fast one from Holyhead. That takes 3. But 30 hours? Set off on the Wednesday, get there for the match on the Saturday, come back. You've done a week's trip.
Yeah, I'm all in here as Joe. Joe may not jam, to be fair. He's fairly solid. He's really disciplined with his approach. But if I've got 9 tier and 21, there's no way I'm not shoving, even facing gun. He still takes it, fair play. I think we got it, unfortunately. Oh, and Ryan Fronda with Ace King suited behind, and off we go. Husney with a snap. Time to run it. Just get an account. Fine to get a count as Husney. Once clarified that this is 22 bigs, it should be snap calling. And the great thing in these spots, Joe offered 22, just 3 bets aces and kings, maybe queens. So like, we just never dominated against Joe here as Husney. There's the call. And we're closing the giveaway off this all in and call, guys. So you got about 30 seconds.
Oh, that's 2 minutes. Not a quick 2 minutes.
I know the dealer's going to be cinematic, nice and slow. That's why.
I like it.
Three-way all in.
3-way all in. Lot to play for.
So jacks of Husney looking good at the moment. Ryan needing an ace or a king. Joe needing a 9. Well, a few more outs for Joe. 7's working alongside the 9s now. Ryan Fronda needing aces and kings.
And it's a 6. So a double elimination.
2 gone. And it's pretty standard.
Good to see you, Ryan. As always, top lad is old Ryan.
So Ryan from the 22nd.
Top lad.
Joe Hindry 21st. So we're going to be down to 20. Jose say, oh, it's only 27 hours if you bring your own paddle. Give him a little helping hand.
So one more hand to get your guests in. There's a few joining us. We had Facebook down for a little bit.
Okay, one more
So
hand.
we get your guests in on Facebook if you got there. We got it back. What is the capacity of the football ground that's going to host the final between Man United and Tottenham in Bilbao, when it's $3,000 to stay in the Hilton Hotel next door? €3,000.
That sounds about right, yeah. I was looking at the thing, it was earlier, not yesterday, it was like 2.5k. All the hotels for one night, 2.5k. I won't be getting a 30-hour ferry if I am going, Tim, I'll tell you that. You can play poker all night, there's a casino. What, 110% rake probably? I win a 1 a pot, I owe them a tenner. I can imagine the rake on a ferry, jeez. It's just a shame these days, really. Like, it just prices so many people out going to be able to watch their team. And
it's just a rip-off that they're allowed to do that kind of thing. The same, the UK do it, but not on a massive scale like that. But it's just wrong. It's just completely extracting the whole ethos about it. It's just awful. You want to go and see your team playing, you just can't afford it. shocking.
And then you have 50% of the people there that don't even care, don't support either team. They're all corporate, and it's just.
Yep, you're right. And you do get a lot of corporates, don't you?
Yeah,
lots of corporates.
they just absolutely take the piss with all excuse me,
No,
language,
you're
but
right.
like
It's
all,
true.
all the boxes and like all the good seats are just taken, and
Yep,
just all the normal good football fans just get priced out.
you are absolutely right.
But if there are any Spurs fans watching, and you are corporate and you've got a box for the final, let me know, please.
You got spare space?
Let me know.
There's somebody not going. There's somebody not going. Then get him in. So straight after this hand, we'll give you my answer to see who has won the ticket. A €25 ticket to the Elite Series.
Yeah, this one's gone on for about 15 minutes, this giveaway. We said we'd squeeze one more in this session, so
We will.
9 o'clock we'll say.
Nice one.
It's on a Wednesday, I think, at CFO, 21st of May, I'm pretty sure.
21st of May. Evening, Anthony. Anthony Severin is in Blackpool.
This is the man. He knows. He travels everywhere in the world. The CFO's going to come back to me and goes, Jay, I've got a room in the stadium, 50 quid a night.
Exactly.
This is what's about to happen.
Go on a C4, sort him out, will you? 21st of May, 8 o'clock. He wants to check in about 3 and leave the morning after.
Ace, 10, 9, just a C-bet from Paul. Does the trick.
Final 20 seconds before the comp is closed. Let's write it down, and then any guesses after it is mentioned on the chat, then no guesses will be allowed. What is the capacity of the football ground where hosting the Europa League final that Man United and Tottenham should be in? We say should. 3-0 and 3-1 are the first leg scores, but Tottenham are playing on an artificial pitch in the cold in the summer.
It's not that cold. We checked, it's 9 degrees.
It's British weather. It literally is British weather, isn't it? Ian Oakley's having got his final guess. Last 10 seconds. Anything happen on this one, then we'll go back to it. The last couple of guesses. Get yourselves in.
10-second countdown
is on. The capacity of the ground. The Europa League. I think that's about it. So 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6. A lot of late guesses coming in. What have they been doing?
I don't know.
What have they been doing? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The competition is now closed. Ricky Guinness, the last guess.
Is closed. After this hand, going to reveal the winner.
Nice one. You'll get checking the chat boxes.
Don't need to.
Oh.
Done.
See, you know how to do that. I have no idea. I have to scroll. I didn't even know what buttons to press yesterday. That's why we got into a bit of a kerfuffle.
Blind on blind. Keith with middle. I'm going to go for the stab. It should just be a fold here from Paul. So,
yes,
over to Tower. I asked him the capacity of Atletico Bilbao Stadium, the San Mamés.
Well, I watched it yesterday, or Wednesday. When did you play?
Thursday.
Watched it Thursday because we had an early finish.
Yeah.
So I caught the last 15 minutes.
Oh, I forgot about that.
I saw the last, and I thought it wasn't a massive stadium. It was open air, wasn't it, and all that malarkey. And I just thought that doesn't look like it's one of the Wembleys or a Tottenham new stadium and all that. So I thought it was quite a lot less. And I thought Spain, apart from the Nou Camp and the Bernabeu, the rest of them were around about 50,000. So that's what I went. But I went a little bit less because I also went round about between 45 and 50. So I came up with a really good guess. I came up with 48,500. That was my guess. Well, I was going to put a couple of digits on the side.
Yeah,
rather
good
than
effort.
48,500. The actual answer was 53, so that was a good guess.
I didn't actually think you'd be that close,
Thanks.
but I thought you'd get within like 15k. Football stadiums aren't really hard ones to get too far off, are they?
There's not that many that have really, really big ones anymore, is there? We have one.
But that doesn't matter.
Nope.
Because we have a winner.
We have a winner!
And we nearly had what would have been a 6-way tie because we had countless people guess 48,000
on the dot.
or 49,000.
Yeah.
So they would have been chopping. But then we had Val come in on Facebook with 48,989. Undercut everyone.
On fire!
Another ticket.
The Wiley has won another one. On fire with the guesses.
So going to have a second bullet in the Elite Series if needed.
To be fair, the first guess was 63,000
Oh, let me.
on the other one.
Oh, okay. Who was guessing? You or Sam?
What, eh?
63,000.
No,
oh, I thought you meant the first one she won.
No,
oh, okay.
no. So 48,989. Well done, Val. On fire with the tickets.
Another one coming up in 23 minutes,
Yes.
guys. 9 o'clock. I'm going to quickly grab a cup of tea. Would you like anything?
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
You want a cup of tea?
Yeah, that's
I'd like some water.
You want water?
I tell you what.
Yeah.
You know them nice coffees that they make, the cold ones.
The iced coffees,
Can
yeah.
you get me one of those,
Yeah,
please?
I'll get you one of those. Perfect.
Beautiful. Curtis, it's all about a bit of luck with the guessing. That's all it is. And that's all it is. And if you're fortunate enough to have a little bit of luck, you get the prize. So well done, Val. Another ticket, 2 in 2 days. Flipping heck. Well done. It happens. We had the Preston Pixie winning a couple last time. And he's won one this time. So we continue. Yep, Rip Cheetah, you put 48,000. I nearly stuck 48,000 on the dot, and then I thought I'd better stick a few on. Because a lot of people would have just nailed it. And there's not many stadiums, to be fair, that hold exactly a 0-0-0, is there? There's not like 60,000, 80,000, 90,000. There's not many stadiums around the world that hold an exact 0-0-0. There aren't many, to be fair. I think the old Wembley used to hold 90,000.
Still, New Wembley holds 90, right?
Yeah, but I was just saying there's not many that hold exactly a 0, so like 0-0-0.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I was just thinking. I was just thinking that if I'd have put 48,000, there would have been a lot of guesses. What did you say? 6-way tie it would have been. It's all right, Rosa. You'll get the next one.
It's all right. You had the chip lead in the mini the other day, Rossa.
Yes.
You've already had your luck this week.
Played well.
He always plays well. Except when he's 4 better than me and showing me deuces. It's all a joke to him at the poker table.
The player's good. I'm impressed with Sam Goodman and Matt Davenport today. I think they've done exceptional to get into the cash. Really have. I really do. I think they've done very, very well. It ain't easy to guide your way through that field as bottom 2 in the chips and to make the money, which we are right now. We are in the money.
Husney opens to 12. 2-table redraw at 16.
We're down to 20.
Yeah, average stack at the moment, 50 bigs, just shy of. So, you can imagine how much plays left in this one. Still think it's a stretch to get to 16 players before the next break.
Yes. Yeah. I still think might be a stretch to get to the FT.
I think we'll go close. I think between 9 and 11, it just bears on all ends. If
I think I said 14 this morning. Might be unders on the 14, but I did say 14. I am thinking definitely 2 tables. 87 bigs as chip leader as the blinds go up. The blinds are on the increase.
Keeping the hijack, goes for 2.5x. The 10-8 of clubs. Redeems out of the way. I literally just walked out, Gary, to order the teas and an iced coffee, and he looked like he had about 300.
Nice.
A7 for Vadeem's here at 30. Starts with call. Husney getting to check his option. So 15 minutes, another chance to win yourself.
Yes.
An Elite Series ticket, Jack 8-4 Rainbow, blind on blind here. Nice one to just check call for Vadeem's. Husney's got a nice stab like this. Whoa, ace high into the mark, blind on blind against one big. Okay, that's fairly tight. And Gary Wilson's here tomorrow for the old boys comp.
Love it.
We'll show you the next stop after this hand, Matty Smev.
Marching on together.
That should give it away.
We're gonna sing and win.
Whatever you do, just don't put this video has a negative point of view.
Also, what's going on with the Arsenal? The other night when they were playing PSG,
Terrible.
yeah, they were terrible. But the fans singing one of our chants. They were singing a Spurs chant.
What, they were singing Tottenham?
No, but at Spurs, and it has been for years. I used to go with the old man, early 2000s, and it also used to be the same at White Hart Lane. And
Yeah.
we'd sing, we're Southside, we're Southside, we're Southside Tottenham, we're Parkside, we're Parkside, and we'd sing it back and forth to each other. I was watching the PSG game the other night. The Arsenal fans were singing the exact same thing back and forth to each other. Maybe not Parkside and Southside, but they were singing the same chant and maybe just changed the street name.
We're in the cheap seats.
Yeah.
We're in the expensive seats.
Can anyone help me in the chat what they were singing? I'm sure there's someone out of 400 people watching that can explain to me. I've never heard it until the PSG game, not today, thanks.
It's an Arsenal song. They sing at Highbury for the North Bank and Clock End as far back as the 70s.
My great-great-granddad used to do it in the 20s.
Well.
We're having competitions. I wasn't born, Harry. I'm saying when I used to go, I couldn't go when I was in the womb, could I? I couldn't experience it then. I'm talking about when I was a youngster. I was only 5 years old. I'm talking about my experience. I remember it. Tea is for me, and the iced coffee is for this lad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
What was that?
You're a gem.
You're very welcome.
Bit of iced coffee. Get in.
Thanks, Dom. Thanks, Smiter. This is how little Arsenal games I watch.
North Bank. South Bank. Is that it?
That's it, yeah. But I was just listening to telling. I'm like, why are they doing that? Like, I've never heard them do it before. Maybe it's just selective hearing.
Nice one, Danny. Danny Evans says, good evening, guys. Good luck to all who are playing. Well, they're down to the final 19. Down to the final 19.
How you doing, Apocalypse?
Oi, oi. The most northerly point of the UK. What's it called? What's it called? Gunust or something like that. Benust or something like that. So we didn't catch Alexius Zervos busting out in 20th for 2,940. Joe Indry out in 21st. We saw Ryan busting out. So we're down to 19.
It should just be hand done. Free bet here from Paul. Somewhere around 50k.
There we go. Unst. I know that.
Wow, Paul once again. We saw this earlier on in the day. Sort of out of position, going sub 3x. Like, just want to deter hands like this from calling. We go the full 4x here, 48k, even like 46, just shy of. Starting the hand at 36 big, so potentially as Paul, we just win this pot pre if we choose a legitimate size in. Just too small out of position here with the ace king. Now Keith just gets to take his price in position and realise flop's a flush draw. Oh, that was a triangle. It's a bank. I'm glad it's a bank. And there's a C-bet, and there's just the snap from Keith. And I think theory-wise, this one probably would call ace, king, ace of spades when Keith just jams and has so many flush draws. But in a live setting, you don't ever see people call these spots with ace highs. Like, yeah, they're like, okay, you can have the flush draw, but it's just too much to risk. And Paul potentially could have won that pot pre. We chose legitimate sizing, going sub 6. Just not really going to achieve much. Keith getting to come along, flops his flush draw and bluffs Paul off the best hand. Keith Littlewood making moves.
Keith jams a flush draw. The lighthouse off the coast is called Muckle Flugger. No idea what it means, but it's the most northerly point in the UK. Thanks for that, Apocalypse. Enjoy your weekend in Muckleflugger.
Muckleflugger.
Nineteen players.
That's some water bottle.
What is that?
That's got to be like a 3 litre water bottle there for our dealer. Keeping hydrated, I
Jeez.
like it. Keeping the mind fresh.
I thought it were a fire extinguisher.
It could have been. It definitely could have been. 7A suited for Paul. Clean open on the button. 6 off and down, can't do anything. Over to Jack in the big. And it's King 4-5, 2 spades, so I feel like definitely going to be c-betting here. As Paul, folding out better hands when we get the fold. Got the gut shot and king high board just better for our range. I wondered why we hadn't heard from a CFO in an hour. He asked me for the dates, he disappears for an hour and he just comes back. Room available, twin, £900 for the 21st to the 22nd.
There you go.
How close to the stadium is CFO?
That's in France.
Can you imagine? Portugal or something. Ace of clubs on the turn, and it's got to be tripled now. As Paul got to barrel this on the turn with the intention of shoving non-spade rivers, non-king rivers.
The last time a CFO was in Bilbao, he paid 60 quid for 2 nights. Wow. Just goes to show, doesn't it?
So this is nice from Paul, getting a bit of a stick with the sides in last hand, but really like this, credit where it's due as always. It's a really nice turn to barrel when the ace rolls off. Just got so much ace X in range, and we just get to pressure the king X. Thank God for that though. Jack saving us potentially, because we're going to be all in on a lot of rivers there as Paul. And Jack puts in the jam to save our tournament there. Feel like Paul would have been tripling off. We don't know what Jack had, but must have been beating 8 high. If he can find the flat, gets the full double on a lot of rivers and knocks Paul out. Maybe he had a bluff, one of these combo draws. That is ridiculous. How can you pay 60 quid for 2 nights, and now for 1 night you're looking at a bag? And he's had to look an hour for that, by the way.
Yep, that's true.
It's not even like he's just gone in the internet. He's probably been in the midst of the web.
Websites that we don't know.
Exactly.
The deepest, darkest web a C4 goes on to get them prices.
Randomdraw.com. That will make him smile, that one. I know he sat there smiling to himself. In 5 minutes we will go to a J Thinks, and good news for the chat is that we have now given away all the €25 Elite Series tickets, which means the next one is going to be worth €50.
Awesome.
I don't think anyone else ever has a Seif. I think you're probably the only person.
Yep.
2 platinum passes. Hard to come by.
Absolutely.
Nice looking flop for Jack with the 5s up and down both ways. I think it's Jack now happy to do some betting.
Yeah.
Feel like 6x, 7x going to bet flop a lot for equity denial. Now us with the 5s potentially can start stabbing. Going to induce this from Vadim's 7k. So against 40%, pretty clear call. How are you doing, Ian Roberts?
Evening, Ian.
Stopping in the car to say hello.
Stopping car. At the traffic lights on his way back from Everton.
Probably.
2-2 against Ipswich. Oh, dear me.
Yeah, there should be a call here from Jack. Yes, the aces roll off, but no ace highs want to bet the turn tower, very important. So when our opponent bets this river, he's not going to go for value with a 6. He's basically saying he's got a 7, which is going to bet the flop so often. So I'm not folding 5s here as Jack. Like ace highs check turn. If he goes for value with a 6, fair play. I'll just bow and take my hat off to him, but I can't see how we fold 5s here as Jack. There's just no ace highs that want to bet the turn. If our opponent's betting turn with ace high, bit of a misstep. So now that he wants to bet river up, he's basically saying he's got a 7. I feel like this is a pretty nice one to just hero. Wow, he folded.
Yeah, go on the way. We're not going to see what Vadim's has.
Well, he can't have an ace. 7 bets flop. Like, it just seems like a really clear call there. Pocket 5s. Ace high shouldn't bet turn. 7 extra bet flop. If you're going for value with a 6, like I say, you just take your hat off to the man and say sick value bet.
Ian Roberts says, Jay, try Santander for the Bilbao game about an hour away. There's a ferry there as well, great restaurants and chilled city. But who wants to stop in a bank?
I actually use Santander.
Hope the mood isn't too bad in Luton. No, I don't think it is. Didn't see too many football fans. Jay went out for a bite to eat on the dinner break and he says he wasn't too busy with football fans. Bit gutted for him though, back-to-back relegations. That doesn't happen very often. I actually think Sheffield Wednesday once did it. When they went from the Premier League and went down straight after. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they did. Around about 10 years ago.
I can't. Whatever happened to Portsmouth? I can't even remember him getting relegated from the Premier League, and then next day they're just in League 2 somehow. Like they just appeared. No, I've not booked anything yet at CFO because if you haven't realised, there's still a second leg.
They're not in the final yet. All this is hearsay.
But a lot of fans are taking a punt and booking early to save money. Well, I say booking early to save money. Have you seen the prices anyway? Like without. Tal, was it you that said to me, why do they not just say, we're going to change the stadium, you're both English teams, we're having it at Wembley, bish bash bosh, off we go.
Yep. You're going to get more at Wembley Stadium than the 53,000.
Yep.
You're going to get 80,000. It's a win-win for everybody.
Couldn't agree more. So after this hand, guys, we are going to go to a giveaway. See what question Tower's got up his sleeve.
Yes. There's the pen, there it is.
Jack 10 of hearts for the Deems. Opens.
Ace 3, 5 on the flop.
They've got a call once with King High here as Keith. And he's not going to. I feel like a lot of people miss these button versus big blind when the button just auto c-bets a lot of boards. Like the high hands, like ace highs have to continue and then like king highs on ace high boards. Just recognising that the button opens stuff like 8-9 off and 10-9 off. Jack 7 suited, like so many whiffs out there.
Oh, Bozzers are chirpy about the final.
I've already got that with an extra 0 on it with Keith, Boz. We got to check out Guggenheim Museum, as CFO says, if I'm in Bilbao.
Okay. One thing Jay will not be doing is sightseeing. That means walking around.
Yes.
One thing Jay doesn't do very often is walk around without golf clubs.
That is true.
Is it giveaway time?
It is giveaway time.
It's giveaway time. Get ready.
Quick rundown of the rules, guys. If you weren't tuned in half hour ago, where was you? But anyway, simple as this. Tara asked me a question. I'll write down my answer on this piece of paper. Closest to my answer is going to win themselves a €50 Elite Series seat.
Woo!
One guess per account. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified. And please do not guess until we say go. Don't be giving me any clues in the chat box.
Correct. So, pretty relevant question. Keith Littlewood.
Yep.
He's got a Philadelphia Eagles jersey on.
It's not relevant.
It is, because I could see it. All I want to know is, in the 2024 season, how many points did the Philadelphia Eagles score in total? That's it. That's all I need to
Can
know.
you tell me how many games are in a season?
Do you want to guess? Shall we give him a clue?
I don't know.
There's 17 games in the regular season,
Okay.
and then there's the playoffs.
Okay.
Whether they made the playoffs or not, I'm not telling you.
Okay.
Okay? That's your clue. Don't give him any guesses. Don't give him any clues, please. Please do not guess, or else you'll be barred. You done? The question
Fancy
is, how many points did the Philadelphia Eagles score in the 2024 season in total? As Keith has got an Eagles shirt on. Away you go.
It's not really relevant to like poker or.
No, it's relevant because I saw an Eagles jersey. That was it. So the question is, how many points did the Philadelphia Eagles score in total in the 2024 season?
I'm like, I know that you get 6 points for the try thing. So
The try thing.
yeah, what's it?
Touchdown?
I know. Yeah, I knew. No. I actually knew it was a touchdown. It literally, I just had a brain blip. Try thing, touchdown, and then you get an extra point for the conversion.
Correct. The extra point. Yeah.
And then I just remember 15 years ago playing Madden and the word Hail Mary's coming to me. I don't know what that means, but
The Hail Mary is the longest throw that there is, and hopefully somebody's at the other end catching it. So how many points did the Philadelphia Eagles score in total in the 2024 season? As Keith Littlewood has got an Eagles jersey on. Vadeem's with the King Queen.
12k open from gun. Minutes left of this session, guys. Will be a couple more giveaways. Final session of the day. The question at the moment: the Eagles, how many points did they score last season?
Yeah, in total.
A6 for Paul in the cut-off. 14 bigs. Sends it into the middle, and Jack has a snappity snap, I think. Sorry, he's not in the big, he's in the small. Even so, I feel like Jack's going to call ace-9 suited here. Paul should shove ace-8 through ace-deuce suited. He should shove some offsuit ace-x. He should shove king-9 suited, 10-9 suited, jack-9 suited, queen-9 suited. So we just dominate a ridiculous amount of range. And the great thing for Jack here, ace-king, ace-queen probably want to raise call. So it's only really the ace-10 and ace-jack that's ever going to have us dominated. 10s want to raise call. They don't want to shove. And he's going to take the tighter approach. Maybe in the big he would have called, but still had Vadeem's behind him. Vadeem's not going to be calling 7-8 off here. Like, these spots are interesting because if your opponent's playing correctly, like they're not going to shove aces, kings, queens, ace, king, ace, queen. They're just going to raise call these. So when we have something like ace 9 suited, like we dominate a lot of the stuff that wants to shove, and a lot of the stuff that dominates us doesn't shove in the first place, if that makes sense. So I feel like could have potentially called their 6 max setting, cut off versus small blind ace 9 suited. But we are approaching the part of the tournament. Money is starting to get close, or the big money at least.
So the question is, in 2024 season of the NFL, how many points did the Philadelphia Eagles score in total?
I'm literally thinking about trying to compose the texture about apologising for letting them out. I've never even met her. Not from babysitting service, so I'm feeling guilty about it already.
Ooh.
It's a random person on an app. Random, their DBS check. They normally like what you get a profile. Quite nice.
Fours for the Husney, raising to 17. So, give you the correct answer very, very shortly. How many points did the Philadelphia Eagles score in the 2024 season? They actually went on to win the Super Bowl. So they played 17 games, 3 playoffs and the final.
Oh no!
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Here we go.
you didn't tell me that.
What?
I thought the playoffs was just semi and final. So I thought it was 19 games.
Oh,
So I've done it on 19 games.
okay. Damn.
Ace queen for Paul. Oh, this is... Speak about these ones a lot from Gun.
103k and 17.
It just potentially makes more money just making it 2 bigs. Like Paul here. What are we trying to get called by? Like, does anything really call us that we're in front of and dominate when we open shove for 17 bigs? And we got the perfect example here. Like, this hand gives us our answer, and there we go. There's the fold from Vadim. So our shove is terrible. Like, we're not getting ace jack to call. So what on earth does the shove do? If we open to 2 bigs, ace jack potentially 3 bets us to get it in 6-handed. We double up. Now we just lose our customer with the open jam for 17 from Gun. It's so strange. We want some action from our hand. We want the big blind to defend wide. It just loses. Ace jack, which potentially would have been happy to 3-bet get it in there, but against a 17 big blind open jam, Vadim just knows he's not seeing ace 10. He's not seeing king jack. It's always just going to be ace queen, ace king, or a pair that we flip against. So pat yourself on the back, Vadims. Let's ace jack go there 6-handed.
Indeedy, indeedy. So I'll give you the correct answer. The Sheffield Eagles, they were a rugby team back in the 80s and 90s.
No, they weren't.
They were a rugby league team called the Sheffield Eagles. They were. The Philadelphia Eagles in 2024 won the Super Bowl. How many points did they score in total for the whole season? They scored 463 points in total in all games.
So they averaged 23.15 points a game.
Correct. And they won the Super Bowl. There you go. We will give you Jay's answer if it's if it's anywhere near 463 that the Eagles actually scored.
Strange. And even here from Dan, not as bad because we have 12, but I'd still potentially just go for open here. Obviously under the gun effective low jack in a 6 max scenario, so potentially is a thing and does get in there. But I still feel like at this stage we just eke out that little bit extra with the min raise, attempt to steal. And Dan never calling king 9 off here. 12 big blind jam, never dominate anything. Maybe like jack 9, 10-9 suited.
Whoa! Okay. Okay. We are calling
King 9
with the king 9.
off for 12 against Scotland.
And this is going to be a huge pot for Dan. And that'll do it. That's going to leave Paul Seaton Smith with 6 bigs.
Such fine margin these games. We open ace queen to 2 bigs. We potentially get a double from ace jack. Instead we decide to open jam for 17. And then very next hand we want to call a gun shove for 12 with king 9 off. And now Paul suddenly down to 38k. And I say it a lot, Tower, but I find later on in the day you see more stuff like this. 9 hours of play. Sometimes the fatigue sets in. Sometimes it's tiresome minds. Because Paul was playing pretty solid when he was on first session, but I feel like whenever I see stuff like this, it's always back end of the day, 9-10 hours plus into the day, and tired minds sometimes create erratic decisions.
Well, Dan Garfield was the beneficiary of that one. So, how many points did the Philadelphia Eagles score this season when they won the Super Bowl in total? The correct answer is 463. We'll give you Jay's answer in less than 1 minute. Straight after this hand, we'll close the comp and we'll give another token away.
Yeah, I agree, Perry. It says these fields so much softer when they clash with some bigger stuff elsewhere. And there's 5Ks and 10Ks going on. We're going to lose all the best regs in the country to those, of course. So it just naturally makes these fields softer, and sometimes it also creates new customers coming into play because they'll see Monty's on, they'll see other stuff's on, and they'll think, oh, I might actually go and play a 1K for once. I don't usually, but this field's going to be potentially softer because all the sickos are abroad. But hit the nail on the head, I agree. I was speaking with Hardcast when the booth earlier, and he said about he's not doing Vegas this year because he's just going to do Europe and play there because everyone's in Vegas where all the biggest grinders are. Means just everyone else is just like local satellite winners, tourists. You just get all the dream fields elsewhere when all the sickos are in Vegas.
Indeed. So the final 20 seconds to get your guess in. How many points did the Philadelphia Eagles score in the 24 season? As Keith Littlewood has got an Eagles jersey on. The correct answer was 463, but that's not what we need to know. We need to know what Jay's written down.
Are we closing it?
We are closing it in 10. We are closing it in 9, in 8, in 7, in 6, in 5, in 4, in 3, in 2, in 1, in none. Done. Finito. So, 463 points. They went on to win the Super Bowl. They had the highest points tally in the Super Bowl. They scored 44 in the Super Bowl.
I know they scored 44 in the Super Bowl.
I told everybody at Manchester that they were going to win the Super Bowl.
I remember
and
Manchester.
They nailed it, and I said -10.
We were sat downstairs in the Travel Lodge, it was on the telly, and I remember 44.
I said -10 and they smashed it. So, you knew they scored 44. How did you come up with your answer, sir?
I'm going to tell everyone after this hand, because we should have an all-in and a call here.
Yeah.
Should be fold jack, and then Husney's just can't fold for sub 6 when we have 2 invested. Queen 10 suited. And we're going to be off to the races. I'm not sure what Jack's thinking about. This is pretty slam dunk.
Calling, obviously. Has he not seen that there's a... Oh, he has called the 35. With ace 4.
I don't.
He's called with ace 4 and a hearts. So this could be a treble.
But it's gone raise all in and we're not closing the action, and Husney can just say the words "I'm all in" behind us.
Well.
To the flop, I guess. Freeway. I thought we were going heads up, showdown, cards on their back, but we're not. We have a side pot.
Well, Husney with the 10. Paul is now going to need an 8 to survive. So 2 pair on the turn.
Yeah, so likely to lose Paul here. Needs to find a 2 outer. Jack is drawing dead. Husney has to start betting his hand just in case Jack has something like 9s with a club, which is more viable for him to have in this spot than something like ace. You never expect him to have the hand he has when he's not closing action, and we can still reopen it. But there is the fold, and Paul will see. Needs to spike a 2 outer.
He does indeed.
Been a mad 15 minutes for Paul. Any 8s for him to keep him alive?
Any 8 will do. I close my eyes. And he is the 8!
Oh
no! Pull back the curtain. Whoa, there was the 8 of clubs. Boom! Obviously that's the way he does it.
Pings it off on the river.
Beautiful. So, finish off the quiz.
Oh yeah.
And the question. So, you came up with how many points?
Well, I knew that they won the Super Bowl. I remember watching it in the Travel Lodge in Manchester, and I remember them getting over 40 points as well. So I thought Super Bowl final going to be a tough team they're playing against.
Yep.
So I actually thought average points for the season was 40. You told me there were 17 games. I thought the playoffs was a semi and a final. So I'd done 19 games, and if you're any good at maths and you can do 19 by 40,
it's a lot.
You would get
a lot.
760.
The highest points total in history.
But they're all rubbish
in the NFL is 606.
Well, I've never really watched NFL. I remember the Super Bowl this year. I remember the Eagles getting over 40 points. So that's all I had to go on. And the games you told me, and I just put them together. That's how I got my answer.
You know when Man United beat Ipswich 9-0?
Yes.
They don't score 9 every game.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is...
They can score 9.
Yeah, but no, listen to my logic here. It was the Super Bowl final. How many times in a World Cup final have you seen a 9-0 or an 8-0 or a 7-0? 8-1 Germany-Brazil back in 2016. That was a semi-final. But other than that, it never happens, right? So when you say Super Bowl final and they get 40-plus points, I'm like, oh, they'll probably get that the rest of the season for the rest of the games.
There you go.
If you don't watch NFL, surely that's the logic you've got to adhere to.
His logic is good.
There we go.
760. Obviously, nobody got anywhere near it. Did anybody get anywhere near it?
Yes, someone got it spot on.
What?
Someone got it absolutely spot on, and Richie Burner says, I knew that's how you'd work it out. There we go, he even knew the thought process as well. So Richie Burner, €50 ticket going to you, sir. Let me know your alias in the chat, please. We've got 2 more €50 to give away next session, guys. So make sure you're back for the final session.
Oh dear. How do you get somebody nailing it?
I think it was good logic. What absolute whopper, says Rip Cheetah. I think it was a pretty good guess. How I figured it out. Like, if you never watched football before and like you've heard of it and like, but you never watched it, you watched a World Cup final and you watched 3 World Cup finals now, 2-1, 1-0, 2-0, and then someone asks you over the last 40 World Cup finals, how many goals has there been? You'd do average of 3 times it by 40, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
Well done. It's good logic, I must admit. It is good logic.
Queen Jack suited for Dan in the cuff.
Richie Burner, well done, and Richie Burner is your name. Well done, sir. So the Denver Broncos hold the record, 606 points in about 2013, was it, something like that? So there we go. And another 2 to give away in the final session of the day. King high flop, Jack flopping best, and Dan coming in for an open for 29. A call from Jack. Vadeems will get out of the way.
Once again, feel like one of the most misplayed spots you see in a live set, and this sort of average buy-in. Like king high board, yes, but in reality, as Dan was supposed to play a lot of checks here. Cutoff versus button, one I see misplayed the most, even by some of the regulars that do this for a living. Now it's jacked. Less than 1 SPR. Just going to go for the absolute lot here. Might have gone for this over 2 streets on a fairly dry texture with a heart in hand. Just think about what's going to call us. Is queens through 8 going to really call that size? Probably not. Maybe just targeting like specifically king 10.
What you doing, Dave? Vadeems with the ace-6.
6-7 off for Keith. Defends in the big blind.
Ace deuce 7. Both catch a piece.
Third pot continue. Sorry, 20% continue. Getting the chips mixed up. Keith with his pair of 7s. Quick call. 6 would be ill on the turn.
Ace of clubs.
Just as bad actually, because Keith likely to think 7 is best a lot of the time now against button once this ace pairs, but just going to lead into the aggressor. Still not a turn that we get to lead. If it comes at 7, if it comes at deuce, yep, can potentially have some leads. But the ace, Vadeem going to open ace deuce off plus on the button, so he has every single combination of ace X from this position. Just a call.
Another queen of diamonds river.
Keith with the block again here. It's kind of awkward here for Vadim, 6 not playing, but I'd never expect Keith to do this with like ace 8 plus. I feel like if he's got a hand better than ours, we're going to be met with a larger sizing. It does look a lot like a 7 or perhaps a deuce, maybe a pocket pair. But does Vadim think he's ever getting called by worse? That is the question here, and he is going to go for this little raise in position, try and target a 7, and he is going to get... Whoa! Well, Keith goes for the free bet, and Vadim's just quickly throws in the call. Free bet bluff from Keith on the river with just a 7. Turns it into a bluff. Vadim's doesn't even think about it. That's a horrible spot with ace 6 there, but Vadim's like... It was like he was still putting in his original bet, and he had a chip in his hand. He was like, okay, I'll just throw that in as well. That was a fun one, because that's a grim spot for Vadim's there. But he took no more than half a second to just throw in the call, because now our hand is a literal bluff catch-up. And who free bet bluffs rivers?
7 minutes left of this session. I was watching some old World Series vids back in the day. Does James Aikenhead still play? No, I think James lives abroad somewhere now. Sure he lives in mainland Europe, something like that. Sure he does. But no, I think we've seen James Aikenhead 2 or 3 times max in the last 5 years.
We don't have Stato still got chips. 640. I was just looking down the field.
We're still on 19.
I feel like if he can bag up a monumental stack or like 100 bigs plus, we may see one of the shortest prices in the book I think we've ever seen. Because I feel like we're going to be coming back with 9, maybe 10. And to be fair, other than a handful of names, there are a few in here. Seen too much.
So still on 19 after Paul got very lucky on the river to treble up. But to triple up, and it should have only been doubling up. But somehow Jack was in the hand.
This is a crazy table to have, this one that we're on right now. Like, you look at some of the other tables on table 12, you've got Mitch Johnson, you've got Zheng Mao, Seb Young, Sims on there as well, and then on table 19 you got Bav Katri, you got Vic, you got Brandon, you got Cal, you got Stato, and that is going to be our next feature as well, I've just been told. So
Husney and Dan, you're going to see a red flop, ace 4-3.
as that one is snap folded, we are spinning over.
And
it's Brandon Harris, who is all in with bottom pair and an up and down, queen, ace, 9 or king.
The 9!
So king would have been no good. Thought it was counterfeit. Either way, Brandon does find one of them many outs. I'm going to double up through Cal Murray out. Brandon up to 140.
Well, look at Vic Meta going for a nice double this week.
Yeah, great table coming up after the break, Reed. Some sick players. Be nice to watch Brandon in action as well. So with his stack, I would personally open this as Vadim's. No one's really doing any free betting at this table. pull ace 9 off here for 16. This is one potentially we could go for like a little 26k, something like that. 3-bet as a bluff or just fold it, but potentially one that could be used. We're now, what, 6 max, so low jack versus button. Yeah, could have potentially used it once in a while as pull.
They're going to break before they finish. They're going to break in 5 minutes and 18 seconds.
Yeah, and then 15 minutes, and then we will be back with the final session of the day. We have another €250 tickets to be given away.
Finishing just before midnight tonight.
I'm looking forward to the final session with the table we got, but unfortunately for us, it's probably only going to be our table for 30 minutes to 45 because 2-table redraw
of course.
At 16. I think it might be iced coffee time at the break.
That was nice, that.
Like,
I enjoyed that.
She makes a good coffee, she does.
I enjoyed that.
King Jack of Diamonds for Husney. Got to open. Raise to 12k. And pull ace 10 suited, has to go in. Doesn't miss this one. Annoying for Dan. That has to fold. I'd fold here as Hosney. Annoying. King Jack suited Evans going to the muck without seeing 3 6-handed, but like I doubt Paul's gonna have many hands that we dominate. We're more likely to be dominated. Ace King, King Queen, Ace Jack, all the thing. Jacks for aces, all the thing. I feel like maybe a little bit of a punt if we have a little spin here as Husney. Yes, we got the chips, but chips valuable. It's 20% of our stack. Such a pretty hand, but one of those that we much prefer to be the aggressor, like 3-bet shove it for 17 rather than raise call for 17. 16th.
So final 2.5 minutes of the sesh.
Make sure you return with us, guys. 10 to 10 for the final 2 hours. We have 2 more €50 Elite Series tickets to give away.
We do.
Going on blind. King 10 off for the Deems. At 50, feel like starts with complete. And Husney deuces here. Probably just check this one. Couple of darks, yes, we got a pair, but we raise, we call. Flop set 1 and 8.5, 1 and 8.5 times. What we doing when we whiff? Difficult to play.
Here's 10-8, middle pair for the Deems. Last hand of the sesh. We'll see in 15 minutes with the last session of the day This is going check, check.
Got to be value though on the river tower from the Deems. Like ace X may check flop, yeah, but it's going to probably bet turn. Same with Queen X. So it does go for a little bit of value on the end from the Deems. I think played very well this session. Made that fold with the ace jack for 17 open jam. I feel like he's been the most solid of the table, let's say. And that's chipped up from what he come in with. And now going for a bit of thin value on the river here. I say thin, it's pretty standard to bet a 10 here, blind on blind. Once it's checked all the way down to the river. And there's the fold, and we're going to quickly spin over here to an outer table because the Mad Turk is all in.
He's got his 4 now.
Pocket nines against the Queen Jack of Zecheng. Zecheng spikes the Jack. 8s or 9s going to be needed to keep the Mad Turk in this one.
Well, he is out in 19th, and it's a deuce. We'll see you without the Turk, unfortunately. Well done, Mr. Mad Turk. Out in 19th. We'll see you in 15 for the final session. We are chatting to Ewan McNicholas. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good, thank you, Tara.
Great to have you on the circuit.
Yeah.
How did you actually get into the game?
So I first started playing poker when I was at university. One of my flatmates was playing, and then I went to the UKSPC, run by Krosner, actually. It was one of my first introductions to poker. Yeah. And I met one of my best friends, Chris Maguire, there. Yeah. We played a tournament together, and we ended up dropping it. And I was kind of hooked from there. That was it.
The UKSBC had got some great names, and obviously you guys. Do you still keep in touch with these kind of people?
Yeah, I mean, some of my best friends are people I met in the UKSBC. Chris Maguire, Jack Oliver, Tim Joyner, these people I talk to every day still. Yeah.
Before lockdown, you'd only got like 2 cashes.
Yeah, well, I wasn't playing. I was playing very recreationally before lockdown, kind of at university, the odd student game here and there, but never really took it too seriously. Yeah.
Did it help the lockdown?
Yeah, massively. So at the start of lockdown, I lost the job I was doing because it just got shut down. I was working as an outdoor activity instructor. Yeah. So that industry was just wiped out, obviously. Yeah. And I started playing online during lockdown, and then kind of just all snowballed from there.
Yeah. 2021, obviously, biggest score ever.
Yeah.
At the minute, 165,000 GUKPT.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Can you remember it all?
Patches of it, yeah. It all went past in a blur. I kind of just, for 3 days, ran as hot as the sun.
First time I've seen some excitement from the players. They're on their feet.
Ewan, ace 5 to das, ace jack.
One time.
29% equity to be champion. 29% to be champion. 71%. We double up. Flop time.
Oh.
It's never easy.
Any 4 balls?
3 deuce.
He's in better shape now than he was before.
4 out of 5 needed. We need to fade a 4 out of 5 to double. A 4 out of 5, there'll be a cheer. Oh my word, the crowd went wild.
So it felt good doing that. Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Was that your first main event or the first series, first season?
Both. It was the first ever like GUKPT series I played, and so that was the first bullet of the main event I ever played. Yeah, it was straight in.
Yeah. Can you remember much about the final table?
I remember a few hands where, like, I remember getting it in with a pair and a flush draw on the turn against a set, and making a flush on the river, and getting it in something like ace 5 off versus jack, so jack hard castle and winning. And kind of those 2 hands are the ones that kind of stick in my mind of like.
Probably not reminded of it too much by Jack, you know.
I think I can directly quote him saying, "I think I started your career." I think he said that. Kicked off your career or something. The sort of thing you would say.
Yeah. Obviously Vegas 2021 as well. Going out there.
Yeah.
Was that the first year you could go out, or was it just the first year that you wanted to go out?
So, what year are we in now? Vegas 2021.
How old are you, by the way?
25.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah. So it was the first year after lockdown.
Yeah.
First time I went out was because my friend Jack Oliver was going deep in the main, and I had a small piece of him.
Yeah.
And I was playing chasing the National League that year.
Yeah.
Right. So I was doing all these tournaments, and I was actually in a tournament in a 25-25 at the end of the year in Bolton, and a few of us who were like friends with Jack and all had a small piece were texting each other like, oh my god, there's like 100 odd people left. We actually need to like book a flight and get out there, because if he makes the final turn, we have to be there.
I'm gonna say when you're scrolling through all the updates, day 7, day 8, day 9, you're like, this is real, this isn't it?
So my first Vegas trip was kind of booked while playing 25-25, and I remember getting an Uber from the 25-25 by my parents' house to pick up a bag of clothes and my passport to the airport. I remember the Uber cost me £450. And then we got...
Obviously what Jack's done, you've got a piece of him. The Uber didn't really matter, but that was literally your first trip to Vegas.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was amazing. It was a good first time, yeah.
Doesn't get much better as an experience. Obviously flying out to Vegas, we know Jack did what he did, and the scenes on the rail. You all got showered in champagne or whatever it was, Corona or whatever it was.
I think it was a beer rather than a glass of champagne, but yeah.
The experience with Jack, and obviously the railing him on the FD.
Amazing.
That would be. You had a couple of final tables as well.
Yeah, not quite WSOP final tables, but a few final tables here and there, and
we could do with a Hugh Nicholas on that. I'd be there.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
We'd all be there in Vegas. That is for sure. But no, your first time in Vegas, that's just unbelievable. Just knowing that your first trip.
I know, and I spent quite a lot of time out in Vegas now, mainly playing cash, but I'm going in 2 days' time actually for the summer for 7 weeks. So I'm going to play tournaments all summer, which will be fun.
Very nice. You had a change. You had the Ewan McNicholas look, and everybody in the card room knew when Ewan McNicholas walked through the long locks, the flowing locks, the ponytail, the swish of the hair. What made you change, man?
I don't know, really.
Not saying it's a bad thing.
The hair kept growing through lockdown, and then kind of just kept it throughout. But it's a lot of effort having hair that long. You kind of got to make sure
it's a uni look,
brush
and
it.
You obviously getting out of the uni look.
Yeah, but no, all gone now. It's been gone for a while, but no real reason, just kind of lots of small reasons.
Yeah. So we burst on the scene in 2021. 2022, what was that like?
Oof.
You had a couple of tables, a couple of final tables of a bracelet event, but nothing as big as obviously the main event.
Yeah.
What was the experience like?
So I never final tabled a bracelet event.
No, all right, okay.
Final tabled a load of GUKPT stuff, which was good. But I took it a little bit easier in 2022.
Yeah.
After chasing the National League for the whole of the year before, it was.
But you do play a lot online, don't you?
Yeah.
It's not like we know you from live.
Yeah.
But you do play a lot.
Yeah,
online.
no, I kind of play everything. Bit of online cash, online tournaments, live cash, live tournaments. I kind of just love it all. I like to mix it up. I get kind of stale if you do the same thing over and over. But yeah, 2021 was a fun year. Just travelled around the GUKPT circuit a bit, did summer in Vegas.
But in 2022 we did final table at GUKPT.
Yeah.
Blackpool.
Yes.
Was that the one that got away?
Yeah, that was.
If anybody runs bad at the wrong time, was that the one?
Yeah, that was a fun one. I kind of felt like a slight lost opportunity. I remember I made a hero call and lost to a bluff for a big pot, and then stone next hand, lost a flip, and I was out.
Yeah. And it's the amazing classic race 400 at the GUKPT Blackpool final. Unbelievable.
You needs help. Can find a queen now as well. Picked up 2 additional. 6 of spades, no help on the turn. So Ewan down to ace, king or queen.
An ace, a king or a queen, and it's not, it's paint, but it's a jack. Which means we lose Ewan McNicholas, eliminated in 4 for £37,840. The race of all races, as it happens. Well done, Ewan. He'll be a little bit upset that he's not closed it out. You know, he had the chip lead for a while, and just one of them. You win that race, and it's obviously the other way around.
Yeah, the ace jack.
But Maxime, who chopped the mini 300, is now 300 for the main.
So I kind of went from thinking I was going to win it 4-handed to out in 2 hands, but it's what it is. You can't win every tournament.
No, that is true, and obviously we've had the win, we've had the big win. But I thought when we were watching, we just thought that that was just a getaway. We thought you and Nicholas, this was your time. That's what we thought.
I thought so too.
Yeah. 20 last year. Obviously last year we get to Vegas. 16 times you cashed.
Oh yeah, it was
16. Is that a good thing to cash on a regular basis?
It's better to cash than not to cash. But
does it feel bad that they're not all bigger cashes?
Yeah, so I mean, I had a lot of cashes, but I pretty much only had min cashes throughout the series. I think I had like an 11th in an online bracelet, and then a 20th or something in a turbo event, turbo bracelet. But just lots of min cashes, so I just played a lot. I had a bad summer.
A bad summer and 16 cashes?
Yeah. Well,
good job we had 16 cashes if you were a bad summer.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
Your final table, when we get over here, your final table, 3 high rollers.
Yeah.
And the high rollers we've watched a lot of, they always seem to be tough fields.
Yeah.
But you do regularly well in the high rollers. What is it about the high rollers?
If you play a lot of them, eventually your final tables have. Yeah, I mean, all these things, that the GUKPT high rollers, it's kind of, a lot of it's kind of the same group of people that play a lot of them, and just everyone's really tough. There's obviously a lot of pros that play them, but even the guys that aren't playing professionally, they're really good. Yeah. There's not that much difference between them. They play really good, play really solid. Yeah. And they're good structures. They get quite quick as well. So you just got to win some all-ins. They're a lot of fun. I really enjoy them.
Yeah. Obviously, the optimum is the day 2 buy-ins, and we see a lot of late legs. Max late reg seems to be a big thing. Yeah. Is it something you could put out there and say this is actually a good thing to do if you can do it?
Yeah. The max day regs are great fun. You kind of come in, spin it up or don't spin it up. You just got to be prepared to lose an all-in and you're home. Not much playing it sometimes.
No, absolutely not.
No, it can be a great opportunity.
If we are not playing live and you're playing online, do you have a structure to what you're going to be playing? Do you look at the games online? Do you think this is my kind of game?
Yeah.
What do you normally stick to?
Plan that out. Well, it depends on playing cash or tournaments. I don't normally mix them up, but if I'm playing cash, I'll just play probably 4 tables of whatever's running, and then play tournaments. I just look for the good tournaments, open the lobbies, and then reg them whenever I got space.
Yeah. And is that the same live? Do we have a calendar? Do we look and think I'm going there?
Yeah.
I'm going there.
Yeah. Kind of a month in advance or so. I look, see what's on for the next month, and then plan it out, book some hotels, or so I live in London now, so coming here to the Vic's great. I can walk here now, which is great.
Favourite comp of the year if it's not Vegas?
So like you said, I love the high rollers here. They're great fun. It kind of doesn't matter which casino it's in, as long as the structures are just good, not too long, not too short, over in 2 days.
Yeah.
Like, nice group of people. And I run pretty good on them.
Nice one. You just said you're going to Vegas in 2 days.
Yeah.
What's the plan? What's the schedule? Have we got one?
A loose one. I've got a spreadsheet with all the tournaments that are on. Yeah. I'll play every day probably. I'll probably have 2 days off over the summer and then
2 days off.
Probably. Playing poker's always a day off really.
You're there to play. You're not there to sunbathe.
Yeah.
I don't suppose.
Yeah. And some days you finish early.
So Vegas, obviously, the ultimate thing would be a bracelet.
Yep. That would be fun.
If not, would you feel really happy if one of your friends did exactly that
Yeah, that'd be great.
on the final table rail?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to some good rails during the summer because someone I know will have some deep runs and there'll be some.
They usually do.
Yeah, there'll be some good morale on the rail.
They usually do, and if we don't see it at poker table, we'll see it at the bar somewhere. That's usually the case in Vegas.
Yeah, cheers, Tal, calling me out.
Ewan's at the bar, he's not at the tables. We said you're 25, you're 26, you're 26 next. What's the longevity in this game can be 50, 60 years. We've got Willie Tan, 82 years old, final tabling last week, you know what I mean? Is this a game that you think you could actually stick at and really enjoy for a long, long...
If it folds to me, that's ideal.
I don't like these cards.
Yeah, neither do I.
I've only played with them once, and I was really unlucky. So.
That's an old one.
That is an old one. No chip counts. Bav wakes up with aces, first hand of the session.
Beautiful. The Bav.
We should have counts, so after this hand we'll bring them up for you guys.
Nice one.
Mad Turk we saw exit just before the break.
We did, we're down at 18. We're down to 18. Flop time. King 9-6.
May have some bigger bets here. As Pat does go for third though. And Vic, 10-7 does have this gut shot. Is going to see a turn. Which is the flush completing 4 of spades. So Bav, not going to love this card. Although better to be up against small than big, like Vic only really going to have like ace X of spades here, queen jack of spades, jack 10 of spades, queen 10 of spades. So like, it's not like against full flush combos in the big. So it does go for the second barrel. Vic gets out of there.
He had aces, don't worry, he didn't miss much.
How come earlier I called you 9-4 as well, and you were like, wait a minute, it hasn't been on stream yet. How did I know you had 9-4? It's mental. I said he was free betting 9-4, and he actually was.
There's the chip cows, look at that. Chip Keeners in there, Cal Morial.
That's why you look really
Nicolegado, Calisiero. Z-Chain Mount. Sim having another one. Sim Shaw. Sebastian Young. Dan Skeggs. Keith Littlewood down the bottom. Dan Garfield 75, Paul Seaton Smith 125, and Brandon Harris 135. So there the chip counts, final 18 players.
Yep, Stato is a real threat. Jose, agree with you.
Jack, and I was praying for something suited in around.
Pocket fours for Bav under the gun. Need to be a bit more selective with what we open at this stage. But I guess we are still six-handed, so effective low jack. But we are raising into 2 covering stacks in the blinds. 7 deuce of cow. Definitely going to be folding over to Stato, who has had the chip lead all day. Now just been surpassed slightly by Cow. Not going to defend King Deuce off into the muck. That goes.
Indeed. We're down at 18, final session. Do we know what Julian Thew is up to? Absolutely not. I don't know what Julian Thew... I know when he said he was going to slow down with poker, was he doing some canoeing? Pretty sure he went into canoeing business down in Plymouth. I think. Well, maybe not Plymouth, but that's what I thought. But no, do not know what happened to Julian Thew. 3-time winner on his UKPT circuit. Jay's probably never seen him.
I don't think I have. I've seen a canoe though.
And it might have been Julian, innit?
Yeah, it could have been. A couple of giveaways this session, guys. We'll do the first one at 10:30, 10:30, 11:15, finishing at midnight. That sounds good.
Love it.
King 3 suited here for Vic in the cut-off. Opens to 17. Shout out to Vic, Cow and Bab actually as well. 3 that I have played with at this casino like plus 10 years ago. They've all been around the Luton area, just playing here, playing the 25-50. Probably started in some dailies. But Vic, Cow, Bav, like 10 plus years I can go back and remember them playing here at this Luton G casino. So some of the, although we know they travel now and play a lot more stuff, but some of the locals back about 10 years ago that used to be here all the time. Vic already with a trophy this week. Cal with plenty of trophies. Bav the same, won a big 8-8 event as well a few years back now. Always nice when you see some local players just get better year in, year out and plan the whole circuit. Cal does a chip lead, but 9-7 off, not going to qualify. King 7 suited on the button for Stato, well open. Dan defending the Queen 8 off. Just going to be Stato's pot, 9-3-3 rainbow, check, C-bet, hand over. Like the 3-3 board's nice one where we just get to C-bet relentlessly. If it comes 9-9-3, we actually tone it down a little bit because there's a lot more offsuit 9x that want to defend than there is offsuit 3x from the big blind. He should only really defend like offsuit ace 3, king 3 there versus the button open. Whereas you think about all the 9x, you got ace 9, king 9, all the way down to like probably 9-6 off. So just influx of combos when the board is switched around of trips. Whereas on that particular one, not too many even defend from the big blind.
$18 players left out of 285. The Mad Usul Eminoglu last out in 19th on the break. Literally last hand of the session.
Battle of the King Jacks, and it's Bav who's going to take the aggressive route here. This got to be a misclick, right? No way he's gone 65k. Looks like 55. Don't think there's 3 reds out there. Either way, it's going to be the same result. Vic not going to be able to continue King Jack off. Bav getting that one through.
Roddy McNeil guessed 521. Good guess.
It went far off.
No, 463 the correct answer.
15 minutes will be your opportunity. Sorry, half hour. I said half 10.
Yep.
Give me half hour to drink my coffee. For Bav, we are covering everyone behind us now, really getting after it. And to be fair, like, wouldn't take this combo as Dan, but how active Bav has been today And from what I've seen the first few hands of this session, although small sample, wouldn't surprise me if people started dipping into some lighter combos as the form of a free bet. And here you go from Vic, just going to take the ace-8 off from the big blind. Like in usual here, we probably want a lower side card, something like a 3, a deuce or a 4. Going to be the same result nonetheless. Although we did see this man 4-bet 8-9 off earlier.
Indeed.
He hasn't let this one go yet, but there is the fold. Vic takes that one down. And it's also good to set the dynamic as well, last 2 hours a day. Just let Bav know as Vic, like, you can't open that wide. You can't keep opening that wide because we're going to punish. We're going to start choosing some more combos with good blockers to just free bet because of how wide you're perceived to be opening. Price ticker at the bottom of your screen, Jose.
We have now locked up 31.80.
I'm going to quickly go over here as we see Dan Garfield all in with the A7, but it's a sweaty one.
Diamonds and a 4. And it's a diamond on the turn.
Dead on the turn.
Good luck, man.
And Dan Garfield, son of Rob, great effort. Well played, sir. Dan Garfield, £3,180.
Hussey with a big smile.
Very nice indeed, but well played, Dan. One of his first ever big events. Well played, sir. For 31.80. Very nice indeed, which means we're down to 17, which means we're down to 1 off the redraw.
Yeah, look at this for a spot for Vic. We got all these hands out there in front of us, and we're just going to get the prime squeeze opportunity here with the ace-king suited. Just thinking what size to go. Somewhere, so what you got, 4 bigs, 5 bigs, 6 bigs, probably like 90k here from Vic. It's the size that I'd choose. Goes for the 400. And now this is pretty grim for Stato, because Vic is more inclined to squeeze wider the more flats and the more dead money he perceives is out there. So when he expects Bav and Dan never to have a trap here like aces or kings, and he's just got to get through Stato, he potentially could take some wider holdings here. But if there's any man that can sniff this out in a 6-handed scenario, that's the other thing, guys. You've got to remember, we're 6-handed here, and there you go. Talk about sniffing it out. Ace-queen suited, not even using a bank for that one. Into the muck, and the 9s of Dan do exactly the same. And Vic gets it through.
You're probably just wondering how he's not got any action.
9s, king 10 suited, ace-queen suited, all out there. How you doing, Terry Johnson? Hello, guys. Not seen much poker lately. Been poorly in hospital.
You have.
But going strong, hoping to get on the plane for the summer. Get well soon, Terry.
Yeah, nice one, Terry. That's one way of losing weight, I suppose. Not being able to keep all down.
It's king for Brandon.
Hope to see you soon, pal. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
So just going to be free bet calling here as Cal. The thing is, Brandon's opened off of this stack depth, sub 15. It's difficult to assess what size to go, because whatever size we choose here, like, Brandon just knows that we are committed, and Stato's got jacks.
Is he going to make another super fold?
No way. No chance Stato's folding this spot here. With a couple of jacks in the big blind, and this is the 2 biggest stacks in the room, guys, and this is just a setup. And Stato, I can't see any way we get to proceed other than Cold 4 tower. Maybe some flatting going on because of Brandon's stack, and then he can jam, we still get to reopen the action. But one thing we can't do is fold. Even Stato, if he folds here, it's just not human tower. We can't. How can we fold with 6-handed? It's a cut-off open, it's a small blind 3-bet, it's an active table. So going to choose this option, cold call. And now back over to Brandon Harris, who's only got one option.
Absolutely. In they go, ladies and gentlemen.
Knows he has no fold equity. Maybe a bit wary of this cold call from Stato, but Stato's been trying to get set up. The last hand, Ace Queen suited versus Ace King, and now the very next hand wants to dish him jacks, and the only person that's got him covered in the tournament's got queens. Who's trying to bust this man? So there is the 4-bet from Brandon. And now, decision from Cal. Because we are deep with Stato. We start the hand 80 effective. And this cold call is going to be very suspicious to me. It does look kind of strange when Brandon's got that stack. But I guess Cal's just said, I've got queen 6-handed. If you got it, Stato.
Yep.
And now Stato can get out of the way, and he's only managed to do 5 big blinds, jacks into queens. What a G. What a G.
Unbelievable. So Cal with the queens. Brandon all into call. It's 11,000. There's not going to be a pay jump, and there's not going to be an exit on the hour table, Brandon.
And it's a funny old one, the cold call, because you've got some elite level players like Bert who are against it, and then you've got some elite level players like Pads that is very for cold call. So I guess it's one of these things, as I say, studying parts of the game tree. I guess if you are clued up in the cold calls and you've studied that area of the game tree, I'm guessing it can be a thing and it can be good. But if you aren't studied and you haven't looked at cold calling and how to proceed post, then maybe better just not have it in the game at all. So if you watch the stream a lot, I'm a big advocate for just playing cold 4 or fold, but you'll know that there's a fair few elite players out there that do like the cold call strat. But here we go, monster flip.
Here we go. King 7-7.
So looking good for Brandon.
Certainly is.
But a dagger.
Ouch! Oh no!
Dagger queen on the turn.
Oh.
Any kings about?
What a turn call for Cal. Calagero. And Stato sat there with jacks.
What G?
Pats himself on the back.
Like, I feel like a lot of players just cold for their tower,
yeah,
and then probably fold to the action that occurs. But just to do 5 bigs in that spot, 6-handed coup, queens versus jacks. The previous hand we get ace queen suited versus ace king suited and lose 2 big blinds. Like, to lose 7 bigs in those 2 hands, like that's like the difference between like good, very good, and like elite, I believe. Because I'd sit here and I'd say I probably don't fold ace queen suited. Maybe I do, but the jacks I most certainly cold for there, Stato. There's different levels in this game.
Yeah. So now the clock's been paused because there are 16 players left, which means a 2-table redraw. Teddy says 2 stone off and falling. Well, Teddy, get yourself better up. We'll see you in the summer. 2-table redraw. I'll show you what's happening tomorrow here in Luton for the final day. There it is, Sunday, Star Wars Day, day 2 of the Cup, final day of the main event, and then the seniors, the PLO, and the closer as side events. And the closer on Monday, Tuesday online. 25k guarantee for that. Plenty going on. May, we've got GKPT Leeds Walsall, Manchester 25.50s. There's more of those, to be fair. I'm pretty sure. There we go. Walsall, Cardiff, Glasgow and Berry New Road. So we're missing off Cardiff and Glasgow on the 25.50 circuit. So that is what is on there. And then obviously we go back to Reading for the last weekend in May. And Reading is going to be a UKPL 888 event, so 3 events for us in May. This one, Leeds and Reading. This lad's off to Cyprus, do a bit of comms as well, so we'll be tuning in while he's signing his shorts and his flip-flops. Can you do me one favour?
Go on.
Just on the comms, just show me your flip-flops one day.
Flip-flops?
Aye.
I don't really wear flip-flops. I wear sliders.
Well, they're
like flip.
like beep
they're flip flops without the bit that splits your toe, your big toe and your little toes up.
Oh.
So you just
The
don't.
rattler with a thing on the top.
You don't have no toe splitter in the sliders.
Okay.
So I'm more slider guy.
Okay.
Just slip on, slip off. Like the flip flops, sometimes you're walking and like your foot's on the pavement and your flip flops on the side of your foot like that, and you're like because it's spun round. So more of a slider guy, mate.
More of a slider guy. Okay. Anyway, it's going to be nice out there. There's plenty going on, and we've got loads going on. We are just about to get back with the final 16 players here in Luton. Who have we got on the roundabout? Who we got? We got Tommy in C number 1, Zicheng Mao in 2, Stato in 3, Mitch Johnson in 4. We're going to have Vadim's Veskins, Dan Skeggs, Paul Seaton Smith, still in after being all in for 38,000 and 6 big blinds, still in with 16 left and trebled his stack. And Keith Littlewood. They're our final 8 players on this table. We're down to 16. We've got 2 hours will we get to an FT. 16 down to 9 needs to get to. If not, we'll just return tomorrow with however many are left. I'm not real fish. I'm not a real fish. I would love to come to the UK to play poker, but not sure what the tax thing is nowadays because of Brexit. It's not changed. If you have a UK passport and you live in the United Kingdom, you don't pay tax.
That's a point. So if you're from America, you come over here, you play a GUKPT, you win 60 bag, what happens? You go back there and they take 12 bag off you?
Correct.
Really?
Yes.
What if you guys are non, don't sign GDPR?
And then you get away with it.
Well,
and you don't put your results on the database.
Why would people just not do that?
That's what people do.
Yeah.
That's why there are people who refuse to have photos and refuse to have interviews and don't have an ending on. But it would be illegal.
That's right, Pivas Nunes.
So we're not advocating anything like that at all. But that would be illegal. Good to see you, Pivas. Unlucky today. Where are you from? I'm not a real fish.
And Jose says, on the flip-flop versus slider debate, after many years backpacking Asia, DSI flip-flops made in Sri Lanka are the royal flush of the world.
Wow. DSI flip-flops.
50 pence a bob as well.
50p.
Looking at 300 for them LV sliders.
He made some good singles, he did, 50p. Oh, no, it's 50 cent, isn't it?
Huh.
There you go, in the Netherlands, but lives in Belgium.
Jacks for Stato, flashbacks this time in the small blind against a button open. Should be seeing a 3-bet here. And these two, really deep. Starts the hand 60 effective. So 8-9 of spades for Zicheng. I wouldn't count on him folding just yet. Though Stato does size up to north of 8 bigs, and this is why we go for this larger size out of position. Saw Paul earlier go for 2 really small 3 bets, less than 3x, and the suited connectors, suited gappers got to come along. And this is why we put that extra juice on, just to deter hands like this from getting involved. And it's a Cheng here, if I'm going to be picky, maybe 8-9 spades, 1 we fold, and we continue like 7-8 suited, just for the fact of the matter, times it comes Queen Jack 10, obviously Stato full 16 combos of Ace King. I got them reverse implied odds in there with the 8-9, whereas with like the 7-8 suited. Not there, but feel like fine from Zacheng just to get out of the way there. Maybe like Jack 10 suited the line for him, especially against a competent player in Stato. King Queen for Paul, who was short and was out the door 95% of the time, but he found a 1 in 20 job on the river to keep him in the tournament.
It was a beautiful river to see.
That was a proper date with an 8.
It was. And it weren't just the way he kept him in the tournament, it was the size of the pot. It shouldn't have been that big.
Oh yeah, of course, Jack's cool with the Ace 4 as well. It didn't need to be in there.
And Paul has doubled up since, and more, trebled up since. That's up to 40 bigs. Do we have a lot of guys playing from Belgium and Holland? No, we don't. Ian Roberts guesses 666.
Wouldn't have been a bad guess.
Yeah, it would have been a bad guess, close to Jay's answer. There's a 2K guarantee tournament on Cardiff on the 11th of May with 2 25.50 tickets in with the guarantee. I'm guessing if it doesn't say added, it will be part of the prize pool. They would always stipulate added, Diane, if it's not stipulated as added, then I would say it is part of the prize pool. Ian Roberts has had 3 guesses. Ian Roberts has had 3 guesses.
How's he on delay on 3 different platforms? How's that even possible?
I have no idea. 666, 432. 432 is close to the correct answer.
Maybe he's pre-guessing for the giveaway in 10 minutes after yesterday's shenanigans that you and Sam had.
That just proved last night there's no script.
It's never a script, is there? We're just off the cuff, us two.
I'm a bit peckish.
So am I.
I don't know why. A bit peckish.
I think it's coffee sometimes makes you peckish.
You think?
I don't know. I weren't hungry. I've had a bit of my coffee and I'm hungry now. So we're going to see a C-bet from Zacheng. 17k would not be calling the dummy end of the gut shot for Dan. He's going to have a look. Wants to see a turn. Guess 6-5 diamond. Maybe closed, but 6-5 no diamond would definitely fold. I still feel like there's room to let this one go when Zacheng just opens Jack 10 pure in the hijack with his stack. So now it's Zacheng. Ace turn, target an 8. Target an 8 he will. I watched I'm Not Real Fish. I watched the WSOP coverage probably like a month ago now. The year when Lex was just running over the table day one, when he was just basically doing everything everyone does now, just putting full-blown pressure on, just showing bluff after bluff. I don't know if you've seen that clip, but it keeps going over the table. Sammy Farhar's on the table as well, and he just keeps showing bluff. He shows the bluff, and Sammy Farhar is like, you can't keep showing another one, you can't keep showing another one. And Alan Cunningham's on the table as well, and Sammy Farhar was like, I told everyone this guy's the best player in the field, and Alan Cunningham's there, obviously don't know Leximo, he's like, the best player in the field? But that the nostalgia I get from watching them WSOPs from like 20 years ago are fantastic. So I remember not bunking off school, but pulling a sickie and being 13, 14 years old, watching the WSOP on YouTube when the clips come out.
Oh, just hang on a minute. What's the difference between pulling a sickie and not bunking off school?
Well, bunking...
What's the difference?
Well, bunking, your mum thinks you're at school, and pulling a sickie, she knows you're not at school, she knows you're at the house, not well. That's the difference. Bunking, she thinks you're there, but you slip out and you go uptown with your mates to Chippy, or you pull a sickie, and as soon as mum goes to work, then you get up, go round the house, do what you want, set an alarm so you don't muck up that she comes back and you're out of bed.
Got it down to a T, you have, haven't you? I just wanted to know. Okay, nice one. Hope to see you tomorrow in for the seniors. Thanks for the great comms as usual, says.
Thanks, Ed Grizz. It weren't Sammy Farhar, it was Eli Lesra. Best in the field today. There you go. That's what he said. Mitch going to call this off with the ace-jack suited. Sorry, guys, just missed this one. So Dan with the ace-king in the small just sends in 22 BBs, and Mitch calls it off with the ace-jack suited.
King, queen, nine, he flops about.
So,
oh man,
pure flip now. Tenor of diamond, and
not anymore.
Is dead. Dead on the turn. And we're going to lose Dan Skeggs from the tournament. Got it in so good, but unfortunately...
Well played, Dan. Dan Skeggs, £3,180.
I was about to say 1 to 100 that Stato makes a comment to Mitch, and before I got to say it, Stato made a comment to Mitch.
So we're down to 15.
Cheers, Ian.
Well done, Dan Skeggs. See you tomorrow, Ian. Hopefully, fingers crossed you make it up to Luton.
Sheet open. Table 19, sheet 6.
Sheet open.
Nav says, Hat and Tower doing a great job. Nice to see Vic grinding it out. Still good luck to him. Cheers, Nav.
Cheers, Nav.
What's your dream table to play on, Jay? Players dead or alive? To be fair, if you asked me that when I was like 15, 16 watching it on YouTube, I'd always would have said Daniel Negreanu, and then I got to play with Daniel 3 years ago at the WSOP in an event, and how he acted, my opinion completely changed of him. As they say, don't meet your heroes. But right now, if you ask me, and I'm probably one of the only people that picked this name, but the person that I would like to play with at the poker table the most is probably Bill Klein, is who I would go for. Bill Klein would be my pick.
Is that the guy that makes the underpants?
No, that's Kelvin.
Oh yeah. Oh, aye. Oh, aye.
Might be Kelvin's granddad or grandson.
Nice flop for Keith. But we've got a bit of action because Tommy's flop flush draw. Keith flopping trip fives. Iron rack shit. Yes, Stato is Andy Hume. Everybody knows him as Stato. Andy Hume, Stato, because he did the old countdown malarkey when he was a young whippersnapper and became the Octo champion. And he's had that name nearly all his poker life.
So here we go. It's trips versus a flush draw. Tommy was hoping his overs would be live as well, but only a diamond working for him.
And still a diamond needed to eliminate Keith. And it was an 8.
Keith survives. And the Davenport's on the rail for him. Good friends. Keith used to being on the rail for the Davenports.
So Keith up to 274, Tommy down to 130.
Giveaway in 3 minutes, guys. I've got a cracker of a question as well.
Oh, wait.
It said +135, but that was
What about me? Who'll be on my dream table? Cool. I'll be old school. I definitely have.
Ivy's one, but it's one everyone says, so I don't really want to say Ivy, but
I would definitely have Scotty Win on my table.
Scotty Win.
Love Scotty Win. I think I'd like Sam Grafton on my table as well. He can chat.
Yeah, he can chat. It was
Like he can chat.
in Ireland. What tournament was it? I think it was the 1K Mystery Bounty in Ireland. He was on the table next to me. He sat next to Conor Beresford, just hounding him all day. Literally going, "How's it feel to be the #1 player online in the world?" And like he was just like absolutely hounding him all day. I felt sorry for Conor.
I don't know too many of the online names these days. Not everybody watches the Hustler Live and all that malarkey, but there'll be some amazing names out there.
King 4 suited for Paul. You are live, Ian Roberts. Hello.
I'm alive. You are alive now.
Giveaway coming up after this hand.
Ian Roberts, your guesses were about 45 minutes late, but you are now live.
Well, after the next hand, as that one did not last as long as we expected it to.
What is it?
A giveaway. A giveaway. €50 Elite Series ticket.
I've
There's
got
your
my
pen.
piece of paper ready. I've got my pen ready. Well done on your team letting down Jay on his big double today. Everton. Oh dear.
Can't even beat Ipswich. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I can't believe it. Me mid half 12 treble it was in, and then Tower goes, "Well, that's a good start today. Your treble's in." 94th minute equaliser for Oxford. Why has he opened his mouth?
94th minute. 90 plus 4.
10-1 treble to kick off the day. It was in. Zecheng gets walked with aces.
Oh my.
No one likes to see that. So it's giveaway time, guys.
Yes.
And if you've not played before, rules are as simple as this. I'm going to ask Tower a question. He'll write his answer down on that piece of paper. Closest to Tower's answer is going to win themselves a €50 Elite Series ticket. You get one guess per account. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified. And please only guess once. Don't be giving Tower any clues.
No clues.
So, guys, we spoke about people whose names rhyme with transport, let's say, because we were talking about Julian Few and his canoe. So what I would like to know, Tower...
I'm trying to think of something that rhymes with transport.
I know.
I'm like, what name reminds me? Go on then, go on.
We were talking about Julian Few and his canoe. But what I would like to know about Julian Few and his canoe, well, actually, just the canoe, forget Julian Few.
Well, not even about Julian Few, because it's just about a canoe.
But this question's for you. So, how long is the longest recorded canoe trip in miles? So, get in a canoe, off we go. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Yeah, we're doing carrying it.
We're going with the elbows. We got no paddles.
We're carrying it down the Thames.
We got no paddles, so we got to use our elbows. So off we go. We get somewhere. It's the longest canoe trip ever. How long have we travelled? So I want to know the longest two. Oh, well, that's just giving it away. It was two people. Longest canoe trip recorded
in
ever.
What, centimetres?
Miles.
In miles.
Longest ever canoe trip in miles.
Right. I've nailed this.
out your head. You see. No, it's like a French.
Towers guesses in. Good
Nailed
luck,
it.
guys.
Nailed it. Come on, I've nailed it. I even think I was in it.
You know, there's no engine in a canoe. You got a paddle.
No. Okay. Good luck.
Good luck, everyone.
You're gonna need it.
There's going to be a variety of guesses for this one. I can already feel it as Keith finds the boots, aces in the hijack, opens to 20.
I should have asked, was it all in one go? Or did they do like walking from Penzance to John O'Groats, but then they went to bed?
Yeah, it weren't all in one go.
Oh, that's all right then. What?
It weren't all in one go. Jack 6-6.
Ian Roberts is guessing again, but this time it's for the correct question. Well done, Ian.
So there's the call from Zicheng. 9 of spades on the turn. Nice to have the ace of diamonds as Keith. We do block the a6 suitor that can be in there for Zicheng. Just a6 of clubs available for the strongest 6x. Does knuckle it over now. And Zicheng. Expect him to check back, but may go for like a little block exploit against Keith when he has some ace high, king highs to check back rivers. There's the 4 of spades, and Keith going for his value for half pot, 50k on the end. Rough one for Zicheng. Does have the 8 of spades in here. Does he feel like Keith is just going to bluff stuff like king highs, ace highs now after checking turn, or would he not continue with his bluffs? Zicheng is going to play. Nice bit of value from Keith, back up to 380 after losing that flip. The ace queen against the 7s.
Oh dear. I'm still chuckling about Julian Thew in his canoe.
It's great, ain't it? It's great. How can someone quit poker because they bought a canoe and their name rhymes with canoe? Julian Thew in his canoe.
Oh dear.
It's harder. I doubt you'll find many other situations like that. Someone's name rhyming with what they've just bought. Maybe someone called Bert could buy a yurt. I can't really think of many more. Or he's told someone that story as a joke and they've taken him literally. He's like, oh yeah, I bought a canoe because my name's Julian Thew. And then that bloke's told everyone and it's caught on. You don't know, do you? Julian Thew in his canoe. It just can't be real now I think about it. It actually can't be. There's no chance he's ended up buying a canoe and disappearing. I'm not having it. If you're watching, Julian, let us know if you're watching right now from like the middle of the Atlantic or if you're watching from land, sir. Let us know.
Mr. Orangewood Strudel, he would hear. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. What about Geordie Mike and his bike?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, that's it, Mike. How have I missed Mike and bike? A7 offers a Cheng in the cut-off opens, raises to 16.
Oh dear.
So Cheng flops middle. I feel like a middle that happy to bet. King high board gonna have high frequency bets on. Yeah, we like to check middle pair some of the time, but like if it's like king queen 4, more incentive to check. Not needing much protection. Like a7 still flushing out stuff like 8-10, 10-8, queen 9 on this occasion. Great to get that to fold. And after this hand, guys, I'm going to reveal the correct answer. took Julian Few in his canoe. It can't be real. It actually can't. The more I think about it, the more I think there's no chance this is a true story. That he's packed up poker, he bought a canoe and he's disappeared. It can't be a true story. It can't. The more I think about it. Someone's made this up. I'm not having it.
Rob Boone and his balloon.
Rob Boone in his hot air balloon. That's what you need. That's a mode of transport, ain't it?
Oh dear.
How you doing, Graham? Pocket fives for Keith opens to 20k.
We're unlucky with the Rotherham Peterborough over 2.5 this morning.
Ace King suited for Paul here. So one we want to try and induce with. Start the hand with 37 bigs. So probably at around 80k here. Maybe slightly less, 70k. Seems fine. But Paul's been doing a lot of small free bets out of position today. Let's see if he can find the correct size on this occasion. Yeah, much better choice from Paul. Gave him a bit of stick earlier about size out of position, but this is a much better choice of size. Like if he goes for what he's been going for, like less than 3x, 55k here, Keith potentially just pills fives and off we go in a flip situation out of position. But this nice meaty veering towards 10 big blinds, potentially just going to get this pair out of here, and now we just pick up the pot, not going post in a flip scenario. I wouldn't be calling here as Keith, that's for sure.
Yes, Diane, you can change it, though you've admitted that it was a mistake. Diane, you are now on 9.5. There we go, nice one.
Well, I'll tell you what, Diane, if 9.5 is the world record for the longest travelled in a canoe, me and Tower are going to rent a canoe and set a new world record in the summer. I'll tell you that right now. But what I will tell you right now is the correct answer.
Come on then, give us the correct answer. Julian Few and his canoe.
And the longest documented canoe trip is the journey undertaken by by Don Starkle and his sons Dana and Jeff, who canoed from Winnipeg, Canada to the Amazon River in Brazil, covering 12,181 miles. 12,181 miles is the longest recorded trip in a canoe.
How long's the longest river? Because they can't have gone on a bus with a canoe, can they, and gone to the next river?
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know how it works.
12,000 miles?
12,181 miles is the correct answer. Tower's answer
Can't be right.
coming up shortly.
That's like from here to Australia and a bit more.
It's a long way. It is a long way. Took them 2 years, but they got there.
No, this is not right. You don't know. No, you can't have this. You can't.
I can.
What, did they take 3 months off and carry on the canoe journey and then carry on?
No, they stopped for a night's sleep, bit of land, back in the canoe, off they go.
12,000 miles. That's mental.
Yeah. To be fair, 5,000 of them miles they were just going in a circle because they didn't realise that they were both paddling the same side.
Oh dear.
Queen 6-7, Keith up and down here. Going to have a stab. I'd love Paul to continue here blind on blind. King high can still be the best. Keith shouldn't be betting ace highs. We got 3 to flush, 3 to a straight. Nicely done.
12,000 miles.
Yeah, so Keith, with the old moves here, checks back turn, raises river. 10-9 makes sense. Gut shot on the flop. Takes a freebie on the turn. Rivers is double gutter. I'll tell you, some Queen Jack makes sense as well. He's going to get the top pair of pull to fold. Blind on blind. Fair play, Keith. Off we go. Out of table time. Sim and Shah.
Here's Sim.
All in. Ace 8 against the Queens of Vic Meta.
Vic still on a roll. Sim Shah, champion of the seniors over in Dublin. Ace on the flop. Delightful.
Just fade in. Queen or backdoor diamonds.
There we go. 6 of hearts on the turn. Think Meta going to be doubling up. Think no, he's not going to be doubling up. Sim.
Where's she come from on the
Sim
river?
has just taken one on the chin. Oh, ouch.
Was only
Well
30%
played.
pre-flop.
Good luck, everybody, he says.
Vic Meta won the mini. Looking for the
Yeah.
double this week.
Very nice and sporting from Sim as he leaves. 9,500, not 9.5. KRC 9,500. Got you. Cheers, Diane.
Yeah, a couple more minutes, guys. Gonna have another one at 11:15. So if you miss out on this token,
Yeah.
more opportunities later in the day. Keith Littlewood, ace 10 off into the muck, facing 2 bigs in the small. Gonna have a hand off his Keith, and as Tommy here should be jamming. Late position open from a very good player. We have King Queen. We have 14 bigs. Seems like a really nice shove spot here as Tommy gets some ace highs to fold. Get some stuff like deuces, threes, fours to fold. And we are going to get that one
I like
through.
how the hubby says banner. She's had multiple guesses.
Off we go again. All
Here we go
occurring on the outer table. Pavel all in with the ace 7. Going to need an ace or a 7. Well, club's working as well now. Pav Katri with the queens. Pavel needing to find, or we lose another.
A club, a 7, an ace. It's an ace on the river to double Pav.
Barry's about.
Up to 200,000. Still in the game. Beautiful.
And after this hand on the feature, guys, we are going to close the giveaway.
Oh dear. Catalin says, what's the question? The question is, what is the longest canoe trip ever? In miles.
We're going to have an interesting hand here, because can't see anything other than 3-bet here from Zacheng. Start the hand. Fairly deep with Mitch at this stage, what, 44 effective here, so it is in EP open. Is he ever thinking about some flats here, keeping some dominating stuff in, keeping his range wide? I doubt it. So it does just go for the 3-bet here, nice and healthy, 10 BBs, like it a lot from Zacheng. Jackie Chan says, is Zacheng good, question mark? I tell you what, he's one of the most improved. I will say that. I remember he come on the scene about 14 months ago now. I remember him being on the feature and he was getting in a bit of muddles in a lot of spots, but I believe he's gone away. He's worked hard on his game and he's had a lot of good results recently. Won the high roller at Party Poker last weekend. Seems to be running deep in a lot of main events. But I'd go out and say he's one of the most improved. I would say that over the past year. I remember his first stint on the feature. Sometimes when you are a youngster and you know aggression's good, you do come in all guns blazing, and Mitch gonna show a bit of discipline there. Lets the nines go.
So we're going to count down from 20. Get your final guesses in. How long is the longest canoe trip ever?
To be
Find it impossible that it's over 12,000 miles. That's from here to Australia.
To be fair, Jose makes a point. Nawanko canoe. He was over 2 metres, and he was over 2 metres tall. He was a long canoe. He was
a long canoe.
He was a proper long canoe.
He was.
Good shout.
Was that the guy that run from one end of pitch to the other when
No,
they played?
that was Emmanuel Adebayor.
Ah, same thing.
And all the Arsenal fans started throwing him. Oh, it was so funny. The fact that he sprinted the whole length of the field is like just he's Usain Bolt on the clock. Knee slide.
So 10 seconds. Get your final guess in. The longest canoe trip apparently ever recorded is 12,000 miles. You need my guess and my answer. We're going to close it in 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Where did they all come from? 1.
Hey, wait.
They didn't say them last time. The last 5 seconds. Ready? Competition is now closed. Give you the answer now, because that's the end of the hand. What? 12,000 what?
12,181 miles. It's a long old canoe trip. I'll give you that.
You can't do it.
A quick one. Chill Dog says, "What's this tournament?" This tournament is the main event, Luton GUKPT.
You can't do.
Nope.
You can't do a canoe trip of 12,000 miles when it's 10,000 miles to Australia.
You can.
Not
Took them 2 years.
2 years.
It's there.
Shall we get back in canoe and carry on with the record?
You laugh at that, but I'd like to see you travel 12,000 miles in a canoe over 2 years. You laugh at that, but that's still some bloody doing.
It is.
Because they're doing 6,000 miles a year.
It's not a continuous. It's like 100 miles a week. It's ridiculous. 100 miles a week.
They're doing 20 mile a day for 2 years in a canoe. That is something special.
There's no river long enough.
Well, they like I said, they put it on their head. Off they go.
Did one river go back down the other one?
I don't know.
I don't know. Anyway, so obviously, I am nowhere near the correct answer. So I was trying to think how long the Nottingham Canoe Society river was, and I know that it's about 4 miles long. And I thought if somebody does that a lot of times, then they'll be up and down. No, I didn't.
I was just.
I was thinking about a really long river.
Okay.
And I just thought, well, a really long river would take you, and I don't know how long the Amazon is or anything like that, or the Nile or whatever. I just thought the Adelaide River in Australia, you'd go up it and then you'd do it a bit more. And I thought, right.
Have you ever thought of one of those like lazy rivers that go around in a circle? They could just keep doing a circle and not have to get out of the water.
Nah. Anyway.
Because there are some that do
I went
circles.
for a really, really long canoe ride. And Julian Thew and his canoe went for 1,740 miles. And I thought that would have been close.
Well,
1,740 miles is a bloody long ride in a canoe.
It wasn't really close.
Mr. Magoo in his canoe.
Mr. Magoo. I still can't that. I need to find this out. I'm going to have to ask people what Julian Thew is actually up to these days, because if that is a true story, it is one of the best stories ever.
So 1740, so nobody obviously nailed it.
Someone did nail it.
Did they?
Somehow, someone guessed 1,740. And when it come through the chat box, I've done this. I looked over my shoulder to check no one was standing behind me in the comms booth, because I didn't think anyone would get close to Tower's answer.
Oh dear. What was it?
But that someone
was
Sabrir Bass on YouTube. So congratulations, Sabrir. You're going to win yourself the €50 Elite Series ticket. We have another one coming up in 25 minutes, guys, so stay tuned with us.
Give us your alias, please. Well done. You're going onto the list.
And in 25 minutes' time,
unbelievable,
another one will be given
Sabrir Bass. Oh dear. Oh, the Wagwan was 50 off. How did somebody nail it? Bonkers.
Ace-9 suited for Keith. Opens to 20. Zecheng in the cut-off here. Ace-7 suited, these two 50 deep. So wouldn't surprise me if Zecheng took an aggressive route here. Get some like Ace-8, Ace-9, Ace-10 off. Even Ace-Jack off should be folding. Just going to choose the call. These are online tickets for Grosvenor Poker, stripped up. Oh, Kev's called the stewards. Why is Kev called the stewards?
No idea. Oh, don't tell me he's guessed twice.
No, it's a brewer, hasn't it? I do it straight away. Control F. Only one name.
He started the stewards yesterday,
Oh,
by the
did he?
way.
Oh, great.
Just saying. Just saying.
So he's on the wind up.
Oh, dear. They are online tickets for the Elite Series. No, they didn't, Kev. It was in this guessing lot.
Yeah, so we're going to have four-way action here. This stage of the tournament. Ace high, 2 diamonds about for Carnage. No, 2 diamonds, but 2 clubs on board. Everyone whiffs. Ace-9 high of Keith, actually the best hand right now. But Zecheng does flop this nut flush draw. However, 4-way, we do need to tone down the bets without value. Just because there's a lot out there. Pocket pairs we're not getting to fold. Ace-3, Ace-4 suited's not get folding. It's going to thin the field down with a little 20%. Stato out the way, Mitch will do the same. 80% of a straight flush between them. Keith going to have a little float here with the Ace-9 after Zecheng bets into field 4-way to the flop. King of Hearts on the turn. There's Zecheng here. What is he trying to target? Because I feel like Keith, if he's got an overpair here, he's probably just going to bet flop, right? I don't think he's going to check flop with 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, all this stuff 4-way. So it does look like potentially an ace high holding for Keith, maybe an Ace-3, Ace-4 suited. 7 on the end for Zecheng. You've seen Keith get a couple of value bets called by Zecheng already. It's going to go for this little block on the river. 20% should be a call from Zecheng. Keith can do this with 6s, perhaps 3s and 4s, perhaps Ace-2 suited. When we get this price as Zecheng, I would have just one-chipped this. It does like to be calculated in his decisions, this man. Just run everything through in his head before flicking the chip in, but how can we not? Getting 6-1 on a call here. Is he raising? He's raising. Is this for Val? Is this a bluff? Help me out, chat. Val, bluff? Which one? Anyone?
He's got the best of it.
I just want to know if it's value or bluff. That is all. I'm guessing value because Keith's gone 20%, and against 20%, he's just thinking. There we go. There's the fold. Over to what's occurring on the out-up. And it's Pavel with Jack-7 against the up and down. Now a club draw, so lots to fade for Pavel. No 6, no 10, no 8, no Jack, no club.
Wow.
And it is a 6.
It's a 6 for the straight.
So Jack Allen going to knock out Pavel. He is 14th place, takes home £3,470. What, we just targeting like specifically 6s and like 4s, which some may fold pre at this stage? Everyone thinks it's probably value from Zecheng. It looks like value, right, against 20%, but what are we trying to get called by? Are we like targeting 6 combos of 6s? Like, just seems outrageous raise there from Zecheng. I thought it was just going to be a one chip and done. Did say he's calculated. Maybe just went into a realm that he felt that A7 was always the best hand in that given scenario. You got to remember, he bet into field on the flop 4-way, and Keith called that c-bet. And like when you go to these multi-way situations, 3-4 way, like the value betting thresholds just increase drastically. Like in a heads-up situation, you'll see a lot of top pairs just go bet, bet, bet. But in a 4-way situation, like multi-way, even 3-way, it's very rare you see top pair getting to go 3 streets. So the fact that we go 4-way to the flop there is Zecheng. It's really strange what he's trying to get called by. What is he targeting all of this?
Paul with 35 bigs, ace queen. Three bet to 45.
What's he trying to fold though, Tom? Do you not see Keith earlier snap call the raise on the river with just top? Like, he's not folding 8s, he's not folding 9s, he's not folding 10s, not folding jacks, not folding the king. We don't get anything to fold against Keith. Against some players, yeah, but Keith ain't folding 8s there. I'll tell you that. I know Keith too well. He does not fold pocket 8s in that spot, I don't think. When the king comes specifically on the turn, not the flop. So I can't see how it can be a good bluff. We don't get anything to fold, in my opinion, against this customer. Keith nearly called ace-9 high. That's just, that was the other thing. He thought about it for 20 seconds with ace-9 high. So why are we turning a 7 into a bluff? I don't understand it. The guy's not folding 8s plus.
Last session, last level of the day.
I didn't see, but just be careful with the cards. I didn't see. I know that's everyone on this table.
I'm a bit befuddled. Well, you know the blue line on the day 2 where it goes across? Why is it not halfway?
I don't know. Oh, because there's an error on the app for day 1. For I think it says play 12 levels now. I looked earlier, so that's probably why.
There you go.
Perry hits.
Perry
says it was pure value. Keith telegraphs his hand strength. He doesn't play balanced at all. Zecheng knew it. So Perry, one of our GTO maestros on Twitch, is sure it was pure value. Tom, one of our GTO maestros / chat pros on YouTube, thinks it was 100% a bluff. Everyone is torn. I'd love to know. I will chat with Zecheng and I will find out. It's actually great that 2 people on separate platforms that usually give me stick, they both disagree with each other right now, so it's quite nice. I'm sitting there like, nice little smile on my face. The 2 I usually get a bit of the fight back from in the chat. I've got completely different opinions on this one.
Love it.
Aidan Josh Bolton says clear value. Warren says value. The thing is, the problem I've got, I'll literally just say it here and now. Why do we need to turn a 7 into a bluff, and why do we need to try to go for this razor thin value? Can we just not one chip call? Like, we target literally 6s, right? Maybe ace deuce suited a Keith, but one combo remaining of that. So what, we literally targeting 7 combos in the deck when Keith can still have 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks and queens, which is 30 combos, which we just value cut ourselves against. Maybe one of these player dependent, to be fair. If Keith is tanking with ace-9 suited for 20 seconds and not insta-folding that, then maybe we eke it out. He literally just done it, didn't he, Josh? He had aces against, was it Tommy in one? Have you been here for like half hour? Who do you have aces against? Was it Stato? Was it before the 2-table redraw when he checked flop out of position? I agree though, 4-way. I think Keith just bet 6s plus. Maybe like aces could be the one he checks, not needing protection. But I like this. Makes the time fly when we get some discussion in the chat and people have got different opinions. And we can have a chat about it. A civilised chat. Yeah, it was a heads up hand that though, Josh. Is different, ain't it? Aces heads up out of position, more likely to just check when you're 4-way. You just want to thin down the field, so I guess you're probably right. He does just bet 6s plus. But the other thing, James Carey says 3s and 4s. Keith shouldn't open 3s and 4s full ring at this stage from gun, right? Or +1. He'd just fold them, so maybe it's just 6s as the hand, but then 6 is going to bet flop. If we're making the assumption that all the overpairs bet flop, 6 isn't in there. If 3s and 4s fold pre, there isn't in there. There's one combo left of ace deuce suited, so we literally target one combo of ace deuce suited and ace highs, I guess. If we're saying that overpairs always bet flop as key 4-way, then 6s isn't a thing anymore. 3s and 4s probably don't open from +1, so we got one combo left of ace deuce suited, and that is literally it. I would have just called. I feel like a lot of people would have just called, but Zheng in the matrix in that spot. I will have a chat with him.
So the last level of the day is upon us. We're down to 13.
How are we doing, Sally?
Hey, Sally. So.
This one's a bluff. This one's definitely a bluff.
We're king 9 off.
I got this one. You can keep the fingers off the keyboards, chat. I got you here. This one's a bluff. Gonna get some dominated stuff to fold, like the king queen off and the king jack off and the king 10 off. Onto the muck it should go for the deeps.
And does.
But I enjoy this, and this is why I love our stream, and the fact that we have the chat that interacts, and we can have discussions, and it's poker. Everyone has different opinions how you can play a hand, and different avenues you can take, and even in that spot there, it wasn't clear to everyone what Zheng was doing on the river, whether it be value, whether it be a bluff. But I just come back to the point that I don't think we need to be that fancy trying to go for value with a 7 there. When we go 4 away to the flop and Keith wants to check all.
So the last level of the day, down to the final 30.
Bore off, Josh Bolton. I know you probably play with Keith a lot more than me. I've seen one. She says, I'd raise river and call versus him if he jam. I'd try it and induce. Induce in second pair to induce a 3-bet jam to call off. I want to see it first, mate. I want to see it. I want to see you on stream. Ray's calling off the second pair on rivers. That would be sick if we saw something like that, though. Oh, Jose's enjoying the stream. This is a lovely stream, guys. Somehow it's my first time here, but certainly not my last.
Nice one, Jose Ellen Road, Leeds United fan.
Hit the follow, hit the subscribe. Glad you're enjoying.
And every time we go live, you'll get a notification.
Mitch in the big blind here. Just got a jam here for 31. No fancy stuff. Ace Queen. Too good to do anything else. We'll have some free betting juice still, but just squeeze jamming for 32 here. Only real option.
Rangers Celtic tomorrow. It is midday. Rangers Celtic. "13 players left. Will we get to the FT? I doubt it. But you never know the way it goes. We are coming back with a maximum of 13 tomorrow. No, Celtic do not think they're getting a guard of honour. They already know they ain't. Not a chance. Rangers at Ibrox give them a guard of honour. Not a chance. Barry Ferguson's already said it's not going to happen. And they won't do it to them, and they won't do it to them, vice versa. It ain't going to happen. Tommy with the 2s, out of the way. The Chang also out of the way with the 9-3. Stato with the 5 deuce on the bun, do the same. And Mitch with the 7-5. How many chips you got, pal? Gives him a walk and shows 8-4. 12 bigs for Tommy, Vadim's with 17. Zicheng 70 bigs.
Well, I just went and spoke to Zacheng.
Have you?
And he don't know.
The debate continues. Oh dear.
Just click buttons sometimes,
Yeah,
Dale. See what happens.
that's
You've got
it.
a bit of button clicking here and there. 10s for the Deems.
I don't know. That's brilliant.
I do it all the time, Perry. Curse of the commentator is a real thing. I always seem to say someone's been playing really well today and then they'll just go mental that next 10 minutes or something. Don't know how it happens, it just does. But 13 remaining, playing for a decent sum. No, he didn't, Josh, obviously not. I didn't speak to Zacheng. I wouldn't disturb him. They're playing live for a lot of money, so I'll chat with him at the end of the day. I'm not going to go up to him while he's at the table at this stage of the tournament. It would have been great, though, if he actually said that, wouldn't it? Would have been brilliant. I thought it would be clear to everyone I didn't speak to Zacheng when I said that that's what he answered. But it obviously wasn't. Stato finds the boots. Couple of valves this stage of the day, love to see it. Not getting any action though. We're on a 20-minute delay, so there'll be 25 minutes on the clock left live. I just literally walked past there to get some waters for me and Tower. Not going to disturb them at this stage, a bit different on a day one or something, but just got to be tuned in the last 25 minutes when the fatigue starts to set in. Well, big statement in the chat from Josh. If he says he was bluffing, I retire. Might be the last we see of Josh Bolton on the UK poker scene after today. Metro Open 6s, hijack for Deems here. 20 bigs, ace 10 suited, LP versus LP. Could go just for jam here. Personally wouldn't free bet call. Free bet call like ace queen suited, ace king. Ace 10 suited, happy to just rifle in here. Interesting one with Mitch for 6s because LP versus LP. Maybe a scatter of stuff like 4s and 5s in here. Ace 5 suited, some stuff that we do potentially dominate in this scenario. Potential save for Tommy. Going to be able to get out the way now. Doubt we're going to be putting King Jack of clubs in here. Only have 10, but this shove from Vadeem's is for effective 20. No winner tonight. We play 41 minutes more. You see the clock in the back. When that hits 0, it will be the end of the day. Or we could lose 4 more players, but unlikely to lose a player every 10 minutes, with the average stack being north of 40 BBs. Really thinking about this one, Tommy. Annoying to have 10 and King Jack suited here. Mitch has had a long time to think already with the 6s. Come up with a decision, just not good enough to call. Only maybe, like I say, a scatter of hands that potentially we dominate. Flipping a lot of the time and still like all this 7s through jacks in there. And we're going to quickly spin over, guys, to an outer table when it's Seb Young who is all in and at risk, and this is a near 700k pot.
Flush draw with the ace 4.
So fading hearts, aces and fours.
And it's a 7. So 7's over queens.
Yeah, and Seb's all in was for around 320k plus what was already in the middle, guys. So that is a near 700k pot going Seb Young's way.
Very nice indeed.
What you need at this stage. Ace Queen for Keith. Opens to 20. Going to be raise and take. And then we will go to the final giveaway of the day. Went a bit off tangent because of that hand. I'm sure Tower's got a corker of the question to finish on. You haven't come up with one yet, have you?
Yeah, I have actually.
You have?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Not winging it?
Nope.
Okay. Final giveaway of the day, guys. You should know the rules by now, but quick rundown just in case any new viewers. Simple as this. Tower will ask me a question. I'll write my answer down on this piece of paper. Closest to my answer is going to win a €50 Elite Series ticket. One guess per account. Any multiple guesses, you will be DQ'd. And please do not guess until we say go.
I'm sticking to the same theme. I'm sticking to the same theme for the final question. So, we had Julian Theo in his canoe.
Oh no.
So we've now got Nick the Dick with his hockey stick. Alright? So, all I want to know is Vic and his hockey stick. All I want to know is how many registered ice hockey players are there in the United Kingdom?
How do you become a registered...
Oh, you have to play.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, so say if I went to an ice rink...
A professional hockey
Okay,
player.
so you have to be a pro, not just, but registered. What does that
He's a
mean?
pro.
Okay, a pro. Why didn't you just say pro?
Oh, sorry.
Why didn't you just say professional?
Yeah, professional.
You have to be complicated.
How many professional hockey players are in there?
Do you like, and I'm wasting time, guys, because I'm actually thinking about the question.
I know what he's doing. I do it all the time when Sam's here. And Sam's here, I've got 2.5 minutes by the time Sam's here. How many registered ice hockey players are there? We have Vic and his hockey stick.
So UK players. It can't be like an American residing in the UK.
No, it's Great Britain. It's
so if an American resides in the UK, they're down as a pro.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. How many registered ice hockey players are there in the UK? There we go. He's nailed it.
Nailed it.
Off you go. Da-da-da-dum. Ba-da-ba-bum. Ba-da-da-bum. Do you know how many registered hockey players Sheffield Steelers have got?
Nope.
110.
What?
Yeah. My mate, Paul Britton, is one of the assistant coaches.
This is going to be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, he's one of my mates from years gone by. We grew up together. He is now the assistant coach at the Sheffield Steelers.
Okay.
And apparently, him and his ice hockey blades can do tricks and all sorts. Ice hockey, not hockey. Vic and his ice hockey stick. How many registered ice hockey players are there in the UK?
Oh dear.
So, down to the final 30 seconds, so 36 minutes. So this one will be a pretty quick one. We'll give you another couple of minutes and give you the correct answer. And then we'll get Jay's answer for the final guess. Are you checking the chat, by the way? Are you on the case?
Yeah, I'm on the case.
Awesome.
It's great, this stream as well. Like, Julian Few's probably sitting there at home. He has no idea. He's had like 3 hours on a live stream with like 600 people watching, dedicated to him. And he's just sat at home and he has no idea it's going on.
Oh, good evening, Nim. Evening, Joe.
Jack 10 for Tommy, 9 bigs. Sees fit in the cut-off. Would love to just pick this up here and now. Nice to get those through.
Where is Mick the Mob these days? He's got a new profession. He's a poker pro. He's out playing. He's in every now and again. He's Mick the Mod. Usually says hello every day. The Wheels of Steel. Johnny Boy on the Wheels of Steel. Straight after this hand, we'll give you the correct answer. And then we'll crack on with the game.
Take the 6-4 as a Cheng out the way, Stato on the bar.
Mitch with King 7.
Yeah, blind on blind needs to continue. Can go either way. Takes the aggressive line, 32k.
Nim says, how popular is ice hockey in the UK? Nim, the answer is very.
Is it?
Yeah.
Really?
There's at least 40 teams.
Well, that's good to know because I got that bit right. Wow, the Deems just lets a suited queen go blind on blind there in the big with position.
Over to the outer table, and this is a 3-9-7 flop, all clubs. Bav looks like he's all in. And we've got Seb and Husney who are betting against each other. And Husney says, I'm all in. Mr. Seb. He's in this. He's definitely in the tank on that 3-club flop. What's he got there? 500, 600, 700, but nearly a million chips, Seb. So this is a chunk.
There's some heavy breathing going on from Hosney. Camera right on him, but does see like the juices are flowing. If you just look at his chest, definitely breathing heavy here. But a couple of gulps there, but it seemed like too much gulping on. There was like 3 gulps there, like he's really trying to look uncomfortable. And now this looks like a man that's overdoing like he's doing things that you try and not to do when you're uncomfortable, but he's kind of overdoing it, like 3-4 gulps and then
in the
the
bin
hand
they went.
on the thing.
No, the flush by the looks of it. Queen deuce. Queen deuce. Oh, he's in the big blind.
Yeah, he's in the big.
That's fair enough.
Bav looking for
a club.
A club.
Looking for a club. It's Bav that's all in. And it's a red 8. So Husney is going to take out Bav Katri in 13th for £3,860. Well done indeed.
Are you going to give us the correct answer?
Yes. We will give you the correct answer. The correct answer is in the UK there are 11,277 ice hockey players.
No, there's not.
No, there's not. Not in Jay's book, there's not. 11,277, and it's actually gone down since the year before, because it was 13,000, and now there's only 11,000, so it's on the decline. So if you want to take up ice hockey with old Vic with a stick, get yourself in. 11,277, but that's what we need to know. We need to know what Jay's answer is, and we'll give you that straight after this hand. So you've only got about 30 seconds. Get your final guesses in, guys, for the €50 elite ticket chance to win.
Under the gun open from Stato.
$856 flop. All spades, Stato with a jack of spades. There's a redraw. The top pair for Zicheng. Nine diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, and seems too good not to delay. As Stato with check 2 here. Where we are in our range, we're going to have pairs here, we're going to have ace highs, we're going to have king highs. Like, we're not going to really have worse than some potential queen highs, but not going to get that option. To be fair, it is a turn that we get to probe relentlessly as Zicheng with most of our range. Just the 7x advantage, the 2 pair advantage against this gun range of Stato. And Stato with his hand got a call. Gut shot 2 overs spade, and against a capable opponent who will find some bluffs. And it's not like we're calling to hit a queen, a jack or 10 or a spade. We can still bluff rivers like a king or an ace when check 2 will be barreled.
River's a deuce. Zicheng with a check mark. Stato missing all the draws.
Interesting to see what Stato does here. I expect Zicheng to just check here. He might block for one big, but I feel like he's going to be checking a lot once Stato calls on the turn. Just because like Stato's going to have a lot of this queen jack, jack 10, queen 10 stuff, ace 10, king 10, stuff like ace king with a spade, king queen with a spade. All these type of hands that potentially try and get to bluff river. Can still have some overpairs that are going to play heavy check on this board, facing big blind for sure. Now, Stato will assess that Zicheng's never checking a flush or a straight in this spot. So it looks a lot like he has what he has, a 5, a 6, an 8 or a 9. So we're going to attack and try and get these holdings to fold. And got a size where we can still plausibly have 10s through aces for value tower. I think it's kind of nice for Stato to go small here, because when we go larger, I kind of condense our value range, but when we choose this small size of third, we potentially can have 10s through aces as our value bets here. Even something like ace 9 suited. It still can have straights, pocket 7s, ace 7 suited, king 7 suited, all going to open.
It makes a nice call to see the good news that the 8 is playing. And nice little pot going along the way of Mr. Zicheng. And straight over to the outer table, because we've got another all-in and a call. And it's Vic Meta, the minute champion, who's all in with ace, jack, diamonds against pocket 9s of Seb Young. So we're off to the races. We are off to the races. 6, 7, 8. Here's the flop. No diamonds. So Vic's going to need an ace Or a jack. And he does not get there. Vic Meta, what a superb run yet again. He won the minute. He's now just finished 12th in the main event for £3,860.
Yeah, good shootings, Vic.
And you've got 20 seconds to get your final guesses in on how many registered ice hockey players are there. 11,277 is the correct answer, and it's on the decline. Ice hockey. Vic with his stick, just taking it home. Just gone. Vic with the stick.
Off this
10
hand.
seconds. And then we'll close the comp. 9 seconds. Close the comp. 8, 7, 6. Anybody who's not had a guess got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The competition is now closed. So 11,277. It's on the decline. So it was 13,000 the year before. You know a lot about ice hockey. Away you go.
Well, I don't know a lot about ice hockey, but if I asked you what my favourite film was, would you be able to tell me?
I would say it was that the guy with the golf. What's it called?
Ever since I was old enough to skate, I loved hockey. Unfortunately, I wasn't ever the greatest skater, but that didn't stop my dad from teaching me the secret of hitting the greatest slap shot. My dad, my mum hated hockey. My dad worshipped it. Happy Gilmore. I know the film off by heart. There's a scene in Happy Gilmore quite early in the film when they're at hockey tryouts, and he's got his clipboard. Number 1, number 16, number 49, number 12, and number 72. And then Gilmore walks over. He goes, "Coach, you called my number, didn't you?" And he goes, "Gilmore." No, I didn't. And they start laughing, but when they start laughing, all the team that have been called start laughing. There's 16 of them, I think.
Okay.
And so, that was an American ice hockey team, 16 people there. So I went with 16 in a team. I thought there'd be around 53 teams.
53? Exactly.
Well, I went for 50, then I thought, I'll go.
Add a few.
So, 53 times by 16. I rounded it up as well. Added 2 on, 850.
850.
But I went off Happy Gilmore because they were doing the hockey tryouts. There was 16 players.
How old is Happy Gilmore?
Happy Gilmore come out late 90s.
So 30 years ago.
Yeah.
You don't think anything?
Right, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Do you know there were 2,000 registered poker players in 2000?
In the 1993 Premiership season, how many players was it? What side? How many players could you have on the football field
11.
at once? How many do you have now?
11. But the squad's 4 times bigger.
Is it?
We used to have 11 and 1 sub. We used to have 15 players in Rotherham United in a team. 11 players, 1 sub. Now there's 26 players in a team.
Okay, fair enough.
Do you know how many registered players there are?
I just remember Happy Gilmore, and that's all I had to go off.
Do you know how many registered players there are in Canada?
742,000.
500,000.
Yeah, there you go.
500,000.
So sorry about that, guys. I went for 850.
Josie Ellen's got it right spot on.
But
over 9,000.
The main thing is someone is going to win themselves a €50 Elite Series token, and that someone
is
Hayden McDonald on YouTube.
Oh, McDonald had that.
Hayden guessed 846, was 4 away. Hayden,
very nice.
Drop your alias you play on Grosvenor Poker on in the chat box.
Well done, Hayden. Well done, Hayden.
Stato just going to get to go for a second street here. Going to have to size up on this 2-tone turn. When the turn does bring a second flush draw, are going to have some bigger sizes. Probably going to go close up to 2/3 now as Stato. Probably something around the 70k mark. We will see. Yeah, 80k. Just north of 2/3, and now the 7 of Mitch going to have a real tough time strapping on for the rib up. Feel like just always hitting them up now for Mitch.
Mitch into the bin with 7-4.
Thanks, Hayden.
Nice one, Hayden. Well done, you. €50 elite ticket going in your account on Monday. and we've got the final 20 minutes of the day. So finishing round about midnight. What another great day in the books.
"20 minutes left of the day, guys. Fantastic day here on the Saturday. The treble didn't do any good. Football bets weren't the best for us or the chat, but it's been a good day at the tables. Had some laughs as always in the box. A few talking points, which I love with the chat, to get some different opinions. I like the fight back. And come and tune in early tomorrow, because I will chat with Zecheng when this finishes. If he's around, because we are on that delay, I'll find out if it was bluff, I'll find out if it was value, and I will let everyone know early tomorrow. Blind on blind, king 8 off for the Deems. Wow, just walks Keith. That is tight. BBB must have known he was up against the A7 suited. Just lets it go. So there's the string time for tomorrow, guys. 12:20 live on stream. If you're lucky enough to have made day 3, you'll need to be here at 12 PM. But we're on that 20-minute delay, so 12:20 PM tomorrow. Both teams to score every game in the championship apart from 2. I know, Jackie Chan. I had a 5-fold, both teams to score, and somehow in that 5-fold I had the 2 games that were 0-0 and 1-0. Hijack open here from Stato. And Tommy with the ace-8 off here. I'd still defend here, I think, as Tommy. It's kind of an annoying one, is it? I prefer to have something that gets better to fold. We don't get like ace-9 plus to fold for 10 when Stato's got 2 invested. So we don't really dislodge better here as Tommy. I'd prefer shoving something like ace-2 suited where Stato folds like ace-3 through ace-7. Ace-8's kind of a grim one. I wouldn't fold it though. I definitely wouldn't fold as Tommy. Oh, I thought he was going to let that one go. I feel like defend's the best avenue here. Could be wrong, but at 10 we never really fold better, right? Better to have like ace-2 suited here, suited Broadway. Wow, he is just going to let it go. Back end of the day. Tight old laydown from Tommy there. Not defending, heads up in the big. Pretty snug laydown. Could be a factor of nearly there at day 3. Got to look at it as one tournament, but can't help that psychological factor of making a day 3 creep into your head sometimes.
Final 16 minutes of the day.
Oh no, what happened with Hardcastle earlier and Tommy? I missed a classic according to Perry. I don't know why I'm asking you. You're not going to remember
I'm
from
not going to remember
4 hours ago.
4 hours ago, no, absolutely not. I can't even remember what I had for dinner. But, his one-liners were a bit, yeah. So the final 11, as we lost Vic in 12th. 285 runners.
Gotta love it sometimes. To be fair, Perry, you just get used to it. Oh wow, here we go. I've just looked up and see a chunk of chips over the line from Zicheng. Button open, just sends for 32 here with the King Queen suited. We are gonna get a lot of folds. Keith probably gonna open like 40-50% button when folded to, so we do get a fair amount of folds here from Keith, but we run into the top end.
Zicheng can take Keith Littlewood out, but not on that board of 5, 6, 7. Next door,
very good.
A queen and a queen only to take out Keith, or Keith will double to 650 and does. Keith Littlewood doubles up to 650.
All Jack could muster was one word: ridiculous. I can imagine it as well, him saying that. At the amount of times I've been caught out over the years, you just expect someone never to take a certain spot or line, and then they just do it, and you just sat there in shock. Most of the time the comms cam is off, but sometimes my face paints a picture of what I think of certain lines we've seen over the years. Oh, Hayden says, sorry, my alias is different. I will get it changed, Hayden. Pocket 8's for Keith. Opens to 20. I think this is just a tank from Tommy, just so he only posts one more blind. Don't want to quickly play 3 hands in 2 minutes, clock get paused, and then have to post 2 blinds when 6 hands is drawn. So just taking his 30 seconds pre before letting the 10-4 off go. And Stato suited queen in the big, always defended. Range bet for Keith. Just going to see bet this board with our entire range, and quick fold from Stato with the queen deuce.
All I did was make the price go up on myself for next time. That's what I'm kind of thinking. I'm like, I'm pretty sure.
going to take that one. Much needed at this stage.
So the clock has been paused by the looks of that.
So gonna deal 5 more hands.
5 more hands.
Got to send this as Tommy. I know we want a bag for day 3. We want to post on our socials that we've made it there. A7 suited. I'd personally just send this one, A7 off, one that potentially would just go for the attempt to steal. But the suited just better to jam when called, that little extra 5% equity with the suited combo. The thing about this is, Tommy, like how much stuff we making it too bigs with here, other than aces, kings, ace king, like the stuff that can raise call off, but no one waking up with anything they can do much with. The final 4 hands.
Final 11. Here we go. Just about to give us. You reckon it's 5, do you?
Oh,
I'll go 6.
I heard it on the tannoy 20 minutes ago. That's how I knew it was 5. I'll be honest with you. We're sat here. I can hear what's going on over the tannoy. I'm not going to like have a bet
So
with
1
you.
of 5. Here we go.
That's what I should have done. Had a quid with you.
6 cards is impossible.
1 of 5.
6 was not possible.
No, when it's 500 on 1, 2.
Ah.
That makes sense.
So it was 3, 4, or 5, and we couldn't just pick
We
the
couldn't
3
just
for
pick
us.
3, could we?
Unbelievable.
We couldn't do 3, could we? No. So 1 of 5 to end the night.
That was a quick one.
There's 1 of 5 done.
Not too far from the Goliath, Jackie Chan. It's going to be massive.
That is correct.
Quickly pop it up for you.
Which button would you like? How many buttons would you like for Goliath?
Have a look at the
9.
main event. That's the first week.
Million guarantee on the GUKPT part of the Goliath. Milli guarantee.
We'll bring that up a lot tomorrow.
Plenty going on. Like you say, it is not too far away from Goliath.
Chain King 10. 2 of 5. And another raise and take.
What?
This isn't right, Tower.
We're
Something's-
never going to finish before the outer
No
table.
chance.
It never happens. Ever. It never ever happens. Is it August? Goliath? 24. It's probably been on the background for the last 4 days. What have you been watching? 24th of July until the 4th of August. Updated player points for the MPL as well. There's Riz up front and in charge. I'll let you off, Jackie. It's Jackie Chan. How many tins of paint do you want, Jackie?
I don't understand.
Thinking it's nice.
I don't know.
Hello, Jackie. Yeah. Tins of paint? Yeah. How many would you like?
Well, going to be another one. We're not seeing a flop tower unless Keith wants to put on his punting shoes back end of the day. All in clear as day for Tommy. And the fold for Keith should be even clearer. It's never a good sign when someone squints and looks up at the stacks on the clock like, ooh, have I got enough to spin the 4-3 of spades here? Surely not, Mr. Littlewood.
He's just working out whether he's got the best hand or not.
Hey, Tommy could have the old 4 deuce, 3 deuce. No way, Keith. I just don't want him to call for Tommy's sake, because you don't win these. And what a rough way to bust it would be. Keith does eventually let it go, so that's 3 of 5 pretty quickly. So penultimate hand of the night coming up.
It'll be buzzing in the disco area tonight.
Disco
Live
area.
DJ on tonight.
Disco. It's a proper old person thing to say, disco. That's what my nan used to say. You're going to the disco tonight.
Yeah. Get your disco shoes on.
Queen deuce for Mitch. One more hand to fade to bag for day 3. Same for Vadeem's into the muck. Keith follows suit. Any jam spots for Tommy? Not with 5-3 off. And now blind on blind between Zacheng and Stato, and surely just going to be a walk for Stato here. And is this going to be 4 or 5 without seeing a flop tower? This is unheard of. We're going to be out of here before the other table.
4 out of 5 done. So can't believe it.
Final hand of this evening coming up.
And Keith, chip leader, 67 bigs. So last hand of the night. Here we go.
And Queen Jack for the Deems. This is going to open. Keith wants to have a look with the King 9 suited. Zacheng should be out the way on the button. Ace Jack suited for Stato. Last hand of the day. He's just going to choose to call. And 3 deuce off for Mitch into the muck. He's going to bag 20 big blinds for tomorrow. Any carnage for us last flop of the day, dealer.
Flop time. Queen eye flop. Queen 4-5. Vadeem's with the best of it.
And just going to have to see bet here. As Vadeem's freeway, maybe heads up some check into Keith, but I feel like in a freeway scenario, just thin down the field. Start ranging opponents. Goes to 30 into 80. Stato with the ace jack of hearts. Problem Stato's got, like we float this hand if we're deeper, but against the Deem stack size, we're just going to be met with a lot of turn jams tower. So if we turn a 10, if we turn a heart, if it turns a king, we're just not going to be able to call off anyway. And there is the fold from Stato, not deep enough. Vadeem's takes the last hand of the day, and we are going to finish up out there on the floor because we're sending Tower out for some interviews.
Oh, all right.
Try and chat with Zacheng if you can.
Why?
Yeah. Ask him if it was a bluff or if it was value.
Is it a bluff? If it's a value, is it a bluff or is it a value?
Well, we're going to send Tower on his way.
That will be it from me, guys. Thank you very much. I will be here tomorrow at 20 past, set and ready for a big day 3. Full chip counts. You'll be able to find all of these on social media. They will be put up, and we'll see what everyone has bagged. But it's a fantastic day we've got to come back to tomorrow. Stato there, Mitch there, Keith for Littlewood, Zacheng. We've got Seb on the outer table. It's going to be a real decent field tomorrow for day 3. We got one more big giveaway as well, £110 at closer seat to give away for you guys. I'm just waiting for the tower to appear, and then we're going to have a chat with a few players. So there is the man, and we will see the tower with the end of the day interviews.
Just bagged up. What a unbelievable day. We started with 83, we got to the money at 38, we get into the money, and one by one we've just been eliminated, and we're down to the final 11. And when you muck the winning hand, you make day 3, and people just wonder how.
I don't know myself. The worst thing was, not only did I muck the winning hand, I got the completely wrong 2 cards. I thought I had Queen 7 of clubs, and I got none of them. I only called because I thought I'd got a flush draw and the back door straight draw.
Did you even look at the cards and just, or just forget?
No, the thing is, I went like this. I went, when he bet on the river, and I called, I went, call. And I looked his hand, and I thought he got 2 pair, so I just mucked it.
Oh dear, honestly.
I didn't. We get to a certain age, don't we? We get to an age where we should actually wear them.
We need new glasses. But what a day. Well done.
But Phil Ivey did the same thing in the World Series of Poker.
We all know Phil Ivey.
That's it. So me and him are very similar in our play.
We'll all know Keith Littlewood after that, let me tell you. But a good day overall.
Fantastic day. Second day buy-in, day 2 buy-in, and bagging a decent stack. So I'm really happy.
Well done. It was just one of those things. It is, but we've got a nice stack, 640,000. Well done, Keith.
Thank you.
Good luck tomorrow for the final day. And we've got to tell you what, we've got some great names here. I've finished on the hour, the finish over here, quick. Let's have a quick chat over here. We have the bag of tables. Seb Young's had a day. Oh, 1.1 million. Look at this, Seb. Oh, wow. Well done, buddy. Good day.
Yeah, pretty good day. Yeah. I can't complain.
Yeah, you're absolutely 1.1. I think it's chip lead. I do think it's chip lead.
I think it is.
Yeah. Husney, I tell you what, you play well today, young man. You play well.
Thank you.
Are you looking forward to day 3, the final 11?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
We all know play the game when you're playing in a great tournament like this. You know, they're not easy fields, are they?
No. But yeah, still here, so that's what matters. Yeah.
Yep, excellent, well done. We have just finished, and they're all bagging up. So we will see you tomorrow for the final day of the Luton GUKPT main event, where we're going to be crowning a champion and somebody walking away with over £56,000. It's been a superb turnout, nearly 300 runners in the main. We're down to the final 11, and if you want a little flutter, don't forget Grosvenor Sport. There will be a book tomorrow morning, and you can have a little flutter on one of these 11 players who you fancy. Just get yourself on Grosvenor Sport. You can have a little flutter. I'm looking forward to seeing the prices tomorrow. But Seb, probably going to be favourite to win it, but can he do it? You know, we'll tune in tomorrow and find out. Down to a winner from 11. Good luck, Seb.
Yeah, thank you.
And good luck everybody else at the table. We'll see you tomorrow at the tables. Don't be late. 12 o'clock start. 11 to a winner.